How's it looking over there?
Everyone is excited here. The news that we just had that everything appears to be go for a launch here in just about 10 minutes or so has brought a little bit of excitement both at Mission Control and here in Building 9A. This is a building where a lot of the simulators are. We have people, NASA employees, that have been standing around monitors. These are monitors that show what is called NASA Select.
Progress in repairing
The launch. You hear from Hugh Harris, things that are going on at the Cape. People have been gathered around those all morning long, waiting for word whether or not there was going to be a launch. There was kind of a feeling of a little disappointment a short time ago when weather was holding things up. But the news that we had just a short time ago has kind of frightened everyone's spirit, not only here, but in all the buildings, I think, around the Johnson Space Center. Over about a block or so away at Mission Control, people have been getting ready for now more about 5.5 hours. They've been manning the consoles. They've had a dump of data. They've had data moved from the Kennedy Space Center here to the Johnson Space Center so that the computers here match the computers at the Kennedy Space Center. The information... We just got word they are starting the countdown again. It's the countdown is resumed less than 9 minutes before launch, and that's the kind of thing that these people, in fact, the people all around here at the Johnson Space Center have been looking forward to. I see smiles behind me. There are smiles in Mission Control as everyone gets ready for this launch. It is something that the people here have been waiting 2.5 years for. I remember some of the astronauts and many of the people at the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center have been saying they didn't want to get too excited. Let's go now to Hugh Harris.
And Flight OTC, I'd like to have you proceed with the transmission of the stored program command.
Coming up the 8-minute point, T-minus 8 minutes and counting.
Flight OTC.
The orbiter test director has requested that Houston send the stored program commands, which is the final update on antenna management and frequency changes. This ensures that the orbiter has the latest information to speak to various ground tracking stations as it circles the Earth.
Roger. Flight, proceed with transmission of the stored program command.
T-minus 7 minutes, 30 seconds and counting, and the ground launch sequencer has started retracting the orbiter crew access arm. This is the walkway used by the astronauts to enter the orbiter. In case of an emergency, the arm can be placed back into position within about 15 seconds.
Okay, we copy.
And intense anticipation picking up. You can feel it here. We're going to pause, and we'll be right back to the Kennedy Space Center.
When I asked you to stop, it's because I love you.
But there isn't any problem.
There is. You've changed.
Changed? What do you mean, changed? All I do is a little cocaine.
Well, I want you to stop. That's it. I want you to take that coke and flush it down the toilet.
It's $250 worth. I won't do it.
All I want to do is help you. You say you love me, and I love you, too. God, I don't know what else to do.
When you can't help, call someone who can help you help.
In Chile, 8 million people who want to vote can't. In South Africa, 25 million people who want to vote can't. In the United States, 81 million people who can vote don't. Democracy. It can't be of the people and for the people if it's not by the people. Vote.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
Discovery is inching closer and closer to the moment of truth. Let's listen to Launch Control.
power units, which provide hydraulic power for steering and controlling flight surfaces. T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
Go for orbiter APU start. And BLT, perform the APU pre-start. Roger, and work.
Pilot Dick Covey now flipping the 3 switches in the cockpit to start each of the 3 APUs. The liquid oxygen replenishing of the LOX tank has been terminated at this point, and the liquid oxygen fill and drain valve is closed. 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
The APUs are up and running. Copy that.
The auxiliary power units up and running, according to pilot Dick Covey.
CDR reconfigure heaters. Roger, that's complete.
Coming up on the 4-minute point in the count. The crew would normally close their visors, but will delay that. The main engine final purge sequence is underway. The orbiter flight control surfaces, such as elevons, speed brakes, and rudders, are now being moved through a pre-programmed pattern to verify that they're ready for launch. T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds. All 3 engines now being moved in a pattern to verify their readiness to support the ascent flight control. After going through their paces, they'll be aligned to their start positions. We're coming up on the 3-minute point in the count at T-minus 2 minutes, 55 seconds. The start of the external tank liquid oxygen pressurization will begin. 3 minutes and counting. And the gaseous nitrogen purges of the main engines will be terminated.
Go for ET-LO2 pressurization.
The ground launch sequencer has started to retract the gaseous oxygen vent hood.
That man is Gary Cohen. He's at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. 7 seconds after Discovery is off the launch pad at 39B, his will be the voice you'll hear for the duration of what's happening with the Discovery.
The fuel cells has been turned off. Discovery is now running on its onboard reactants. T-minus 2 minutes and counting. Liquid hydrogen replenish of the external tank has stopped, and pressurization to flight level is underway. The vehicle is now isolated from all ground propellant and fluid loading equipment.
Roger, that's complete. CLS is go for ET-LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. Less than 2 minutes away from the launch of STS-26 and its crew of 5. And we have heard that the clock will hold at 31 seconds.
PDST, it's a cabin pressure rated change. Okay, copy. DCO.
We're anticipating the clock will hold at T-minus 31 seconds due to a failure. We have not heard what that is yet.
It's going down. Probably due to the increase in the O2 going in from the suits. Okay, with your concurrence, we'll clear the air and proceed.
T-minus 50 seconds and counting. We're going to clear the air and proceed. Had a concurrence from the launch director to proceed.
And if we clear, we will not stop at 31. Is that true? That's correct, MTD.
We will not stop the clock. The orbiter computers have positioned the vent doors, T-minus 31 seconds. We have a go for auto-sequence start. Discovery's 4 redundant computers have assumed T-minus 23 seconds and counting. The SRB nozzle profile, T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We're go for main engine start. 7, 6. Start. 3, 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Confirms roll program. Houston now controlling. 104%. Standing by to begin. Throttle in 65%. Now to maintain a certain speed as the spacecraft passes through max Q. 65% now. Standing by to see engines begin to throttle back up in about 59 seconds. Mark 1 minute. Velocity 2,300 feet per second. Altitude 5.9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Discovery given a go at throttle up. 3 engines at 104%. Velocity 3,200 feet per second. Altitude 10.8 nautical miles. Downrange distance 8 nautical miles. Seconds from solid rocket booster separation.
Bonnie Dunbar, I am drained. How do you feel?
4%.
Well, it's not over yet, but it's looking very, very good.
Well, there was a great relief once they got past in the flight where Challenger exploded. And everyone, you could feel the release.
Well, we made it through the max dynamic pressure, and it is a relief, but I think it's looking good, and we'll just hold tight, make sure. We're just seeing solid rocket booster separation now.
There we go.
And we're on the main engine. And we're into stage 2. We should see those main engines cut off at about 8 minutes and 38 seconds.
What are they doing right now?
Well, of course, they're reading the same checklist I've got here. They're looking at their displays, their engine parameters, monitoring their instruments.
3 APUs still running.
Of course, we spend 90% of our ascent training for aborts, so I'm sure that if anything were to go wrong, they'd automatically go to that procedure, but it looks very good at this point.
We'll be hearing some call-ups here shortly from the Capcom about the capability to reach transatlantic sites. Velocity 6,200 feet per second. Altitude 41 nautical miles. Downrange distance 60 nautical miles.
I can envision 5 sets of smiles up there on board the orbiter, Bonnie.
Well, I think they'll actually smile a little bit later. They may be smiling now, but they're listening to their calls and watching their engines. We have a number of calls about what our abort sites are available should we lose an engine up until the 8-minute point. And
here's a woman who is so utterly happy.
Discovery, 2-engine Maroon.
Okay.
Roger.
Call-up indicating Discovery may be able to achieve a transatlantic abort at Moroni if that were to become necessary. Return status to mission control. Positions all report go. 3 engines still 104%. Velocity 7,600 feet per second. Altitude 53 nautical miles. Downrange distance 107 nautical miles.
It all started here. Launch pad 39B.
Discovery, negative return.
And that call means that...
Negative return.
That call-up indicates Discovery now can no longer turn around and return to the launch site in the event of an abort. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Velocity 8,700 feet per second. Altitude 59 nautical miles. Downrange distance 148 nautical miles. Press to ATO call.
Press to ATO. Select Banjul. 4,000.
Call-up indicates Discovery could reach and abort to orbit on 2 engines if that were to become necessary. 5 minutes, 3 seconds. Velocity 10,300 feet per second. Altitude 65.7 nautical miles. Downrange distance 203 nautical miles.
It's good to hear now that you could, if you had to abort, you could do it with the 2 engines now.
Press to MEGO
That's
call.
right. In fact, what he was calling was one of the abort calls that we have. There'll be several called up here as we get farther down range. We have, the last one is an abort to orbit. Should we have an engine failure, we can still make it to a lower orbit, as was described earlier, at 105 miles.
Discovery, press to MEGO. Group Banjul 109.
Okay.
Roger.
And you've got that checked out.
Yes.
Cutoff call indicating they can proceed to normal main engine cutoff on 2 engines if that were to become necessary.
Discovery, performance nominal. Roger, nominal.
And as each second ticks off, the United States
6 minutes, 10
space
seconds.
program
Velocity 13,000.
is looking better and better and coming back.
68 nautical miles.
Well, it appears that we are going to make it to orbit.
Discovery, single engine Banjul 104.
Everything is...
That call indicates Discovery could achieve a single-engine landing at Banjul if that were to become necessary. Banjul, one of the transatlantic abort sites.
Engine start, 7, 6, start, 3.
This is a replay of what happened a short while ago here at
And liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll program. Houston now controlling. 3 engines at 104%. Pretty good APUs, 3 good fuel cells.
Tony Clark is in Houston at the Johnson Space Center, and as we indicated, 7 seconds after Discovery was off the launch pad 39B, Johnson assumed control over there. Tony, what was it like in that room where you were? We felt the earth shake here in Florida.
Bernie, it was exciting. People here are all excited. In Mission Control, about a block away, cheers went up. Everybody's excited. Everybody is waiting, though, for a very important call, a call that's coming up, and that's MECO. That's main engine cutoff. Dick Covey said prior to this launch, say, stick with us till MECO, because that's the important call when we get to orbit and the main engine's cut off. But here we've had cheers periodically. Cheers as the shuttle launched off the pad. Cheers went up again when we had the separation of the solid rocket boosters. People have been standing around the monitors here in the simulation room in building 9A throughout the morning, watching, hoping that things would, that the weather conditions would improve, wanting to see a launch today. They got what they wanted. They saw the launch. We saw thumbs go up. As I said, we had cheers go up in the Space Center and Mission Control here in the building 9A. People are just very excited. It has been a long 2.5 years for the people here at the Johnson Space Center. Everybody is much like a family here at the at NASA, and everybody has been waiting and hoping for this. Now everybody is standing by, waiting for that call that comes 8 minutes after launch, the MECO call, the main engine cutoff when they get up to orbit. And as Bonnie knows quite well, that's perhaps our next really big call. Bernie?
Bonnie, what does it look like? Was that it?
Yeah, we're nominal MECO.
Okay, and so that means as you smile and I smile and everybody's happy, that means at this point?
It means at this point we can get on with the business of what we're supposed to do in orbit. We're going to deploy a satellite today, and then we're going to perform some experiments in material science and in medicine, biology, physiology, and come back in 4 days.
Yes, and they're going to put out that satellite in a little less than 6 hours. Your network of record will continue its live coverage of this truly historic launch of Discovery in a moment.
For main engine start, 7,
Great.
6, start, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Now, if Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll program. Houston now controlling.
America's Space Mission is brought to you by Merrill Lynch, an investment firm built on a tradition of trust.
What are you doing, kid?
Just reading, sir.
Oh, what are you reading?
Research report.
I thought Mr. Merrill wrote those for our clients.
Mr. Merrill wrote this?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
Hey, what do you know, big shot? Our job is to mail them, not read them.
Well, Tim, if I don't read them, how'll I ever get out of the mailroom?
Charlie Merrill believed in research. It's how he built the business. It's why Merrill Lynch is #1 in research today. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Whether your taste is for rich, satisfying decaf, or if extra smooth Mountain Blend decaffeinated is the way to start your day, when you found a naturally decaffeinated blend that tastes your way. Rich decaf or Mountain Blend decaffeinated. Only Nescafe gives you this choice.
Great coffee blends to taste away. That's necessarily Nescafe.
No, Pringle.
Got the fever, got the fever.
No, Pringle.
Got the fever, got the fever. Got the fever, Pringle fever. We've got the fever for the flavor of a Pringle.
I was in agony. I hurt all over. The doctor said there was no permanent damage. He gave me a different medicine. It's in these little yellow Nuprin. Got rid of that pain. Know what else? It works great on my tough headaches.
Nuprin. It's not aspirin, not Tylenol. It's ibuprofen.
2 Nuprin stop my headaches better than extra-strength Tylenol. And Nuprin's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Nuprin. Little, yellow, different, better.
It even worked on my worst pain.
As the Discovery astronauts head for orbit, we're going to head across away from the Kennedy Space Center here. Jeff Levine, you were with these thousands of people who are out there watching. What's it like out there now?
Well, Bernie, it's pure happiness. I think that's the proper way of characterizing it. You could see perfectly the liftoff, the orange plume breaking the sky, and then a few seconds later you could hear the roar, and then you could hear the cheers, and you could see the tears. And one person who came all the way from the Washington, D.C. area is Mary Beard. Your first launch in person, what was it like? Tell me.
Absolutely fantastic. Unreal. It's hard to believe.
What brought you down here? It's a long way.
I've always wanted to see the shuttle go up. Last mission we were working with the computer, so I couldn't get down. I promised myself I'd get down. Before I retired September 7th. And
so you're working with the space program?
No, not no more. I just retired.
But you did?
Yeah.
Did you have a lot of trepidation about it after all? We all know what happened last time.
I thank God it went up safe. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. Yes.
Mary Beard, thanks for coming. And we're going to throw to Bernie, and back to you, Bernie.
The Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, has been watching what's happened here.
Now, unless someone else has broken the news already, before we begin, I'd like to tell you that at 11:37, the Space Shuttle Discovery lifted off at the Kennedy Space Center. And it's now headed into orbit, and America is back in space. We're now looking forward to the successful completion of the Discovery mission and the safe return of her 5-member crew. We salute the bravery of Rick Hawk, Dick Covey, Pinky Nelson, Mike Lowndes, and Dave Hilmers, and we ask God to bless this important voyage. They sure were considerate in their timing. Just gave me time to get out here without being late. Well, after looking down the list of what all your organizations have done, I have to say you are America's good Samaritans. And I'm delighted to welcome you to the White House. This is a very special day for me. It's the last time I'll get to present the presidential citations for private sector initiatives. This is a program that we started here in 1984 to help recognize the outstanding volunteer efforts of business organizations and dedicated people like you. Today, there are some 4,500 sea flags waving.
As President Reagan speaks there at the White House, and we heard him announce to his audience, if they hadn't heard, that the Discovery is heading for orbit, I just can't help remembering that January day, I was at the White House along with the other anchors. We were getting a briefing because the President's State of the Union address was to be delivered that night, and we're sitting in the Roosevelt room, just sitting down to lunch. And Donald Reagan, the then Chief of Staff, was seated at the end of the table. An aide walked in, handed him a note. His face just froze. And, of course, he was announcing that the Shuttle Challenger had blown up. And you recall what the President went through that day, the State of the Union address, what you, all of us, the nation, the families, the relatives, the friends, people around the world went through. What a difference nearly 3 years have made. The United States space program is heading on the wings of the Shuttle, the orbiter right now, going into orbit, and we'll continue our live coverage not only from the Kennedy Space Center, but from the Johnson Space Center as well. We'll be right back in just a moment.
And liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll program. Houston now controlling. 3 engines at 104%. Throttle down to 65.
You don't have to go. You can't see 5 feet in front of you.
I've been all over this.
I could tell them you memorized the eye chart.
I love you.
Jim!
Look! Our Liberty Bond! And maybe he'll come back sooner!
For that, I'll do anything.
Charlie Merrill helped Americans protect their country and savings. Today, Merrill Lynch can help find a safe haven for your money. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Whether your taste is for rich, satisfying decaf, or if extra smooth Mountain Blend decaffeinated is the way to start your day, when you found a naturally decaffeinated blend that tastes your way.
Necessarily Nescafe.
Rich decaf or Mountain Blend decaffeinated. Only Nescafe gives you this choice.
Great coffee blends the taste away. That's necessarily Nescafe.
And welcome back, Bonnie. They're talking to Capcom now, you said just a second ago as we were coming out of that commercial.
Yes, the Capcom brass head here is John Creighton. They were having a discussion with him about some sensors. I didn't follow it completely, but everything seems to be doing well. And at about 39 minutes, we'll perform what's called an orbiter maneuvering system burn. An ohms burn puts us into a circular orbit. And so that slight burn will put us at 160 miles, and then we'll continue with the rest of our on-orbit operations.
And what are they doing right now? You actually having flown the shuttle before, Bonnie has before us, I don't know whether you can see it, but she has laid out the second-by-second flight plan right now, and you're noting on my line here that ohms 2 burn, very important in the sequence.
Well, yes, because it does put us into the proper orbit from which that we are able to stay in orbit instead of being in elliptical orbit, and also the orbit that we plan to deploy the satellite from, the TDRS. So we need this burn. What I have in front of me are copies of the checklists that the crew actually have on board, one being an ascent checklist, and the other is called a crew activity plan, which lays out our activities not only hour by hour, but once we get on orbit, you'll see it lays this out by minute. And this is what we spend up to a year or a year and a half rehearsing before we fly.
Before you ever go to the launch pad?
Absolutely.
And when we were coming out around, what was it, about 5:35 this morning, it was still dark outside. We were making our way in a car to our CNA work spot here. You were pointing out that right now, astronauts are training for missions that will occur in 1990, 91, 92?
Well, we have astronauts in our office following these missions. We work with the customers. We work with experimenters and even helping to design their hardware. We assign an official crew somewhere between a year and a year and a half, depending on whether or not it's a space lab mission. So you can train 16, 18 months before you actually fly on a specific mission.
And the 5 men on this mission, they all are a very experienced crew.
They've each flown twice. They are members of both the 78 and 80 classes, so I have a couple classmates on that flight.
Which ones?
Well, Dave Hilmers and Mike Lounge were in my class.
Is it unusual for NASA to pack that many heavies, that many experienced pros, and 2-3/5 of these guys represent some of the best combat flying in Vietnam, and thousands of miles flight time behind that stick? Is it unusual?
Well, it's actually a combination of factors. Most of this crew had been put together ever before the accident. They were to fly a different mission. They had a different pilot. He went back to the Air Force. But we have 3 military astronauts on board and 2 civilians. It's a typical mix. I think that there was an effort to try to make sure we had at least a flown person on because of the importance of this mission. But generally what we try to do and have done in the past is to mix the crews, because obviously you have to start someone flying at some point to give them experience, to be experienced. And on my flight, it was my first flight, but with 4 other people.
We will continue our coverage of the flight of the Shuttle Discovery in a moment.
Touched millions with its pure beauty. Ireland's favorite tenor, Frank Patterson.
Perhaps love is like
in Europe, he's had 10 TV specials, 18 gold records. Now, in this beautiful new 2-record collection, it's the golden voice of Frank Patterson. Patterson's voice, captured in this magnificent 2-record treasury.
Dancing is my soul, my Savior God to thee.
Remember, this special collection is not sold in stores. Stay tuned to order now.
Use your credit card and save COD charges by calling toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or to save all additional charges, send check or money order for only $12.98 for albums or tapes to Frank Patterson, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, that's Frank Patterson, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia.
This is a CNN special report. America's space mission. At the Kennedy Space Center, CNN's Bernard Shaw.
Officially, NASA calls the Shuttle Discovery Space Shuttle mission STS-26. Well, a short while ago, after STS-26 lifted off from Launch Pad 39B, in launch control, the administrator, the head of NASA, Dr. James Fletcher, addressed his people.
Well,
to start with, wow. That was really something. It's been a long wait, 2.5 years, or a little bit better than that. You guys have been working your tails off for the last, I don't know how long. Long hours, overtime, fixed all the problems, ready to go. When it's time to go, we went. All I can say is that the nation owes you a lot, and will continue to owe you a lot in the months and years to come. This is the first of a new era, as we've said before. Congratulations for a job well done.
And Dr. Fletcher, no doubt, pleased that he was proved wrong. You might recall, if you were with us early this morning, CNN's John Holloman talked with Jim Fletcher, and he allowed us how he thought that it was a 50-50 chance it could go either way, that it wouldn't go, and he said, it might not go. And, of course, it went, and he's bursting with pride. John Zarella is down in the VIP section, and he has a very important guest. John?
That's right, Bernie. With me is Kathleen Beers, and like so many of us, Kathleen was here 2.5 years ago on that very unfortunate day. But Kathleen was here for a very special reason. She was one of the 10 finalists in the Teacher in Space contest, and it must have been an agonizing 2 years and 8 months for you.
It was a long 2.5 years. It really was, and it was almost approaching the 3 years, and it's been a long wait. I feel so exhilarated now. I feel really weightless. I feel like I put in a month's work in when those main engines were lit. I mean, this one's for Challenger. I was just so excited. This is, I feel like I'm floating. This is fantastic.
I imagine it must feel as if a giant weight has been lifted off your shoulders.
You bet. My feet aren't touching the floor and the ground. And I remember several times when Scobie would say in training, when things were like lagging a little bit, and Scobie would say, time to press on, time to press on. And believe me, when they lit those main engines, all I could think of, Scobie saying, time to press on. And I thought, go for it. This is for that whole crew. Their mission continues. This put closure to it, because up to that time, the chapter was unwritten. And today we're on our way. It's all been too good. From 1904, Wright Brothers, we grew wings at Kitty Hawk, and we put footprints on the moon, and Skylab and Space Lab and the Shuttle missions. And there's no going back. We've got to go out there for the 21st century and explore and discover. And I'm just so glad we're back on track.
Well, your eyes were glued to the launch pad. I know some of us didn't want to watch it.
They were glued. I was crying. Oh, it was just fantastic.
What's next now for you?
I hope to be on it. I really do. In fact, someone said at the hotel this morning, what will you be thinking 5 seconds before liftoff? And I said, Godspeed, and I wish I were on it.
And you have no reservations of flying on the space shuttle?
None at all. Absolutely none. Pioneering is a special privilege, and there are things in life that are worth the discovery, the exploration, that transcend the risk and the danger.
You're a school teacher, 10th, 11th, 12th graders. What do you say to those many school children who watched 2 years and 8 months ago and now watched again?
Things are fine. It's fixed. Problems arise, and the space system will always be state-of-the-art and on the edge of technology, and nothing is completely safe, and they need to realize that now. We haven't built the safe car yet. I had a month after the tragedy, I had a hairdryer that was recalled. So when you think of those things, we need the sense of to proceed on. There is a sense of element, a sense of danger, and if it weren't for really the vision of Columbus and those people on Westward Ho, we wouldn't be standing right here. If they would have calculated and thought out, well, it won't work because, in fact, one of the things that really gave me strength when Dick Rutan and Gina Yeager came back from Voyager, they had shared a tribute with me that I read to all the audiences, and to have a dream and follow that dream and go for it. And because so many times I've done a lot of mountain climbing and sailed transatlantic, and people will say, it's dangerous, or why do you do it? And you just have to follow that dream and go for it. And it's for I want to make sure, when I'm gone, I want to feel like I've left Earth a better place, that I just didn't journey through, that there was an imprint and I made a difference.
And obviously the dream now continues. Back to you, Bernie.
Thank you very much, John. And Bonnie Dunbar, what a difference 29 minutes can make. While we were listening to John's interview, Bonnie said it's good they got off because the bad stuff is closing in. You can see how gray it's gotten behind us. What a difference, 29 minutes, and it's almost dark here at the Cape.
Yes, we do have some weather moving in that probably would have affected the launch. I think it was a good time and everything worked well.
This is this formation that Valerie Voss had pointed out to us about 2 hours ago. It was off the coast, and she indicated, the radar indicated that it was moving closer, and my goodness, it's right on top of us. Well, they continue on their mission. The Discovery astronauts, the Discovery 5, Jeff Levine is off the reservation. You know, the Kennedy Space Center is a natural wildlife preserve. I even saw an eagle's nest, and there are many other forms of wildlife. But once you get off the Kennedy Space Center and go over to a small community called Titusville, you find that the roads to Titusville at this moment are still clogged, and people in Titusville proper are still talking about the fact that Discovery is up. Jeff?
Bernie, there was indeed some wildlife over here. The crowds were thrilled to see the launch go so perfectly. Among them, Mr. Dennis Bound from Sheffield, England. Dennis, the overseas perspective, your reaction?
Well, I should think it was great, you know, I'm really marvelous.
What did you think when you saw it go up?
Well, I'm really excited, you know. It seemed incredible. There could be men in that thing, you know.
Why did you come to watch? What was the special reason?
It's an experience, isn't it? It's an experience. And after the tragedy 3 years ago, you know, anything could have happened today, you know.
You camped overnight. You brought
No, we've been here 2 days. We waited 2 days for the event. We thought it to be, you know, not much room, so we thought we'd come early, you know.
Was it worth it?
I think so, yeah. I think it was great.
Was this the first one you'd seen?
Yeah, yes. My friend's seen 3. He saw the tragedy and the one before and this one, but this is the first I've ever seen. It was worth coming for.
Is there anything like it overseas, or is this unique to America?
No, I don't think so. The Russians have got something similar, I believe, but England's not bothered just yet.
But today seems to be our day. Dennis Bound,
it's your day,
thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Bernie, back to you.
Well, just as this is the first time for Dennis, so it is the first time for this reporter, and I'll never forget, literally, the earth shaking. CNN will continue its live coverage of Discovery. They are successfully off. They're heading for orbit. In about 6 hours, they deploy that satellite, the Tidris. We'll continue our coverage as we look at the liftoff here some 29-30 minutes ago. We'll be right back with more of the flight of Discovery.
Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll program. Houston now control.
Remember when we said that stuff about for richer, for poorer?
I do.
Well, then how come your coffee looks darker than mine?
Mine's decaffeinated Folgers Crystals. Yours is the decaffeinated you always drink.
Did you use the same amount?
Sure. These dark, sparkling crystals are made from Folgers mountain-grown beans.
Mmm, really rich.
Sip. Love it?
I do.
You do?
I do.
You're crazy about me.
I am.
Trust me.
Decaffeinated Folgers Crystals. So dark and rich. Shouldn't you switch?
This Harbeck kid looks good to me, Bob.
That was the darling of the fans this year. Look at that fluid motion towards the Ricoh laser printer.
And watch this move coming up on that Ricoh copier.
Yes, remember, he was all swivel chair in college.
He does know his office equipment.
His teammates call him Mr. Copier. There's why.
Hold on, Bob. He's attempting to fax one document to 3 cities.
Whoa, wait a second. There's a 360 and another. What a show!
I'm looking for a perfect score on this, Bob.
That'll endear him to the fans forever. Oh, that's gonna cost him.
Judges. Well, the scores aren't too bad. Maybe I'll Ricoh this year.
No, Pringle. Got the fever, got the fever. No, Pringle. Got the fever, got the fever. Got the fever, Pringle fever. We've got the fever for the flavor of a Pringle.
Risk everything. Except your hair. I thought styling was torture. And my hair just loves it. I style with Pantene. Pantene puts these wonderful vitamins in every mousse, gel, spritz, and spray. I can hold, shape, lift, and still love every inch of my hair. The one thing I can't do is see why you'd use anything else. Pantene, because it's not just your style. It's your hair.
For the people, the issues, and your phone calls, stay tuned for me. Sonia, live in L.A., coming to you at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific on CNN.
We're go for main engine start. 7, 6, engine start. 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll.
Well, you know, Jackie Gleason loved Florida. He spent so many years down here, especially in the wintertime, and I can't help feeling, were he alive, he would have to say, because of what's happened with Discovery, how sweet it is. We want to maintain the overview of this mission, so let's go to Tony Clark in Houston at Mission Control. Tony?
Bernie, I was just thinking what you said, and also the interview John Zarella had with one of the former Teacher in Space finalists. She was saying at the time that Dick Scobie, the commander of the Shuttle Challenger, used to say, press on, and June Scobie, we talked to her a while back, and I asked her what she'd be thinking when the Discovery was launching, and she said she'd be thinking what Dick Scobie would be thinking if he were there. He would always say, go, baby, go. And I think that was the feeling we had here. I mean, there were people all around the Johnson Space Center who, as it was lifting off, were saying, go, baby, go. And the cheers that went up here and in Mission Control, it was an exciting thing. And just watching the opening, it's exciting to watch the launch again and again. Now we come down to the meaning of this, the 4-day mission that the shuttle crew is on. The crew has planned 4 days, a conservative mission, a mission aimed at not only launching the TDRA satellite and doing a half dozen, or a dozen rather, experiments, but it is also a mission aimed at checking the shuttle out as well.
There have been scores of changes to the shuttle and the solid rocket boosters since the Challenger explosion 2.5 years ago. And though there have been repeated checks of the new designs, it is the launch itself which will be the ultimate shakedown test. The first few minutes are crucial.
We're not doing much, but we are concentrating on watching what's happening. Because if something does happen that shouldn't happen, we have to be ready to cope with that.
I don't think there's anybody in our office that has ever flown on the space shuttle that didn't realize that the first 2 minutes of flight are the most hazardous of the entire mission because of the requirement that the solid rocket boosters work the way they're designed. So, sure, we get the 2 minutes into flight and the solid rocket motors come off, then the first flight test objective is complete. Once in orbit, the 5 crew members, all veterans of previous space flights, will begin preparations to deploy the 5,000-pound tracking and data relay satellite called TDRS. The satellite will be released from the shuttle's payload bay just 6 hours into the mission. Later, a 2-stage solid rocket will boost the satellite to an orbit 22,000 miles high. From there, it can relay millions of bits of information from shuttles and satellites to ground tracking stations. One TDRS satellite is already in orbit. A second was destroyed with a Challenger. Eventually, NASA plans to have 3 TDRS satellites orbiting the Earth, allowing them to have communication with the shuttle throughout most of its orbits. Right now, Mission Control periodically loses contact with the shuttle when it goes out of range of ground tracking stations or the one TDRS satellite. Once the satellite is deployed, the crew will turn its attention to nearly a dozen scientific experiments, including one designed to help AIDS research. It involves growing tiny crystals, which, because of the microgravity of space, grow in a way that makes it easier for researchers to determine the shape of the crystal's molecules.
Then once they know the shape of these molecules, they can design another molecule, a drug that fits in, locks in, and either enhances the action of this or disables it. In the case of this AIDS enzyme that we're carrying, that disables the enzyme that keeps the virus from reproducing.
There were also experiments proposed by students, including one to test the strength of certain metals in weightless conditions. Once the experiments are underway, there's time for one of the fun parts of the mission, looking out the window.
One of the best places is in the front window, not for taking pictures, but just for being a tourist, because we fly around upside down most of the time, nose forward. So you just get in the front windows there and kind of lay on the ledge like a lookout and just watch the horizon come toward you.
Mike Lounge, Dick Covey, Rick Houck, Dave Hilmers, and Pinky Nelson have been preparing for this flight for 2 years. They are eager to get the mission underway.
You've invested so much, and so many pieces have had to come together to get you there where you are, say, on your back a couple minutes before launch. Mostly you're praying and hoping that nothing goes wrong to screw it up.
One of the things that some of the first shuttle tests have occurred already, those first parts of the shakedown test, the SRBs appeared to work well on the launch. And one of the things that's going to happen now, we saw the SRBs, the solid rocket boosters, fall off as the shuttle climbed towards orbit. Now NASA will recover those solid rocket boosters, and they will take a look at them. They will take them apart and they will examine them just to make sure that they work the way that they were supposed to work. And the goal there is to make sure not only that this was a safe flight, but that future shuttle flights are just as safe. Another thing that appeared to have worked well is the line of communications. As John Holloman reported earlier this morning, he said one of the things the Rogers Commission in investigating the Challenger disaster came up with was the need for better communication all up and down the lines of NASA, so that if someone, an engineer, anyone, had a concern about the possibilities that something might happen to the shuttle, that information would get to the proper people. We heard right before launch a various checklist, everyone saying it's okay to launch, going up and down, opening the lines of communication. So another portion of this shuttle mission appears to be headed in the right direction, and we'll be following the shuttle mission throughout its 4 days. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from the Johnson Space Center.
Tony, the world, of course, is watching the Discovery 5 up there aboard the shuttle, the orbiter. But what about the other 5? What about the other people so important to NASA, to Discovery, and to the 5 men on board? What about the wives? Yesterday, in a very rare interview, correspondent Jeff Levine sat down and talked with 2 of the wives. Let's listen in.
I think the logical place to begin is what I'm thinking of. This is not a low-pressure enterprise. Obviously, the emotions are cooking. How do you cope?
You cope minute to minute. Just kind of handle each morning and then the afternoon, and don't look too far ahead, and just kind of move along. If you look too far ahead or spend too much time thinking about it, you tend to get rather anxious, and it's a little bit easier just to keep lots of friends and family and activity around you, and time passes pretty quickly that way.
Is this, in a sense, like being a policeman's wife or a fireman's wife? This is a factor in the equation of your marriage. You have to live with it.
I've often compared it to that. We're no different than a lot of other spouses whose husbands have a high-risk job. They accept it, and you live with it, and that's the way
it's them. It's just
it's a part of them, and you accept that.
I suppose, though, that what happened to Challenger has to color your thinking about this mission to some degree. You're only human. You can't expunge it from your consciousness totally. Does it drift in and out, this nightmare?
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any doubt. It would be foolish of us not to look at that every now and then and examine it and examine the feelings that you have about it. That was a terrible loss to the nation, but to each of us personally, because they were close friends. I mean, aside from the fact that they were astronauts and whatever they were doing, it was like losing a close friend, but losing several at the same time, and that was very, very devastating for all of us. It's like anything else. When you are faced with the stark reality of it and you have to face it, then you do. It's easy to kind of, I think for Covey's last flight, I really didn't allow myself any time to think about those sort of possibilities. That just wasn't something that could happen.
Is that the way you deal with it?
I did last time. I really didn't worry about that. I was not so very different from most of the nation, and that was just not something. It's like I don't worry about getting in my car in the morning and that I'm going to have an accident. I just don't worry about that. I assume that can't happen to me, and I assume the same thing with Covey's shuttle flight and with every shuttle flight that came along. That the Challenger accident stopped that, the privilege of being able to be quite so naive about it. And yeah, you do have to grow up a little bit and say, okay, now let's face the facts. These things can happen, and if they do, there's not a lot of control that I have over it, and there's not a lot of reason for me to worry and fret and stew, because it's not going to change the course of events. They're going to unfold the way they'll unfold.
After Challenger, Mike and I talked quite a lot, but one of the things that he said that really surprised me was, you know, of the two jobs, you have the tougher job. And it surprised me because I had never heard it verbalized. But the fun part, the execution of it, I mean, he's busy. He doesn't have to worry about all the various and sundry things at home and the bearing up of all the people, all of the family. We are the people who are left here with the family, with the children, and we're the people who have to carry on. And very much so, that's true.
In terms of explaining things to children, is there a simple or relatively easy way of doing that, or do answers lead to more questions?
There's never a simple way to explain to a child.
I think every child handles it differently. I think after the Challenger accident, watching the way my children handled it versus the way other children handled it, it was an interesting, I mean, I thought that we would be able to sit down and discuss this in kind of the same fashion, and with my children, it was not their fear or their amazement at it all had very little to do with the fact that these were astronauts that had been killed. They were amazed that a dad could die. That wasn't the normal event of things. They didn't really do much connection between the fact that those parents were doing for a living the same thing that Cubby did for a living. That was not part of the equation at all. It was more of dealing with the fact that we all are mortal, and at some point it may end, and we don't have any control over that date or time.
To what extent is it possible to keep NASA out of family affairs? Can you have a family life amidst the hoopla and the work? The workload's got to be fantastic.
We are absolutely normal people. We have absolutely normal family lives. And until I...
Speak for yourself.
when I left Houston the first of this week...
Was he an engineer, too?
Well, fairly much so. I mean, we're just like any other two-person working couple, and Kathy and Cubby are the same way. We juggle household and children and make things work, but we're fairly normal.
I'm still waiting for normal to come back. It was somewhere when I was 20, and I'm expecting it again at 60. I don't know. I gave it up in between.
We all have our moments when it becomes. I mean, you do a juggling act. Any professional couple or any couple where both of you work do a juggling act. And Mike and I have always compared it to juggling until you drop a ball, and then everything stops. You pick it all up and you put it all back together again, but you make it work through effort and through teamwork.
So it's a special life. Is it not, Kitty?
It is, and part of it is knowing that that you're helping make history and you're helping mold the direction that the space program will go. That's part of their job.
Is that the special aspect of Discovery? This is an historic mission. No one can quarrel with that. This is your place.
Oh yes, this is the place to be right now in space history. We are going to make it work.
You know, I think that I know when Cubby came home or called me to tell me that he'd been selected for this flight, it was, you know, he was probably standing on his desk, jumping up and down. He was absolutely ecstatic about the opportunity that was being afforded him. And I remember asking him at the time, are you a little nervous about this? Well, that was not even part of the equation at all. I mean, this was, you know, I'm having an opportunity to start things back on right track, get things going again, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
And we're certainly glad that Kathy Covey and Kitty, Mike Lounge's wife, took time out yesterday on the eve of this historic launch to sit down and talk with CNN. Interesting listening to them. Indeed, strength up there in the heavens and strength down here represented in these women as they carry on. Incidentally, in the early 1970s, Mike Lounge flew combat missions over Southeast Asia. He was flying a big F-14 Phantom jet off the flight deck of the Carrier Enterprise, but Lounge is now aboard a much different flying machine on a more peaceful mission.
John Mike Lounge, former Navy pilot, assigned as mission specialist on Discovery. 42 years old, married, 2 children, astronaut since 1981, with 170 hours in space. Mike Lounge, a graduate of the Naval Academy, is a Vietnam War veteran with 99 combat missions as a Navy pilot. He has degrees in physics, mathematics, and astrogeophysics. The upcoming mission will not be Mike Lounge's first aboard Discovery. He flew on the orbiter's most recent voyage in August and September of 1985. Earlier this year, Lounge was asked by CNN's John Zarella about safety precautions for the upcoming flight.
It'll be as safe as we can make it, reasonably. What's the saying about ships? They're safe in the harbor, but that's not what they're for. So, yeah, it's as safe as we can reasonably make it, and the agency management from Admiral Truly on down has said we won't fly until we're sure we're ready to fly, and we've taken all reasonable precautions fixing the known problems. So we'll do that and get on with it. If you ride it once, you know it's not routine.
Asked what it's like to sit in a spacecraft and wait for blastoff, Lounge said, "You really get launchitis once you get strapped in. You really want to do it." Mike Lounge, mission specialist on the Discovery flight, is from Burlington, Colorado.
Well, they really wanted to do it. They are doing it at this hour, at this second. When that beautiful orbiter lifted off, my colleague here, Bonnie Dunbar, was jumping up and down in the chair watching it. I had a pair of binoculars, and I almost fell off the back of this riser body following it up until a cloud came overhead, and we had to stop and go to the cameras. But there was another reaction. NASA workers and also news media representatives, people from around the world, some 4,000 of them, they had their own reaction. Let's see what it was like.
Discovery's three-man engines on full power. A beautiful liftoff.
Discovery streaking into space aboard a column of flame.
It's great to be back in space again.
It's very exciting. That's what I think. Just remember.
I have a feeling everybody in America felt this was important. The country cares, I think, a lot.
And to see this thing to go flawlessly, man, it is just super.
This was the best one. And I remember several times when Scobie would say in training, when things were like lagging a little bit, and Scobie would say, time to press on, time to press on.
They're pressing on in space. Bonnie, your thoughts?
Well, I think that it's a rare privilege to have the opportunity to fly it, but the fact that we launched today is a tribute to all of those men and women, engineers, scientists, technicians, secretarial support that helped make it fly. And I think they can all take a great deal of pride in what happened today.
And I personally thank you on behalf of everybody for helping us bring this worldwide audience the coverage of this historic launch. For Bonnie Dunbar, I'm Bernard Shaw, and for everybody here at CNN in Florida, in Houston, in Atlanta, we thank you. Goodbye from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Discovery is still going.
10, we'll go for main engine start. 7, 6, we have main engine start. 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Crew confirms roll program. Houston now controlling. 3 engines at 104%. 3 good APUs, 3 good fuel cells. Standing by to begin throttle down to 65%. Engine throttling down now to maintain a certain speed as the spacecraft passes through max Q. Three engines at 65% now.
Listen to an American original. Sing your song, sweet music man. Listen to Kenny Rogers. But nobody sings. Here's a great new Lifetime music collection. Sweet Music Man, the biggest hits of America's favorite entertainer, Kenny Rogers. Lady. 36 very special songs. And this collection is not sold in stores. Sweet Music Man is truly the best of Kenny Rogers.
You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up. Don't take your love to town.
For rush delivery, use your credit card and call 1-800-257-1257 or send $19.95 for LPs or cassettes, $24.95 for CDs, plus $4 shipping to Kenny Rogers, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
It's Sonia, live in L.A. with Dr. Sonia Friedman.
Hello and welcome to our Thursday show. In just a moment, we'll be talking with John Conway. He's the Director of Payload Management and Operations at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll find out step 2 for the shuttle discovery. But first, let's go to New York and the financial news desk with Myron Kandel.
Sonia, Wall Street is having its own liftoff today. Stocks having their best day in more than 2 weeks. The Dow Industrials have been rising steadily all session. Right now, the Dow is up 22.5 points at 2108.46. Volume a little better than the past few days, but not much. 78 million shares traded so far on the big board, where advancing issues are ahead of decliners by a 9-4 margin. The New York Stock Exchange Composite Index up 1.19. The Standard & Poor's 500 gaining 2.39 points. The Amex Index up a little more than 1 point. The Nasdaq Composite Index of over-the-counter stocks gaining 1.87. All that without much help from the bond market. The 30-year Bellwether Treasury bond up just 2/32 of a point at 108/32. That puts the yield at 9.10%. Federal funds trading at 8 5/16%. Gold and silver are mixed. Gold is down 95 cents an ounce at $397.25. Silver is up a penny an ounce at $6.18. From the CNN Business News Desk in New York, I'm Myron Kandel.
Stock Market Update is brought to you by NYNEX. Need to communicate? Need to compute? The answer is NYNEX.
It's wild. The finance guys, the banks, the brokers, they're in love with NYNEX. I know it. NYNEX for computers, NYNEX for telephones. Max, do you know how many telephone systems there are besides NYNEX?
A zillion.
Do you know how many computer companies there are besides NYNEX?
2 zillion.
But everybody's using NYNEX. Max, what's NYNEX? The only game in town.
The nation, possibly the world, held its breath this morning as the Space Shuttle Discovery left the launch pad. Most couldn't help but remember what happened in 1986 when the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded just minutes after takeoff. But following the delays, this morning's launch went as planned, and the focus has now switched to the next part of the mission. Joining us from the launch site, John Conway, Director of Payload Management and Operations at the Kennedy Space Center. And he says the Discovery's mission is twofold: to get the U.S. back into space and to launch a TDRS satellite. Welcome, Mr. Conway, and thank you so much for being with us. And step 1 has been accomplished, and look at that beaming look on your face. Everyone feeling the same way. How did it go, in your opinion?
Well, it was just, I tell you, it was just thrilling and exciting. We were all nervous. We'd been there before when times were not so good. And to be there and be a part of it and be a part of getting America back into space and getting the space agency back on track, it's just a thrill of a lifetime. We didn't relax up there when that thing lifted off this time, I can tell you that. We didn't relax when the solids were burned out. We didn't relax until that thing got in orbit. And the team was just overcome with emotion at where we were. Just a thrilling thing. We handed out American flags, and we all were waving the flags in the firing room, and just thrilled and excited about being an American on a day like this.
Yes, of course, and while we couldn't be right there with you, we certainly saw Bernard Shaw's excitement, and we share it all. Let's move to step 2 and talk a little bit about the TDRS. What is it? What do you expect to accomplish with this particular satellite?
Okay, Sonia, this satellite is very critical to us in terms of establishing communications for our satellites and our shuttle as they go around the Earth. What we're doing with this satellite is forming a 3-satellite network. We have one TDRS that we put up in 1983. This will be the second TDRS that we will put in orbit. With 2 TDRSs, we can attain an 85% coverage of the Earth's surface, so that any time that we have a satellite in orbit, or the shuttle in orbit, which is a satellite at the time it's in orbit, then what we're doing, we're having continuous communications with those through 85% of the entire trajectory. And you don't have that today because of the Earth ground stations where we have dropout and we lose critical data. That becomes very critical for manned operations, such as the space shuttle. It's also very critical for something like a space telescope that we'll be putting up in another year and a half, so that we have that data. As scientists are working with it, they can move it and name it and do all those things that they're going to do.
We know that there is really a projected view of the commercial use of payloads, and I wonder if we can just project into the future a little bit. How do you see the commercial use of the payload, and how would it refer back to us, the citizens of this country, as we see what's happening with monies being spent for space programs?
Well, Sonia, the future of space and the commercial use of space is something that we're just now beginning to explore. We're all familiar with communication satellites that bring us TV. We're all familiar with the weather forecasting that we get from our satellite systems. And again, the TDRS we fly today is a communication satellite. Those are the uses that we have made use of, that every American sitting in front of his TV, almost all Americans, use a satellite in some part of that transmission system. And we see the weather report at night. We see the satellite picture. We're all a part of that. The areas we're exploring now, and we have some 11 mid-decks, in addition to the TDRS on board this shuttle, are things that will tell us, can we do manufacturing operations in space? Can we develop medicines in space? Can we find new techniques and new tools? And that's the thing that's key. This is leading us to, hopefully, our space station, which will be both a science lab in space and a manufacturing capability in space. So space is just now beginning to be explored and used, but many byproducts have come out of it, byproducts in medicine and other things, as we develop the capability to go into space. And now we must learn, are there things in zero gravity that we can do commercially other than the things we know we can do, which are the satellite industry?
One quick last question. We know that the Department of Defense has a number of payloads scheduled. We wonder about the availability and if there might be that watchbird in the sky that everyone could use to make sure that there isn't any action going on anywhere in the world that we're not all aware of.
Well, that is a very critical part of it. And I didn't add that, but I should have said that space is a critical and integral part of our national defense system. And that, too, is why it's important. But, you know, today we made it. We did it. We've worked 2.5 years to get to the place we are. And it was 2.5 years in which we suffered a lot of criticism, not only from others, but from ourselves, in which we looked at everything we did down here and how we could do it better, how we could do it more efficiently. Today, that work paid off, and it paid off for our whole team. So it was a very emotional day for us. It's not over yet. We're looking forward to about 5:30 this afternoon, getting to go for the TDRS deploy from the shuttle. We're looking to make sure those IUS two-stage motors burn properly later in the evening, and we put this satellite in orbit where it belongs.
Well, we want to thank you so much for being with us. Good of you to take that break to share the information, and we'll be right there with you.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm going back over now to eat beans with the launch team.
Thanks for being here again.
Bye-bye.
We'll be right back.
Why wait for next week's poll? Track the presidential race daily with the Insiders, the CNN Hotline Tracking Poll, every weeknight at 6:30 Eastern only on CNN.
I was fortunate to be one of the first men to walk on the moon. And like you, I'm celebrating the rebirth of America's manned space program, the launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Now you can have this $5 commemorative coin marking this historic event. This legal tender coin is being issued by the Republic of the Marshall Islands, where America has an important space tracking station. This $5 coin is about the same diameter as a silver dollar, but even thicker, and painstakingly minted in a proof-like finish. Issued on Discovery's launch date and minted only in 1988, this historic coin is available at its $5 face value only for a short time and in a limited quantity. It's a tribute to America's determination and the undaunted courage of our astronauts.
Order your Space Shuttle Discovery $5 coins today for yourself or as a gift. Pay only the $5 face value plus $1 each for delivery. There is a limit of 5 coins per order. Call this number now.
Are American women better off today than they were 10 or 15 years ago? Some will say yes, but attorney and author Marianne Mason believes that the vast majority will say no, and she thinks that that has a lot to do with the shift from women's rights to equal rights. She's written a book about her theory called...
During this campaign, Bush called it a great day. America's back in space, he said. Dukakis said he is proud of the astronauts. Bush today sharpened his criticism of Dukakis' tax enforcement.
The candidates and the shuttle, tonight, 6:30 Eastern on CNN.
Is a Georgia state representative.
American officials joined representatives of 11 other nations today in signing a pact to join in the building of a permanent space station at a cost of $23 billion. In the political campaign, George Bush today accused Michael Dukakis of demagoguery, saying Dukakis had attacked him for taking a position on freezing Social Security benefits, a position that Dukakis also took. Dukakis pledged to work harder to protect the environment, saying that polluters had better vote for Bush. More news later on this NBC station.
Happened yesterday or overnight last night?
No, I think I'm out of surprises. You know, early yesterday morning, it looked like we might not be able to launch yesterday, and at that time when people were asking me, I kept saying that don't give up on the weather and upper level winds too early in the day. And as it turned out, the team came together and resolved that problem without any pushing of safety or rules or anything, and we counted down and lifted off, and that was the greatest moment in this program in the last couple of years, and I was delighted just to be a little part of it.
Yeah. Explain to me technically how it happened. I heard that there was a flight constraint rule on these upper level winds, and the rule had to be changed before you could go.
No,
is that right?
No, we didn't change the rule. It's and it is kind of complicated, but we have mathematical equations, algorithms, that take the upper level winds and what we understand the vehicle to be and point out to us points on the vehicle that would be exceeded by this certain wind condition. Mm-hmm. And we found that out several hours before flight, and what we did is we got the contractors to not just do a simple algorithm, but to do a complete stress analysis of that part.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, when we did that in more detail, we learned that we had made a couple of assumptions in the algorithm that were inaccurate, and we had more margin than we thought. And so when we lifted off, we didn't change the rule, and we had our total margin of safety. So it was just a great day.
Yeah. Now, on board the Discovery right now, I'm told temperature is 79 degrees, which is a little warmer, I guess, than it is in this room. Yesterday it got up to 88 in there.
Yes.
And there's some kind of a problem with ice in vents. That's all I understand about it. Tell me, is that a big deal?
Well, first of all, the cabin temperature, I'd be glad to trade the temperature right here for 79 degrees on orbit. That's no problem. They have had a little problem with one of the parts of the cooling system called a flash evaporator with what they think is some ice that's in a couple of ducts that lead out from it. It's not even known to be a real problem that's going to stay with us, and even in this condition, if we had no other failures, it would be no problem. The vehicle is working as advertised at the moment. They'll spend the day today looking at the data and working the problem. My guess is by this time tomorrow it'll probably be all gone, or we'll have a good rationale as to how we can turn it to the sun or something and fix it.
Yeah. What does the success of the Discovery mission mean to the manned spaceflight program?
Well, I think it puts us back on track again. You know, we've had a number of expendable launch vehicles that were successfully launched, 6 by NASA this year and a number by the Department of Defense. But the space shuttle and getting it back to flight has been the reason for the last 2 years of work with us. It's been symbolic. People have said, well, we won't know we're back on track until we prove that we can fly again. And of course, one flight doesn't make a program. Now I'm just as interested in getting the second flight and the third flight off with the same kind of quality and oversight and reliability and teamwork that this one did. But we are back on track. It's a great effort.
One final question. NASA has had problems through, I guess, its entire history getting all the money it would like to get from Congress. Do you think the fact that everybody in Congress is going to be able to look at the pictures that we just looked at of this beautiful launch and say, okay, let's see what we can do to give NASA more of what it wants?
Well, I don't think it would be appropriate for the Congress just to dump money on any agency, including NASA. But I will say this. A leadership program like space is one that's expensive and takes support, and doing it on the cheap is the wrong way to do it. I do believe that we can fight for the right resources for the program. You know, this morning's newspapers across the country from top to bottom and left to right are all about us returning to space. I think the public is behind us. So I think we'll get the resources, both the dollars and the people, to do the job. And we shouldn't do the job if we can't get them.
All right. Admiral Dick Truly, good
John,
to see you.
thanks
for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
John Holloman, CNN, live at the Johnson Space Center.
We are nearly at 15 minutes past the hour. Jim Huber joins us from the sports desk with a lot to talk about.
All Olympian, and it gets worse and worse. It is such a simple thing, it would seem, handing a piece of pipe.
Deployed a 5,000-pound tracking and relay satellite in space. NBC News correspondent Dan Molina is standing by at the Houston Space Center this morning. Dan, that was quite a wake-up call the astronauts got a short while ago.
It was great fun, John. A lighthearted jump start to the day for Discovery's crew, courtesy of Mr. Robin Williams.
Good morning, Discovery! On orbit is the place to be. Freewheeling on Discovery. Earth rolling by so far below.
Some laughs were probably in order after everything that's been accomplished so far. The deployment of the tracking and data relay satellite from Discovery's cargo bay appeared to go perfectly. Word this morning is that the rocket engine on the satellite fired on schedule, boosting the satellite to its final orbiting altitude. The satellite is to become an important communications link for future shuttle flights.
One troublesome matter this morning involves a system for cooling Discovery's cabin. It is not working properly, John, leaving the cabin temperature a bit warmer than it should be. John?
With it. From the day you got out of college, you went to work in space.
That's right. That's right.
What was it like for you yesterday?
Well, it was like Christmas Day for me, like opening that big present underneath the Christmas tree and having it be everything you always wanted. It was one of the most special days of my life.
We talked about yesterday the load on everybody's shoulder waiting for that thing to go off. As I stood there and the count was frozen at 9 and they finally got that clock going again, I think that was, just as an observer, the longest 9 minutes of my life.
It was a long wait.
What is the sense now? Everybody wanted that thing to work so well. It's up, it's on orbit, it's practically flawless. Certainly it's a very practiced mission. But what is the sense now for people who work in the space business?
Well, I think we're back in the saddle again. We're back up on that horse and we're riding, and there's more to come. We're getting better than ever.
We've got STS-27 coming up in November, and we're working to get that one.
That's a Space Shuttle 27.
That's correct.
You guys are down here talking these acronyms. So
I'm sorry.
Expect us all to
yes,
understand
the next flight is scheduled for November, and we're pressing on for that one.
Are you feel like you're all the way out of the woods, or when that thing finally sets down in California, you can really breathe a final sigh of relief?
Oh, you bet. The landing, of course, is the next key event of the whole mission. And even after that, then we've got more launches and more landings to come.
Richard, Michelle, congratulations. A lot of folks feeling really good around here. Must feel real good to get back in business.
You bet.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
It is 15 minutes after the hour, and coming up, we'll have more coverage on the flight of Discovery.
Who are spending their first full day in space. They got a rousing wake-up this morning from Mission Control in Houston and from comedian Robin Williams.
Good morning, Discovery! Rise and
and shine, boys. Time to start doing that shuttle shuffle.
This is the life. Oh, what a flight! Earth orbit, we are here.
Good morning, Houston.
Good morning, Discovery.
Thanks for that nice wake-up music.
And things are also going very well so far with the communications satellite deployed on Thursday, one of the main missions of the crew. During the night, NASA fired up the rockets on the satellite, sending it into proper orbit about 22,000 miles above the Earth. Joining us this morning from the Johnson Space Center is astronaut John Blaha, who is in training as a pilot for a future shuttle mission. Colonel, good morning.
Good morning, John.
Was that launch yesterday, Thursday, was it as flawless as it looked to us who were watching on television?
John, it was fantastic, and everybody on the shuttle team is ecstatic about it.
We got a lot of calls here at NBC, and I know a lot of newspapers and other networks got calls about a little flame, a flickering that you could see as on the side of the solid booster rocket there. And it made a lot of concern on the part of a lot of people. You can see it right there. What about that?
Right now, John, NASA, we're not concerned about that flicker. We think we've seen that before on other shuttle flights, and probably it's an optical illusion. As you know, we will recover the boosters from the ocean, and the engineers will thoroughly examine them to make sure that there's no flaw in the system.
And, Colonel, what about cabin temperature? We had a report from our correspondent, Dan Molina, about an hour ago saying there was a little problem aboard the Discovery with temperature.
Just a slight problem, John, but nothing really bad. We had to divert a little bit of the cooling freon to another system, so it raised the temperature in the cabin a couple of degrees. But the crew say they are feeling comfortable.
Thank you, Colonel. Thanks for being with us. Okay, in other news, in Moscow this morning, a hastily called meeting of the Central Committee.
Robin Williams, star of the movie Good Morning Vietnam, is the caller.
A series of experiments planned on the first full day aboard Discovery, and the astronauts adjust to warmer than normal temperatures inside the orbiter after an air cooling system malfunctions. More on the shuttle and other news coming up on Day Watch.
Notified after the Challenger explosion. CNN's John Holloman joins us live now from the Johnson Space Center with the latest developments. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Mary Ann. The astronauts have been awake for 3.5 hours now. As you point out, they are conducting experiments aboard the spaceship, including one that could be used in the fight against AIDS. Here's where the Discovery is right now. It's just passed over Cancun in Mexico. You can see it. It's where the multiple lines cross, and now it's down over the west coast of Africa. The crew is going to tell us a little bit later what they could see of damage from Hurricane Gilbert. In addition, they're looking at a couple of other tropical storms that are moving over the world's oceans. CNN's Chris Abel followed the crew through their most important job of this mission.
Discovery sent its first television pictures home to Houston Thursday evening.
That's affirmative, and that's sure a beautiful shot there.
Yeah, back against the Earth really is spectacular.
The mission only 6 hours old. Discovery's crew took care of item 1 on its short agenda, deploying a $100 million satellite nicknamed TDRS, designed to help ground controllers better track future shuttle missions. A spring-loaded ejection device thrusts the satellite from Discovery's payload bay. Later, its own small rocket began boosting it into a higher orbit more than 22,000 miles above Earth. With TDRS out of sight, the crew and mission control turned their attention to a nagging glitch aboard the spacecraft, rising cabin temperature.
We'd like your feedback on the comfort level in the cabin right now.
I think we're pretty comfortable right now, Lacey.
With the thermometer on the flight deck reading 87 degrees, Houston controllers believe the problem was partial freezing of the shuttle's flash evaporators, a water-powered cooling system intended to prevent overheating during ascent and re-entry. Total failure could mean a shortened stay in space. But Flight Director Gary Cohn said a fix was in the works.
And that was to increase the setting that we allow the Freon to run through the system so that at least that would supply a little heat to the ducts that are frozen. And I might say that they're not completely frozen, so we have not decided that those ducts are failed.
But Discovery's few hang-ups were outshone by the feat of getting back into space. There were broad smiles the length of the Johnson Space Center.
Sometimes it's like a wild horse. You have to make sure everybody's reined in and steering in the right direction, but impatience only from within. And now that we're flying, I think that'll go away.
Friday shapes up as a routine day in space. The astronauts plan a televised cabin tour and a few low-profile experiments. But their main task is to put an extensively redesigned shuttle through its paces and make sure the Discovery can handle an ambitious 1989 launch schedule. Chris Abel, CNN, the Johnson Space Center, Houston.
In the past few minutes, we've gotten an update on the condition and the status of that tracking and data relay satellite. It's a very good update. While the crew slept early this morning, the satellite's solid rocket booster launched it on the path to its final orbit. And right now, the TDRS satellite is in a temporary orbit about 19,000 miles above us. It is within 1 mile of the precise spot it needs to be. If you like, we can show you some of the pictures of the TDRS being launched from the shuttle. By the way, the other problem, the heat problem that Chris told us about, is on its way to being solved, we are told. NASA Spaceflight Director Dick Truly says he expects the ice clogging that air vent to be melted by tonight. You'll remember, if you were with us yesterday at this time, we were talking about a major problem that could interfere with the launch of Discovery. It was a problem with the weather too good to allow the spaceship to go up because Discovery's computers were programmed for high-velocity winds at altitude. We talked to Spaceflight Director Dick Truly about that. He says NASA did not have to violate the tight launch guidelines for wind stress on Discovery's wings.
We have mathematical equations, algorithms, that take the upper-level winds and what we understand the vehicle to be and point out to us points on the vehicle that would be exceeded by this certain wind condition. And we found that out several hours before flight, and what we did is we got the contractors to not just do a simple algorithm, but to do a complete stress analysis of that part. And as it turned out, when we did that in more detail, we learned that we had made a couple of assumptions in the algorithm that were inaccurate, and we had more margin than we thought.
By the way, just in case you were not awake at about 5:30 Eastern Time this morning when the astronauts got their wake-up call, we think it's important for you to listen in and hear what they heard. Here it is.
Good morning, Discovery! On orbit is the place to be. Freewheeling on Discovery. Earth rolling by so far below. Just give her the gas and look at this baby go.
A remarkable way for the Discovery astronauts to wake up. We'll be back as the mission continues, certainly in an hour from now, with more information on what's going on up there and down here. John Holloman, CNN at the Johnson Space Center.
John, hours after the successful launch of Discovery, the U.S. joined up with 11 other countries to start work on a $23 billion permanently manned space station. Secretary of State Schultz signed the go-ahead agreement on the Space Station Freedom Project yesterday in Washington. The project is described as the largest international venture in history. It is to lay the groundwork for a colony on the moon or a manned mission to Mars. It'll take 22 shuttle flights over a 3-year period to put all the hardware for the station into orbit.
The leadership of the Soviet Communist
items, including meatballs with barbecue sauce, macaroni and cheese, green beans and mushrooms, and shrimp cocktail.
They can choose pretty much what they want. We do keep track of the caloric intake and the other nutrients.
Each astronaut is allotted 3,000 calories a day, plus extra food for snacks. And food specialists try to keep the menu balanced.
We did discover when we got on orbit there were a few items added to each of our menus, in addition to the things we had selected, which I guess they felt they would hope we would eat, perhaps without noticing, because they would add some nutrition that perhaps we had overlooked.
All the variety is available because of high-tech processing like dehydration, thermostabilization, and freeze-drying. Some foods, like pudding, are commercial and simply relabeled and packaged for space. Other foods, like the shrimp cocktail, are processed and packaged at the Boeing complex near the Johnson Space Center. Plastic packages are stripped with Velcro so they remain in place in zero gravity.
Food is stored in pantry lockers in the midsection of the shuttle called the galley. Meals are prepared by adding water to dehydrated foods here and then heated in a forced air convection oven. Some foods don't stay in the lockers very long.
Things like candy and cookies quickly disappear.
So what happens early in the flight is you find a snack locker and you go to it and you take all the stuff out you want, put it in your locker so that, you know, nobody else can get it.
Space sickness can make some astronauts queasy early in flight, so there's soup and crackers on board to smooth troubled tummies. And some menus are peppered with spicy foods to combat complaints that the sense of taste tends to evaporate in space. There aren't too many complaints about the food except for the time it takes to prepare it. Instant coffee takes as long as 20 minutes to heat. And then, of course, what happens if the mission goes into extra days?
And so you're forced the last couple of nights to, you know, you're eating broccoli because that's all there is left. You know, all the good stuff's gone, except what's in your locker.
Carol Potts, CNN, at the Johnson Space Center.
Nutrition News is brought to you by
The experts said they looked absolutely perfect with no signs of problems. The shuttle itself, however, has encountered some problems, but nothing serious. NBC's Dan Molina reports on Discovery's day in orbit.
Good morning, Discovery! Rise and shine, boys.
Comedian Robin Williams had teamed up with flight controllers for the first wake-up call of this flight.
To be free-wheeling on Discovery.
The gag plus some customized music set the tone of the day. The crew was loose. Any tension from launch day was long gone. Dave Hilmers took the microphone.
Vicky and I have been spending the morning working on PPE, the phase partition experiment.
Work on that experiment and several others are the main tasks remaining on the flight. Problems of some concern right now include icing in the shuttle's cooling system. That's raised the cabin temperature to 82 degrees. The crew members say they're comfortable in shorts. Also, an antenna started moving around at random. There was much relief when it was finally fastened down. Overall, the ground team seems very satisfied.
I mean, my goodness, out of all the hardware on board, it's just operating just super. And
that was good news for NASA and for all those who held their breath as Discovery soared into space. It was an especially poignant moment for the families of the Challenger crew. Jane Smith, Challenger pilot Mike Smith's widow.
I remembered the dreams of the Challenger family, all of us who are left behind, and that I feel so strongly, so very strongly, that the Discovery crew, they're unique in themselves, but they take a little bit of us with them. God bless the Discovery crew.
Around the Earth every 90 minutes. Everyone's said to be feeling well, the return home scheduled for Monday. Dan Molina, NBC News at the Johnson Space Center, Houston.
27 pilots, including several who fly for commercial airlines, were indicted today on charges of making
systems and made necessary modifications. NASA is trying to evaluate the shuttle's orbit in its ongoing attempt to put the Challenger disaster behind them. Former Eau Claire County Supervisor Mark Buer
forms to conceal past convictions. Most were
The multi-axis simulator is a device that the astronauts used in the early days to prepare themselves in the event the spacecraft went out of control.
How was it? It was neat. It's hard to know if you're upside down or, you know, which way you're going. Yeah. Okay, Mrs. Roll.
First, when you get in them, they're pretty scary because you don't know what's going to happen. But once you get used to them, they're fun.
This is the underwater astronaut trainer. This is to simulate microgravity because there's less movement in here and you're much lighter.
I brought my wrench.
As the utility officer, I'm going to be going 25 feet down where he's going to be working on fixing a Freon leak. And what I do is if he's wearing very thick gloves, and if he happens to drop a tool, I am the one that goes and gets it. If he needs help, I help him out.
Thank you.
When you're not swimming and you're not going up or down, you're neutral, just like you would float in space. I'd like to see what microgravity is really like, to see if I could compare it to this.
Our connection with NASA and with the training center that we have and all the equipment, we are the next best thing to flying in space. We are giving them a glimpse of the future. We're putting them on a track that we believe that they can accomplish, they can make contributions, and if they find that experience here leads them to make their decision early on, then they can make a contribution to the space program and become an engineer, a scientist, or an astronaut.
We're ready to come home. Shuttle, your approach looks good so far. Maintain your present alignment for docking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We confirm ignition, Houston. It's a smooth burn.
It felt like we were all in charge, and that it was actually real, and that we weren't just kids anymore, that we were actually doing something for real, instead of just dreaming.
That's it. You don't want to eat your Brussels sprouts? Fine. Then get up to your room. You're not going to have anything to eat.
June 21st. Discovery has shed its scaffolding and rolls over to the vehicle assembly building. It's tilted up, mated to its jumbo external fuel tank and to its solid rockets. It's a stack now, waiting for men to ride it.
We are letting ourselves get excited. We're on that up ramp, and I can feel it everywhere. We're just a few days away from rolling this whole massive 4.5 million pounds of machinery out to the launch pad. It's all mated. Discovery's attached to the tank and the solid rockets. We're doing final checks prior to that trip.
After rollout, a tiny leak deep in the orbital maneuvering engine is discovered. There's talk of a rollback, another 2-month delay. But the leak is fixed on the pad. Then in August, the main engines are fired successfully. A week later, in Utah, the O-rings pass a rigorous test. The way is cleared for launch. Finally, the date is set. 2 months before launch, NASA isolates the astronauts from public view. For the world, this mission is a public spectacle. But for these 5 men, it's intimate and highly personal. Dick Covey.
It was something I really, really wanted to do. And I really wanted to do it with the guys that I'm going to get to do it with. A true honor to be selected as a crew member for this next flight. If I thought that we were the only 5 guys in the whole world that were willing to do that, it would be different. But I'm in an office of people that are hungry to go sit on that rocket and go fly it. And I see them and live with them every day. So, you know, I don't see that. I see it, I'm lucky that I get to go do that. They do too. They could go do it.
As we get closer and closer to launch, you want to try to spend as much of those last moments before the flight with your family, your wife. There's so much that you want to tell your family and so many things that you may have neglected over the years, making sure that the family knows how I feel about them, our love for each other. You want to make sure that those things are all brought out and discussed.
We're at the beach house. The astronauts use this a couple days before a flight, or maybe we've tried to launch and haven't launched and we have some hours to kill. It'll be different than the last flight, I think. A little more somber. May have some trouble sleeping the night before, just being keyed up. The pressure is one of, don't let me screw it up. The world will be watching, as they say.
A reason that people watch space flights or watch car races or watch things like that is that because there's a chance of an accident, because it's exciting, and one of the reasons the press covers this sort of event is because of that, kind of maintaining a death watch.
Rick Houck, who bears the burden of command, always enjoys a personal ritual before launch. The trip to the pad, alone, for a moment of reflection.
This machine that is fully fueled, it is poised, it's ready, it's cocked. It's like a gun that's cocked. It's sitting there ready for you. And it's kind of mystical being out there on the launch pad that morning and listening to the sounds that it makes. There's a certain amount of boil-off of the propellants, the liquid oxygen, and so forth. It seems like it's a hissing, breathing, alive machine.
Tuesday on Nova. Hundreds
with liquids and paste.
Problem took time. It involved the weather. Though the day looked good from ground level, the meteorologists reported high-altitude winds were too light for launch. NASA's computers were programmed to deal with stronger winds. Reprogramming would mean a big launch delay.
The weather is unpredictable, and it may get better. And it just takes, we're only about 6% out of tolerance. And just a little change in the wind velocity, we might fly.
The commander, Rick House, pilot Covey, Mike Lowndes, Dave Somers, and Pinky Nelson.
Weather balloons were sent up every hour as the launch was held.
We are adding 1 hour to the built-in hold that we're presently in. We will continue to hold for another hour and 5 minutes while we continue to assess the upper-level winds.
Finally, word came the winds were improving, but still were not right. NASA's top management decided to solve this problem by essentially ignoring their own guidelines for how much wind is safe. But this decision was not made easily.
If you've lived through 51L, you're never going to take it for granted.
T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We're go for main engine start. 7, 6. Start. 3, 2, 1. And liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Oh, I felt about as happy as I ever recall feeling.
Yeah, I actually think my heart stopped. I wanted to see it go so bad, and I'm glad it did.
I cried the whole way up.
This one's for Challenger. And I remember several times when Scobie would say in training, when things were like lagging a little bit, and Scobie would say, time to press on, time to press on. And believe me, when they lit those main engines, all I could think of Scobie saying, time to press on. And I thought, go for it. This is for that whole crew. Their mission continues.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Roger, go.
Discovery given a go at throttle up, 3 engines at 104%, velocity 3,200 feet per second, altitude 10.8 nautical miles, downrange distance 8 nautical miles.
Yeah, that was a tense moment, I think, for everybody here. If you remember, that's when the throttle up part, that's when you blew up last time.
I was thinking only the best. My prayers were with them.
The cloud that's hanging over Kennedy Space Center right now is a glorious sight, unlike that cloud of 32 months ago.
Unless someone else has broken the news already, before we begin, I'd like to tell you that at 11:37, the Space Shuttle Discovery lifted off at the Kennedy Space Center.
20 seconds. 3 engines still running, 104%. Velocity 31.8 nautical miles, altitude downrange distance 38 nautical miles.
As shuttle watchers on Earth headed home, the Discovery astronauts went to work 184 miles above the Earth, sending into orbit a $100 million tracking and data relay satellite, which will relay radio signals between future shuttles and Earth stations. An identical satellite was lost in the Challenger explosion 32 months ago. With the shuttle back in space, the United States and 11 other nations signed an agreement Thursday to cooperate in building the planned American space station to be called Freedom. The project is planned to take 10 years and cost $23 or $24 billion. But Congress has yet to approve the money, And some critics charge that the space station and manned space flight in general is too costly in an era of tightening federal budgets.
Why do these experts on the outside say, no, 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 we can't do it, it's too expensive, it's not safe?
Why do you say that?
Because you want us to spend $500 million for you to go on a joyride.
Standing by to begin, throttle down to 65%.
Start. 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
But NASA isn't sure where it's going. The space agency is bogged down in politics, suffers a lack of leadership, and has little direction.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
The goal was clear 3 decades ago. More importantly, it had the backing of the president and his successor.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Since then, not one American president has wholeheartedly thrown his support behind the space program. The space agency began thinking beyond Apollo. There was talk then of a permanent space station and a manned mission to Mars. The Vietnam War and problems at home quickly evaporated the euphoria of Apollo. The money for space and for a proposed program called the Shuttle was no longer there.
The agency went to the Nixon administration and said, here's a $12 billion program. And the answer was, here's $6 billion, go make it happen.
To make it happen, NASA altered designs and cut corners, promising things a scaled-down shuttle could not possibly accomplish. NASA said it would be an inexpensive way to put payloads in orbit, and talked of 24 shuttle missions a year. Plans and promises, critics say, led to the Challenger accident. This is one of the last of the Saturn V moon rockets. It's a tourist attraction now. Perhaps the biggest mistake NASA made was promising the shuttle would eliminate the need for expendable rockets like this one. Only the Air Force pushed ahead with plans for a new rocket, the Titan IV.
If we had not started these programs at the time we did, and with all the discussion and bloody battles that existed within Washington to get the expendable launch vehicle started, I think we would have had some terrible problems facing our country.
In the wake of Challenger, rocket production began anew, but the damage had been done. In 1987, the Soviet Union launched nearly 100 rockets. The United States managed 8.
They're really beating us now in a lot of areas. Long-duration space flight, obviously. Space station operations. Not a year, 10 years.
America's space station, named Freedom, is at least 10 years away, and its $24 billion price tag is threatening to mothball the entire project. If there is no space station, there is virtually no need for Shuttle. A major part of the Shuttle's reason for being is to carry into orbit sections of the station and then ferry crews back and forth. The station could also be used as a staging area for trips back to the moon and on to Mars.
It's important mainly to man's pioneering spirit. And when I say man, I mean the whole species.
It's too expensive and it's too fragile a technology to build our civilian space program around, and that's what NASA has been doing ever since it started the shuttle, and even after the Challenger accident. We've moved right back to that policy of building around this expensive, fragile technology. I'm talking about taking the space budget and squandering 2/3 of it on manned spaceflight, which has no payoff, and killing off the other things which do give us payoff. The space science, the communication satellites, the weather satellites, those are the things that are productive.
I think the naysayers and those who have been so critical the last 2.5 years, and in most cases terribly unfairly, in my opinion, would try to kill manned spaceflight. And I think that would be a tragic mistake.
We have good plans for how we would go back to the moon, how we would go to Mars. We're just waiting for the authority to go implement them.
Although President Reagan, with his Pathfinder program, has called on NASA and industry to begin developing the technology for such missions, there has been no commitment, no ironclad long-term goal.
I think what is necessary for our nation at this point of time is to lay out a program which has a sustained growth gradually moving out into space with significant events along the way.
America needs to understand where it's going
in space, and that evolves, and we need the continued support of the Congress and of the people.
Right now, there is little support from Congress or the American people, and NASA is falling further and further behind. A Soviet probe is right now on its way to a rendezvous with Mars. A Soviet space station is orbiting the Earth. The European Space Agency has captured almost half the commercial space business. The United States has no vehicle capable of carrying huge next-generation payloads into orbit. Plans are on the drawing board, but won't be reality until the 21st century.
I think the organization is viable, strong, trying to do what it was set up to do, which was make America a leader in space for the whole world to see.
But if critical long-term goals are not set soon, Discovery and the vehicles that follow it could be shuttles to nowhere.
Riding the fire, the big story this week. This is Don Miller, CNN.
Lunchtime, there were fond recollections of past chili cook-offs in Houston as the crew munched their space food.
The commander would like to talk, but he's all tied up. He wants to show you his peanut butter and jelly tortilla.
The chores of the day included work on an experiment devised by a student from St. Louis. Lloyd Bruce, now a college senior, watched it all proudly and recalled how he became fascinated with space.
I guess it all goes back to my interest in Star Trek and comic books.
Imagination from one student. From another student, worries. Commander Rick Houck read a letter sent to him by P.J. Morgan of Brooklyn.
Dear Mr. Houck, I'm a worried 14-year-old that is worried about the future.
Houck was moved by P.J.'s concerns about America's capacity to do great things. And when he read the letter in space, the boy and his family were startled.
And my mother woke me up, and I was still half asleep, but I was astounded about it.
Some practice putting on the pressure suits used for re-entry, and the crew settled down after one more successful and satisfying day in space. Dan Molina, NBC News at the Johnson Space Center, Houston.
Across this desert landscape and generally clear skies. It seems like old times out here, with thousands having camped out during the night to get front row seats for today's landing. Perhaps 200,000, including Vice President Bush, are scheduled to be here are ultimately expected here this morning. The last 8 landings occurred here, including a pre-dawn landing of Columbia just 10 days before the Challenger accident. While Discovery's astronauts have been running through their last-minute checkouts, recovery crews here at Edwards have been staging their own simulations. One of them just yesterday, when the 30 vehicles comprising the recovery convoy swarmed over a mock-up of the shuttle nose section. Discovery will land on runway 17, a 7-mile strip of lake bed with plenty of margin for error. And again, today's landing is scheduled for a little after 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, a little over 4 days after launch from the Florida launch pad. Lynn?
David, why did they pick Edwards Air Force Base? They do have the Kennedy site.
They do have the Kennedy site. The astronauts have far more experience with Edwards Air Force Base. The first landings were here. In fact, 18 of the 24 landings have been conducted here. And it's a big, broad lake bed, 44 square miles. This is the biggest runway. The one they will use here is the longest, widest, most forgiving runway at Edwards Air Force Base. And in the spirit of caution that has sort of governed this first post-Challenger flight, that's the runway that was selected. Edwards was selected.
Thank you very much, David. Charlie?
A long way from the old splashdown days. This is a morning filled with anxious waiting for the families of Americans held captive in Lebanon. It promised to free one of... Glad to have planned touchdown at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Discovery astronauts are buttoning down the spacecraft in preparation for the return to Earth. Bruce Hall is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and he has the latest. Good morning, Bruce.
Good morning, Charlie. Well, the flight controllers here have had an easy morning because the astronauts have been very busy. They've done very little talking with the mission controllers here on the ground at Johnson Space Center. They're getting ready to come back home, re-enter. And what we have here is, this is the way the shuttle is flying or will be flying, upside down and backwards. First thing they have to do is to close the payload bay doors. Then they will be firing these rockets back here to slow them down. They're going now at a rate of 17,500 miles per hour. When they fire these rockets going backwards, it'll slow them down by 223 miles an hour. That's all they need to be able to then flip over and fall out of orbit, come back to Earth. Now the shuttle sort of falls like a brick, but it's like a very finely tuned brick as it comes out of orbit and heads for Edwards Air Force Base.
So it's as routine as it may look, when you see the shuttle land on the airstrip there, it looks like an airliner coming in for a landing, but there's a little more to it than that, isn't it?
Actually, it's a very complex landing because you only have one chance at it. The engines are not running at the time. It is coming in. It's a glide path, and you have to glide exactly to Edwards Air Force Base, and there is no chance of an error because you have no second chance at all.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce at the Johnson Space Center. Whenever a space shuttle flies, it draws a crowd, and there's a big one gathering this morning at Edwards Air Force Base in California, where Discovery is due to touch down shortly after 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. David Dow is standing by now at Edwards. Good morning, David.
Well, good morning, Charlie. In just over 5.5 hours, we'll see something on the desert lake bed here behind me in the darkness that we haven't seen since 10 days before the Challenger accident, a shuttle landing. The crew will use runway 17, a 7-mile long strip of that lake bed, running roughly north and south. Meanwhile, it's already looking a lot like some of the early shuttle landings, with thousands camped out overnight on the lake bed to ensure a good vantage point on history. And even as the early birds were stirring, thousands more were arriving. Later, Vice President Bush will be here too. Yesterday, the 30 vehicles and 150 men and women of the shuttle recovery crew ran through their final exercise and pronounced themselves ready. Their job, to ensure that Discovery is safe, free of any toxic gases before the astronauts step out after their 4-day flight. The weather station here has been making regular checks of winds, and there seems to be it's not going to work that way. And it will be longer, perhaps up to an hour before the astronauts are allowed to step out of Discovery and down to Earth for the first time in 4 days. Part of that is due to the fact that they will wear, through the ascent phase of this mission, the big bulky 70-pound escape suits that were designed post-Challenger, especially for the astronauts to use during re-entry and, of course, during the launch. And it'll take them a while to get out of those.
From the workers at the Kennedy Space Center and floated around, having a good time. In a final message to the crew last night, a mission control communicator quoted a popular reggae song. He said, "Don't worry, be happy, and come on home, too." And that's the latest from here in Houston. Let's go back to New York. And
dysfunctional families.
Yeah. Carol, when you do these call-in shows, I mean, we...
Bye, Billy Ray. Let me have 2 eggs over here. Eugene, great business. Hey, how you doing?
One out of every 5 people who try cocaine get hooked. But that's not your problem. Or is it?
Each and every one of us is a miracle. Now, for the first time, you'll see why in the Miracle of Life home video cassette, the Emmy Award-winning first filmed record of human conception. It's perfect for the whole family. Available in VHS or Beta, only $24.95. To order, call 1-800-257-1257. Use your credit card or send $24.95 plus $3.50 postage and handling to Miracle of Life, Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia 30306.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting Systems.
Once again, we are watching very closely reports from several sources, the latest being from CBS News that some American hostages may soon be freed from their captivity in Beirut. CBS News is reporting the Syrian government has told the U.S. government that one hostage will be released from captivity in Beirut in about an hour or two. No specific word on who that may be. There have been other reports, including one last week by an Israeli newspaper, saying that several of the hostages, several Americans, may soon be freed. CNN World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter at the State Department reports U.S. State Department officials seem very optimistic about prospects for the imminent release of one or more American hostages. Begleiter quotes a State Department official as saying this situation is very ripe. These signs, he's quoted as saying, are riper than any we've seen in a long time. He's presumably using the term ripe in context of fruition, that is, in terms of the negotiations that have been carried on behind the scenes by we know not who, aimed at the freeing of the American hostages. As we say, we're watching the story closely, and we'll have details as we learn more.
It's now 31 minutes past the hour. Let's take a look at business and financial news with Bill Hartley, standing by in New York. Bill.
Marianne, the stock market is slipping badly in this first days of this week's trading. The market moved into double-digit negative figures and is continuing to drop. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average off 19 1/5 points and still sliding. Volume, 53 million shares, moderately active. The broader market also taking a tumble. For every single stock rising, more than 3 are falling. This is sending the New York Stock Exchange Composite Index down 1 1/fraction. Standard & Poor's 500 down by 2 1/fraction. The American Stock Exchange is following the big board right down, off 1 2/3, and the over-the-counter market index is showing a decline of 3 points. All in all, not a particularly good start for the week on Wall Street. Oil prices continuing to fall in New York. That on a report that OPEC's pricing committee acknowledges its production quota system is in ruins. The report in the Middle East Economic Review. OPEC Secretary General says if members continue to overproduce, the crude market will collapse and prices could plummet to $5 a barrel. Right now in New York, a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude is down 22 cents. It's at $13.15 a barrel. The Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond has eased from its earlier high on those falling oil prices. It is up by just 2/32 of a point, and it yields 8.98%. The dollar, as you see on your screen, is slightly lower. Traders a bit reluctant to commit until we see U.S. unemployment figures on Friday. Right now, the dollar is off a half a yen on the Japanese currency, 133 2/3, down a half a pfennig on the Deutschmark, 1/4% on the British pound, and off 1.5 centimes on the French franc. Precious metals finally beginning to move. Gold is up by $2.60 an ounce to $397 an ounce. A little profit taking there. Silver is up by 6 cents an ounce to $6.19 an ounce. It has been a busy decision Monday for the Supreme Court, a host of rulings affecting business. First, the High Court cleared the way for Manville Corporation to leave bankruptcy, declined to review a lower court approval of Manville's settlement with asbestos victims. The court also let stand a ruling that reinstated claims by some bondholders in Whoops, the Washington State public power system that defaulted. It also ruled the SEC can impose administrative sanctions on a brokerage firm. That's it for now. We'll have another report in 1 hour or later in the day. At the CNN Business News Desk, I'm Bill Hartley.
I'm Bernard Shaw, again in Atlanta, along with astronaut Bonnie Dunbar. We are coming up on a very critical maneuver, Bonnie, as we've been listening to Mission Control.
I think we're about 30 seconds away from the deorbit burn. Just to show you what it's all about, the orbiter's traveling in this direction. These are the orbital maneuvering system engines on either side. You see the nozzles right here. We're going to slow our orbital speed, and so we'll fire those engines in the direction of our velocity vector.
It's still flying backwards.
It's still flying this way, upside down. After we do that, and we won't actually hear the end of that burn. Now, we'll hear how well it went, probably over Yargity. But then the orbiter will turn forward slightly. We call the angle that we're going to make with the velocity vector as it's dropping now through the Earth's atmosphere and its nose, the alpha, or angle of attack. It'll be about 40 degrees, and then the orbiter will start to enter the Earth's atmosphere like this.
Systems officer reports we're burning and looking good.
That's good to hear.
It is. Both engines are up. Everything looked good prior to the burn, and they were given a go by Mission Control.
Is that a jarring experience?
Perhaps when the engine first starts up, but certainly not compared to the main engines of the SRB.
Lift on, huh?
You notice it in 0G. It will cause you to move a little bit if you're free flying.
Mission Control still receiving data from the burn. All still looks good, according to Propulsion Systems Officer Tony Sakachi.
This burn will last for 2 minutes?
2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Now, throughout this, from now until the orbiter goes into that maneuver where it turns over and it is now coming in nose first. All of this is done by computers.
Yes, we use our computers to put us through all these maneuvers to guide us down until we reach Mach 1. Now remember, when we started the orbit, we were actually 25 times the speed of sound, about Mach 25. And so most of the way down, we're computer guided.
Mission Control Houston, we've gone LOS through the tracking and data relay satellite. As we went over the hill, the burn was proceeding smoothly.
As we come within a few miles of Edwards, we'll actually pass through Mach 1, and that will create the two sonic booms that were referred to earlier. We have two shock waves off the front of the orbiter. They'll hear those at Edwards and possibly LA. Just after that transition, then at 0.95 Mach, then the commander will take control of the vehicle.
And once the orbiter is in the attitude you described, the 40-degree angle, that's where all of that improved coating that's been put on the shuttle will come into play. They'll be watching that very closely.
Most of the thermal protection system has been untouched. It's been performing quite well, but we have made some upgrades to those areas which see particularly high heating, such as around the wing coves and elevons, and we've actually paid particular attention to an area just right below the nose.
Why is that critical there?
Well, the nose is actually not the tile. It's a reinforced carbon-carbon. You'll see somewhere around 2,900 degrees Fahrenheit, as will the wing leading edges. But there are tile right behind here, and we have seen a little softening of the coating called slumping in previous flights, so we're beefing that up. We've paid particular attention to it this flight, but on the next orbiter, we're actually replacing that and putting reinforced carbon-carbon there.
More than 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Do you experience a rise in temperature in the cabin as you're coming down?
No, not really. The thermal control system, you know, we've been discussing the flash evaporators, ammonia boilers over the last few days. They keep the internal cabin very comfortable.
Bonnie Dunbar. Marianne and Bob will be back very shortly as we continue awaiting the arrival of the orbiter, and we'll be coming up at 12 Eastern Time with a special report to follow them all the way down to touchdown.
It's all yours. Oh. Grapefruit juice?
No, Ocean Spray Pink Grapefruit Juice Cocktail. It's not what you think.
What do I think?
You think it's bitter.
So I was wrong. It's not bitter. It's sweeter.
Refreshing?
That too.
It's all yours.
Ocean Spray Pink. It's not what you think.
In voting for European Car of the Year, judges should consider the following criteria. Performance. Handling and general roadworthiness. Safety. Comfort.
Introducing the front-wheel drive Peugeot 405, voted European Car of the Year by the widest margin in history.
The #1 fitness exercise in the world is cross-country skiing. And now it can be duplicated in your home with Easy Glider. Just 20 minutes every other day, an hour a week is all it takes to strengthen and firm all major muscle groups and lose weight aerobically. You can burn up to 360 calories per workout, plus tone chest, arms and back, calves, thighs, and buttocks. Notice the quality construction of the sturdy metal frame. This handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage. Other ski simulators cost as much as $500, but Easy Glider is just $59.95. And your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Grab the bargain. Call toll-free now.
To order your Easy Glider, call 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Use your credit card to avoid COD charges or send check or money order for $59.95 plus $9 shipping and handling to Easy Glider, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. But for faster service, call 1-800-257-1257.
Why wait for next week's poll? Track the presidential race daily with the Insiders, the CNN Hotline Tracking Poll, every weeknight at 6:30 Eastern only on CNN.
Checking one of our top stories in this hour of Day Watch, the Supreme Court opened its fall term this morning, this being the first Monday in October. Already on the docket, some controversial issues such as the death penalty, affirmative action, and civil rights. This morning, the justices also issued a series of decisions about the other cases they will hear in this session, and these include whether a nativity scene and a menorah may be displayed at public buildings in the city of Pittsburgh.
About 1,000 homeless people in Philadelphia are back in shelters today after an uncertain weekend. On Saturday, homeless men, women, and children were evicted from 20 private shelters during a contract dispute between the city and the shelters. Philadelphia officials said they had relocated all of the people in city facilities by Sunday afternoon. The director of the homeless program said the city will sever ties with the private shelters, which sent nearly 1/5 of the people living in Philadelphia shelters onto the streets.
Embroideries inspired by ancient Japan have been woven into designer Mary McFadden's new evening collection. Style editor Elsa Klench has a look.
New York designer Mary McFadden takes inspiration for her fall collection from ancient Japan. Mary spent a holiday in Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan. There she read the classic Tale of the Genji by Lady Murasaki. Lady Murasaki wrote her story 1,000 years ago and had it illustrated by one of the great painters of the period. It's from the paintings that McFadden got many of her ideas, particularly for fabrics.
What about the fabrics? What exactly are they? Taffetas, chiffons, velvet?
Beautiful tapestries in wool. We have beautiful hand-painted coats and jackets that look like paintings. And then, of course, the embroideries totally look like parts of the Genji illustrations. And the colors of this collection are quite different from my usual palette. There's a rust, a very beautiful shibori brown, which I've never used before. Some very beautiful dark reds, of course gold, and black and white, of course.
Now for evening, what's the most glamorous part of the evening?
The most glamorous part of the evening are some of the most breathtaking embroideries that you'll probably ever see.
And the embroideries are done in beading, in cord?
They're done in everything. They're done in Zardozi technique, in sequence, in over-embroidered sequence, in chenille and gold threads, and semi-precious stones.
The more luxurious a dress is, the better it sells, isn't it?
That's what we found. The more extraordinary the dress is, the more likely it is to become a collector's item or something that's extraordinary.
That's Mary McFadden with her fall collection. Elsa Klench, CNN, New York.
The gold necklace, please. Oh, it's a gorgeous piece. I know. I've had my eye on it for quite a while.
You know, it's one
and
of
I sort of... Oh, please, go ahead. Well, sometimes I think you just have to. So, you don't have to wrap it. You'd like to wear it? When you really want to treat yourself. Absolutely. Nothing makes you feel as good as gold.
The mood is cotton, the moment your own. Abandon yourself to the feel. So comfortable, easy and calm. Embrace the feeling. Take comfort in cotton.
Find true performance in the Joan Voss USA collection of all cotton and cotton blend knitwear.
Imes Cat Food asks, what would happen if cats ran the world? People would average 67 naps a day. Chasing balls of yarn would replace baseball as the great American pastime. And people would have to buy their cats Imes cat food, sold only at pet stores. Because the nutrition in Imes makes a healthy difference you can see and your cat can feel. Imes, special pet foods found only at special places.
I know, off the couch.
Oatmeal Raisin Crisp?
Taste what they've done to my oatmeal.
Oatmeal Raisin Crisp, the nutrition of whole grain oats and crispy flakes with raisins, bits of almonds, and a touch of brown sugar.
Taste what they've done to oatmeal.
Don't be a baby. If you don't take your cold medicine, how are you ever going to feel better? Try NyQuil Cherry flavor. It's the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest in a great cherry flavor medicine.
On CNN, Shuttle Discovery returns to Earth today, and CNN puts you on the sidelines live. Stay informed. Stay with CNN.
There have been reports through the morning of some movement imminent in the hostage crisis situation in Lebanon. Reports to the effect that an American hostage perhaps is about to be released, or perhaps even is on his way to freedom. CNN's Mary Tillotson has just emerged from a White House briefing during which that subject came up. Mary, what is the official, if any, word on the hostage situation?
The official word here, Reed, is caution. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says that the United States has been told through its embassies in the Middle East that some nations there expect a hostage to be released possibly within hours. Fitzwater says the White House has not been told who the hostage would be, whether the hostage would be an American, though that is implicit in the rumors that are running around Washington today. CNN's Ralph Begleiter in New York is being told by State Department officials who are there for the UN General Assembly session that the situation today for a hostage release, quote, seems very ripe. Fitzwater is playing it much closer to the vest. He says that there have been similar hints of hostage releases previously through third countries in the region, but that they have not come true. Fitzwater maintained that there has been no direct contact between the United States and any kidnappers. He said there has been no deal done, no bargain struck for the release of any hostage in the Middle East, though he did maintain there are constantly third-party conversations going on throughout the country, individuals and governments attempting to get those hostages released. As you said, the rumor is that this could be happening within hours. And it is likely, if it does, we will all get that word first from the Middle East. Fitzwater did say that if the hostage release comes true today, as of course people here are hoping, that he'll come back and tell us more about it. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
Mary, it was said earlier the spiritual leader of the Hezbollah, the Party of God in Lebanon, Sheikh Fadlallah, had been quoted as saying rather cryptically and a little bit convolutedly that something was up, and he indicated it was a big power play. That is, it was being waged at the higher levels of diplomacy and was no longer really in Lebanese hands. Was Fitzwater asked anything about that?
Yes, he was asked whether any hostage arrangement for a release had to do with any power shakeup in Lebanon, and he would not touch that. He had talked with reporters about the assassination attempt on Rafsanjani Friday and said there was nothing to add to that. I think it logical, until we have a hostage either safe or it's clear that that is not going to happen today, that everybody in the government is going to try and keep their mouths shut about it until that person is actually out, if that happens.
Thank you. That's CNN's Mary Tillotson reporting live from the White House, and of course CNN will follow the story until the very end of it. Bob?
Reed, coming up now to 11 minutes before the hour, Jim Huber joins us from the CNN Sports Desk. Good morning, Jim.
With the end of the beginning or something like that. Yeah, the torch is out in Seoul, South Korea. The end came with grand pageantry, as it is supposed to when you only celebrate such moments every 4 years. The torch passed now to Barcelona. But the memories of this 24th Olympiad in Seoul will remain indelible forever, and not just to the golden either, as our man at the Games, Michael Kamen, describes in his wrap-up.
Matt Biondi, 7 medals, 5 of them gold. Florence Griffith Joyner, 4 medals, 3 gold. For Carl Lewis, 2 gold medals, 1 silver. Janet Evans won 3 gold medals. Those are some of the numbers, but when it comes to the Olympians, the numbers don't mean nearly as much as the memories.
It's a great feeling to be here, to compete, to represent the United States, and I'm happy.
Made a lot of good friends and had a good time. The Olympic experience, of course, is amazing. Every time I see an award ceremony, that'll be with me for the rest of my life. So I've got a lot of good memories.
The strongest memory is that I came here with an objective and a goal to run the best I could and perform my best level, and I feel I achieved that. This is the greatest meet I've ever competed in, and it's just, to come to the Olympics, to compete for yourself, to compete for the United States, and to run your best competition when everyone's rooting for you is tremendous.
I'm happy. I took the gold in the 400 meters, and we took the gold in the 4x4. What more can a 19-year-old ask for? I'm just happy.
I'm gonna have some sorrow, and I'm gonna have some painful moments, but I'm also gonna have a lot of good memories, because this has been the greatest amateur event there is, and I was a part of it, and it's going to be with me for a very long time.
The good and the bad, I think, has made it special. The good, of course, me winning my bronze medal after 3 attempts being on the Olympic team. But the bad, and probably the most overwhelming memory, I think, for all of us, is going to be the tragedy of Ben Johnson, which will, in some ways, is going to be good for all of us because it's going to clean the sport up.
The people of Seoul will also have long-lasting memories of these games. The venues that were built for the competition will remain long after the athletes are gone. Evidence that this was a proud host city. And already new athletic shrines are under construction in Barcelona, Spain, where in 4 years the world's best will gather once again for the games of the 25th Olympiad. In Seoul, I'm Michael Kalman, CNN Sports.
Much will change between now and then, however. Will the NBA get involved in the games? Will boxing be banned? They're talking about it. Will the users or discoverers be winning when they next test for Olympian drugs? It will be a lively 4 years. It always is. More sports all day long. Highlights from the Saints and the Cowboys, plus locker room talk here tomorrow morning. For now, I'm Jim Huber, and the news continues right after this.
In voting for European Car of the Year, judges should consider the following criteria. Performance, handling and general roadworthiness, safety, comfort.
Introducing the front-wheel drive Peugeot 405, voted European Car of the Year by the widest margin in history.
Who are the brightest kids in America? A recent national test showed moms preferred new, thicker Vivid over Clorox 2. They rated Vivid higher for making colors and whites look cleaner. They said new, thicker Vivid gets out stains better than Clorox 2. And they rated thicker Vivid higher than Clorox 2 at whitening whites. So, who are the brightest kids in America?
Mine are. Don't just get them clean, get them Vivid.
I was fortunate to be one of the first men to walk on the moon. And like you, I'm celebrating the rebirth of America's manned space program, the launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Now you can have this $5 commemorative coin marking this historic event. This legal tender coin is being issued by the Republic of the Marshall Islands, where America has an important space tracking station. This $5 coin is about the same diameter as a silver dollar, but even thicker, and painstakingly minted in a proof-like finish. Issued on Discovery's launch date and minted only in 1988, this historic coin is available at its $5 face value only for a short time and in a limited quantity. It's a tribute to America's determination and the undaunted courage of our astronauts.
Order your Space Shuttle Discovery $5 coins today for yourself or as a gift. Pay only the $5 face value plus $1 each for delivery. There is a limit of 5 coins per order. Call this number now.
Every time you check channels, check CNN, because a world of surprises is waiting for you at the push of a button. CNN. Stay informed.
All creatures, great and small, were honored this weekend at the world's largest Gothic cathedral. Hundreds of birds and beasts were blessed at the 4th annual Feast of St. Francis in New York's St. John the Divine Cathedral. People brought all kinds of pets and wild animals to share in God's graces. And as one minister put it, things did get a bit hairy at times. But while some animals were somewhat rambunctious, the ceremony generally remained quite humane. A small Pennsylvania community shows how one can bridge the gap between the needs of the public and slow-moving government agencies. The citizens of Sparta Township grew tired of waiting for the state to replace a nearby road bridge, so they built their own. The material was donated by business firms and neighbors, and the span was completed in 2 days for just under $8,000. The state now plans to build a permanent bridge in about 2 weeks. The price tag on that structure will be more than $200,000.
That is this hour of Day Watch. Thanks for being with us. I'm Marianne Laughlin.
I'm Bob Kane. Stay tuned for CNN's continuous live coverage of the shuttle landing. Next.
Think of the tens of thousands of products we Americans manufacture and use every day. Some are complicated, some are very simple. Some have instructions, some seem very familiar. And sometimes, because of a defect or a manufacturer's failure to inform a consumer, a product backfires. If you are injured because of a product defect, be certain you choose experienced legal representation quickly. Call Charles Jordan, attorney at law. A fair settlement is no accident. Don't get burned.
If you thought this was your only source for in-depth quality reporting, think again. Now there's World Monitor with anchor John Hart and 22 bureaus around the world. Watch and you'll understand how and why the world reacts to the issues and events that shape our lives. Because World Monitor covers the most important story of all. People. World Monitor. A daily look at the human experience. Only on the Discovery Channel, weeknights at 11 Mountain, 10 Pacific.
What happened the last time you had your carpet cleaned?
We called a discount outfit, and the crew they sent out wasn't quite what we expected.
Ours dried okay.
But then it shrank.
We had them steam cleaned.
And they took a while to dry.
Next time, call ChemDry. Our patented carbonated method gets carpets cleaner, and they dry faster, too, without shrinkage.
Call ChemDry of Eau Claire at 835-7710.
Weekends were made for football on ESPN. Saturdays bring you a thundering herd of the nation's top college teams. Watch ESPN Saturday Stampede of live action. NFL Sunday Night Football returns October 30th when the Super Bowl champion Washington Redskins battle the Houston Oilers. Join Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann for ESPN's NFL Sunday Night Football. Football weekends are made for you on ESPN.
This first Monday in October is going to be like, well, all the Mondays so far we've seen this summer in the West, 80s, 90s, and 100s. Another warm, typical day there. But very unusually cool air is coming in here. The northern plains, 40s, 50s, and 60s. This is winter's, or actually fall's first real cold push, and it'll be pushing southward and eastward the next couple of days. 80s will still be found with the rain and a severe thunderstorm watch in effect southern Georgia, northern Florida. 80s there today, also more 80s in southern Texas. In a moment, we're going to check some forecasts out.
Choose any one of these syrups for your cough, and you might as well choose them all, because they all use the same cough suppressant. All except Benylin. Only Benylin gives you the choice of diphenhydramine, a unique cough suppressant for maximum relief and fast. So choose any one of these, or choose Benylin, the only choice to help stop your cough.
It's just about 9 o'clock in the West, 12 noon Eastern. The news will continue right after some forecasts.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
This is a CNN special report. America's space mission, the landing of Discovery. Now from CNN Center in Atlanta, Bernard Shaw.
As they waited Edwards Air Force Base in California, there in the Mojave Desert, we have just entered day 4 of America's return to space. We're less than 40 minutes away from the scheduled landing of STS-26, the Shuttle Discovery, the reusable spacecraft which soared into orbit last week, carrying 5 men, a handful of scientific experiments, and a heavy responsibility, the future of this nation's space program. So far, the flight must be considered an unqualified success. There have been some glitches, but NASA reminds us this shuttle may be the most complex piece of machinery in the world. The reusable and redesigned solid rocket boosters, which pushed Discovery off the pad on Thursday, have been recovered, and they are said to be in the best post-flight condition of any boosters ever. What's left then is the landing. We get an update on the shuttle status from our colleague and technical advisor, Bonnie Dunbar.
Well, good morning. The shuttle completed its deorbit burn quite successfully and is now a glider coming back into the Earth's atmosphere. And about 6 minutes, about 8 minutes after the hour, it'll be passing through about 400,000 feet, and it'll be about 4,100 miles away from the United States. And shortly after that, we'll pass through 200,000 feet, where we'll see peak heating and a communications blackout.
What attitude is the orbiter in right now?
Well, the orbiter is in an attitude slightly nose up if it's traveling this way. It is banking as required and using onboard computers and guidance and navigation to bring it to a point at the Edwards Air Force Base to land on runway 17.
And they are still in what's called the blackout now?
Well, they haven't quite reached the blackout. 400,000 feet is called entry interface, and it's really the point at which we say the atmosphere starts to begin. When we hit 200,000 feet, we're seeing a lot of friction caused by the atmosphere. It's heating up the tiles, and it's also causing the communications to black out. There's actually a disassociation of molecules on the bottom of the orbiter.
Look at these crowds out here at the Mojave Desert. A live helicopter shot of the people who've come here with campers. Greg Lamont said they had to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, West Coast time, just for the CNN people to get into position. NASA is going to be watching very closely to see how the brakes and the landing gear on this orbiter perform when they touch down. Bonnie, why do the astronauts not like to land at the Kennedy Space Center?
Well, it's not a matter of not liking to or not wanting to. This orbiter is landing with 194,000 pounds on 6 tires.
My goodness.
At 200 miles per hour. And it's a lot of technology development to carry that load. It depends on runway conditions and so forth. So we're doing a lot of testing on nose-wheel steering and the brakes themselves, the structural parts of the landing gear to ensure that if we lost a tire, we could still steer the orbiter.
If you are just joining us, what you're looking at is an aerial view of hundreds and thousands of Americans who pulled into the area at Edwards Air Force Base in California. They are waiting what you are waiting for, the landing of the Shuttle Discovery. 7 seconds after the shuttle lifted off, control shifted from the Kennedy Space Center to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Now, while Johnson still controls the mission, focus is shifting west, here, as we say, to Edwards Air Force Base in California. Discovery should be there within 40 minutes, and our Greg Lamont has been there all morning. Greg?
Well, Bernie, we are now about 30 minutes away from what an expected crowd of 340,000 here at the dry lake bed at Edwards Air Force Base showed up for. The landing of Discovery, marking the first shuttle flight in 32 months since the Challenger disaster. Now, many of the folks that we've been talking to, both with NASA and just spectators out here, say that while the Discovery mission will not heal the wounds of or what I should say is won't take away the pain that was caused by the Challenger disaster, it will go a long way toward healing their wounds. Also, everyone that we've talked to, everyone in this case, both young and old alike, say that the shuttle is our future in space and that we must go on. Now, the anticipation is centering on 2 sonic booms. When Discovery hits the landing turf, spacecraft will be coming from a northeasterly direction on final approach up the coast of California from Los Angeles. Discovery will be traveling at more than 4 times the speed of sound, and when it enters the atmosphere, thus the 2 sonic booms. It will be coming in at a steep angle before leveling out. It will have no power, 1 chance at it. It'll be gliding. When it lands, it will do so at 200 miles per hour on runway 17, which is 7.5 miles long. It's the longest runway at Edwards. Once Discovery hits the runway, a convoy of 175 people in an assortment of vehicles will rush onto the hard, unpaved surface of Rogers Dry Lake Bed. They did so about a half an hour ago in preparation for the landing. Convoy will spend about an hour safing the orbiter to make sure hazardous vapor levels, such as hydrogen and methane gas, are below dangerous levels. They will also be attaching lines to cool the orbiter. When the vehicle and the area around it, which is a 1,250-foot secure area, are declared safe, Vice President George Bush will go out to greet the 5 astronauts at the bottom of the stairway outside the shuttle. The fact that it will take an hour to do so just goes so much more in telling us that NASA and everybody associated with the shuttle program, the word that they want to use now is caution. Nothing is taken for granted. Landing, takeoff, the mission itself. Greg Lamont, CNN, reporting live from Edwards Air Force Base.
Thank you, Greg. We are going to pause for a moment and go live to Washington and our colleague Reed Collins, who has an update on the hostage situation. Reed?
Bernie, what little we know is that the State Department has said, for the record, the situation appears to be ripe for the release of one, perhaps more, of the hostages held for so long in Lebanon. There are broadcast reports that some release has, in fact, been made. CBS News and NBC say an American hostage has, in fact, been sent on his way, at least, to freedom. NBC News identifies the released hostage as Alan Steen. He is a professor from Boston, Massachusetts. Professor Steen was kidnapped in January of 1987. He was one of those who were teaching at Beirut University College in West Beirut when all 3 of them were grabbed that one January 24th of 1987. We stress there is no confirmation of this report that the released hostage is Professor Steen of Boston, nor in fact is there any official confirmation that any hostage at all has been released. At least no official confirmation of what has been a rampant and rapidly developing rumor throughout the morning. We do have these reports, though, that one American hostage has been released, an unconfirmed report, additionally unconfirmed identification that it is Alan Steen. Bernie?
Thank you, Reed. Back out at Edwards Air Force Base in California, as Greg Lamont reported, all is in readiness. Several 100,000 people are out there parked in their campers, their vans. They have tents. They're under umbrellas. There's a VIP section. Barbara Bush, the wife of the presidential candidate George Bush, the vice president, is there. And the political fragrance of his presence is quite pungent. The Bush campaign wants very much to have that picture, that prized picture of the vice president greeting the astronauts. And of course, if critics say that this is a political statement, a political presence by the vice president, he can always argue that he's vice president of the United States, heavily involved in the space program, and so it goes. We will continue our coverage of the return of the Shuttle Discovery after these messages.
You don't have to go. You can't see 5 feet in front of you.
I get all over this.
I could tell them you memorized the eye chart.
I love you.
Jim!
Look! My Liberty Bond! And maybe you'll come back sooner!
For that, I'll do anything.
Charlie Merrill helped Americans protect their country and savings. Today, Merrill Lynch can help find a safe haven for your money. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
I was in agony. I hurt all over. The doctor said there was no permanent damage. He gave me a different medicine. It's in these little yellow Nuprin. Got rid of that pain. Know what else? It works great on my tough headaches.
Nuprin. It's not aspirin, not Tylenol. It's ibuprofen.
2 Nuprin stop my headaches better than extra-strength Tylenol. And Nuprin's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Nuprin. Little, yellow, different, better.
It even worked on my worst pain.
CNN, the leader in live news coverage and more. Delivering more business news programming than any other broadcast network.
CNN Business News has learned
series and specials that explore and investigate.
You can cure AIDS?
Sports coverage that goes beyond the scores.
Well, how dirty is it? What happens? Is it drugs?
Award-winning programs, both entertaining.
He's sitting there like he's in Rockaway in a beach chair.
And provocative.
Are you comparing?
CNN, it's not just news. It's real live.
Again, the scene at Edwards Air Force Base in California in the Mojave Desert. Everybody is waiting with anticipation. The Shuttle Discovery is en route home. A crowd estimated now at upwards of 400,000 spectators out there. We should remind you that we'll be checking in with Washington and Reed Collins for any breaking developments involving the hostages. As I mentioned just a moment ago, Johnson Space Center still plays a vital role in getting Discovery home safely. Let's check in with our John Holloman, who can tell us about the mood at Mission Control as landing approaches. John?
That's right, Bernie. It's running like clockwork here at the Johnson Space Center right now. Mission controllers say the orbital maneuvering system motor burned exactly for the right amount of time. The shuttle was over the Indian Ocean when that happened. There's the capsule communicator, the man who will be in contact with the crew as soon as they come out of this area where they can't communicate. The shuttle is coming closer and closer to Edwards Air Force Base every minute. It'll be on the ground right on schedule based on some information we just heard. Here's what's happening on the shuttle right now. The crew is turning off the steering system that they use only when the shuttle is in space. It's a series of thruster rockets used to turn the shuttle when it rolls or moves up and down. The steering system that's used when the shuttle is not in space, but rather in the Earth's atmosphere, has been turned on and checked out. It is working fine. That problem with the cooling system that has plagued the shuttle since the beginning of this mission cropped up again several minutes ago. Something called a flash evaporator kicked out, turned itself off, but the astronauts went through a checklist designed to get it to come back on, and it is back on. Latest word we have from the cabin is the temperature there is 72 degrees, and everything there is, working just as it should. The people who work here include many co-workers of the shuttle crew. Crews for future missions continue their training, but everybody in the astronaut corps is in front of a television set, just as we are right now, watching to see that shuttle touch down on the lake bed in California. Ever since the shuttle lifted off last Thursday from Florida, it's been under the control of the people here at the Johnson Center. They're extremely excited about what is happening right now. My colleague Tony Clark is with many of them in the Space Center's main auditorium. Tony?
John, if there is a place to watch it, and you can't be out at the landing site at Edwards, and you can't be in Mission Control, I think this is the place to watch it. I'm in the auditorium, the visitor center. This is the gathering place for many of the visitors to the Johnson Space Center, many of the employees. As you can see behind me, a large screen television is bringing shots of the landing site so that everyone can see it. The crowd started gathering here about half an hour or so ago. Now, as I look around me, there are 350 people. The numbers keep increasing as people, both NASA employees and visitors, come in. Don Thomas, I'm going to catch some of it. Don Thomas is one of the NASA employees. Don, this is your first time to watch one of the returns here at the Johnson Space Center. Exciting, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. I was out at Edwards for one of the landings live, but if you can't be there, this is the place to be.
What's the feeling here among NASA employees? This has been such a successful mission. I would assume everyone's eager to have it end successfully here quickly, and cheers will go up.
Yeah, I think everybody's really proud about the mission, and I think they're eager for the rest of the country to get behind this and get the space program going again.
Is there a concern, though, that after this mission, there is so much attention at this mission, that maybe the next mission, the mission after that, that interest will wane once again?
I hope not. I hope people will realize that it's always going to be exciting, dangerous, slightly, and adventurous, and we should always be behind this and pay careful attention to them.
Thank you, Don. As I say, it is not just NASA workers who are gathered here. There are people from the Orient back there. There are people from England over there. People from all around the country, all around the world, who have gathered here at the Johnson Space Center just to get a glimpse of the shuttle as it lands. Harry and Grace Prine are from New Jersey. Come on up here. Up from New Jersey, you all have been visiting in Houston, and you thought it would be nice to see this?
That is correct, yes.
Does the shuttle excite you? Is this an exciting time for you all?
Yes, it's very exciting because we've been waiting over 2.5 years for this here to happen.
Grace, what did you think when the shuttle launched last week?
Oh, I thought it was wonderful.
Worried?
Yes, until it got up there.
And now we all wait until it comes down. Thank you. As I say, we are all waiting for a time very shortly now when we can watch the shuttle land at Edwards Air Force Base. And of course, we'll be here getting reaction. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from the Johnson Space Center. Bernie?
And you know, Tony, even as we await the landing of the orbiter and the Discovery crew, one still goes back to yesterday morning, that very emotional moment when the shuttle commander, Rick Houck, led his crew in paying tribute, emotional and thoughtful and moving tribute to the members of the Challenger shuttle crew. It was very moving. Although Commander Houck has given all of us a little bit of a feel for what's going on inside that cabin right now, It's still impossible to fully understand the emotions being played out inside the Discovery. For that kind of insight, we need to talk to someone who's been there. Bonnie Dunbar flew as a mission specialist on Shuttle Flight 61 Alpha, a week-long voyage packed with scientific chores. On board were 3 West German crew members, 4 American colleagues, making for a crowded and multilingual flight. What was this last half hour like? 8 of you rushing toward her.
Well, I think most of us probably were thinking either about our jobs or being very much aware of the onset of gravity.
How does this feel right here, touchdown?
Well, actually, touchdown was very smooth. I was on the middeck. Hank Hartsfield was the commander. It was a very smooth touchdown. As you watch the nose come over, you'll notice that when we finally set down, the nose is slightly down. And because your vestibular system has adapted to 0G, this tends to be sometimes a little disturbing characteristic of coming to 1G. There's a slight sensation of being nose down, as you might imagine. Hank did a nose wheel steering test on this particular rollout. It looked quite well. Of course, we've been working on the landing gear and brakes and steering for quite some time. You'll notice that it is a tricycle type of landing gear. There are only 6 tires. Again, we have over 194,000 pounds when we're empty like this vehicle is coming. So there have been a lot of improvements in work.
On these tires, they're watching these very, very closely. This is a tire test.
Yes, this sled is located at NASA Langley in Hampton, Virginia. And here we're looking at wear. These are Goodrich tires, but they're 16 ply, and we are concerned about surfaces of runways, whether they're wet or dry, and how to keep from wearing the ply off. In fact, we modified the runway at Kennedy to take account for that.
They smoothed out the approach, the grooves in the runway, so it's not bumpy.
Well, we found that at times you could wear off maybe close to 6 plies, and now with that smoothing out effect on the end, we're not finding any ply wear.
And when the Discovery hits the runway, they are going, what, 200 miles an hour, about 3 times faster than a commercial aircraft when it's coming in?
Yeah, it depends on the aircraft. It's 195 knots, about 212 miles per hour. Just to give you an example, the T-38s that we fly land a little less than 155 miles per hour, and a Cessna may land at less than 95, so it's quite fast.
Out at Edwards Air Force Base, you can tell I'm from Washington. At Edwards in the Mojave Desert, the crews are standing by, and this is just an indication of the various vehicles and purposes that they have among the people who will be going out there. The VIPs and other people standing around.
We've always been, I think, fortunate to have a lot of interest in our landings. Of course, Rockwell is in California.
Who are these guys?
They appear to be part of the convoy crew. They're wearing survival oxygen packs. We have many members of this crew, many trucks, as you will see, all with a specific purpose.
Well, we're not too many minutes away from the time when we're going to be hearing those sonic booms. We're going to pause, but we're going to come right back with our coverage of Discovery. They're coming home, and CNN will be here to bring it to you.
Why is this man still up with his cold, sniffling through tissue after tissue, counting his coughs and sneezes, wrestling with aches and pains? Why is he suffering instead of resting? Why? Because he's holding out for the medicine that works best for him. Cherry-flavored NyQuil. It's the great-tasting nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest medicine. In original flavor, too.
It's delicious. I'm shocked.
You've seen these commercials, shot secretly in fine restaurants, but maybe you think, no one in my house would fall for that Folgers switch. Well, now you can find out. Write to Folgers Switch at this address, and we'll send you a high-value coupon for Folgers Crystals and a step-by-step brochure to do the secret switch at home. Folgers Crystals. Find out if someone in your home will say,
"Oh, this tastes just like fresh brew to me. I can't believe it."
No Pringle. Got the fever, got the fever. No Pringle. Got the fever, got the fever. Got the fever, Pringle. We got the fever for the flavor of the rainbow. Zestfully clean. Zestfully clean. You're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean.
Do I look clean to you? Surprise. I'm not fully clean unless I'm zestfully clean. Soap leaves a sticky film on you that won't rinse away, but Zest rinses you fully clean.
Zestfully, zestfully, zestfully clean. You're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean.
On CNN, Shuttle Discovery returns to Earth today, and CNN puts you on the sidelines live. Stay informed. Stay with CNN.
Welcome back, Discovery. The sign reads at Edwards Air Force Base in California, out there in the Mojave Desert, and as each second ticks off, the crew aboard the orbiter Discovery are getting closer and closer to home, and these spectators at the Air Force Base are waiting, and this is the first flag we've seen out there. I suspect we're going to see a lot more, Bonnie. Right now, they're still in blackout.
Very possibly. We should be acquiring communications here soon.
Dr. James Fletcher, the head of NASA there, looking very, very confident, leaning on the rail, Vice President and Mrs. Bush. They are waiting as we wait. In many ways, this has been a simple mission with relatively few experiments. Few chores for the crew, but it is highly packed with emotion. The most emotional moment came yesterday when Discovery's crew remembered the crew which went before them, the Challenger crew. America will never forget that disaster, but this flight may help ease the pain. It has been 32 months since that cold January day. 32 months of often emotional sights and sounds.
7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
Engines throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up. Obviously a major malfunction.
At 11:40 a.m. this morning, space program experienced a national tragedy.
I'm speaking about the weather as it relates to the joint, the O-rings.
But we were not aware, no, sir, we were not aware of any concern at all with the O-rings, let alone the effect of weather on the O-rings.
Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue.
We're getting our house in order. We're getting our act together. We have turned the corner in our recovery efforts.
Take the harnesses off.
That orbiter's in great shape. We don't know anything that we're concerned about on it. It's the best workmanship, I think, that anyone could possibly ask for.
The mark of a great nation, of its greatness, that it can rise again from adversity. And with Discovery, rise again we shall. America, the dream is still alive.
We didn't expect to see a leak. We saw a leak. Wish we had seen it sooner. We didn't.
We have a go for main engine start. 7. We have a cutoff. We have cutoff of the start sequence.
We have main engine start. The motor's up and running. +1.
There were lots of
objectives when we talked about doing an FRF, but the final real mainline thing that we were after was to test the total launch system. I don't know that we needed to go through it twice, but
we are adding 1 hour to the built-in hold that we're presently in. We will continue to hold for another hour and 5 minutes while we continue to assess the upper-level winds. Commander Rittenhouse, pilot Covey, Mike Lowndes, Gary Chalmers, and 12, and 11, 10. We'll go for main engine start. 7, 6, start. 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower. Wow.
Today, up here where the blue sky turns to black, we can say at long last to Dick, Mike, Judy, to Ron and Elle, and to Krista and Greg. Dear friends, we have resumed the journey that we promised to continue for you. Dear friends, your loss has meant that we could confidently begin.
Very interesting. Bonnie Dunbar's listening to the astronauts' mission control, less than 250 miles away from home, and they, the crew, report they can see Edwards Air Force Base in California. Everything is looking very, very good.
To take the data from the TACANs, the landing aids, and allow those to be flowed into the Discovery's computers. Reported he could see Edwards from where he was. They have not yet crossed the California coast.
Discovery Houston, request a state vector transfer to the BFS.
Inward.
Now 170 miles, nautical miles from touchdown. They're at an altitude of about 12,000 feet, velocity 5,530 feet per second.
We're going to pause very quickly here and come right back so we can continue covering the return
to the
of
runway,
Discovery.
151 nautical miles.
You know, hardly any of this stuff can really help me with my schoolwork.
There is something you could have which would help you a lot. Do you know what that is?
No, but I'm afraid you're going to tell me.
Yes. It's the new Encyclopedia Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica. Now you tell me. I've got a report due tomorrow.
On what?
On the exploration of space.
Take a look at this. From the first beeps of Sputnik to the triumph of the Apollo moon landing.
All right. Well, since this has turned out to be a Britannica commercial, I guess you're going to tell me how somebody could get a set.
Actually, I thought I might, yeah.
And I suppose you're going to throw one of those 800 numbers up on the screen. Am I right?
Might as well.
And there it is.
To find out how you can own the Encyclopedia Britannica, just call this toll-free number and we'll send you this free booklet telling you everything you need to know about your key to the information age. And just for previewing Britannica in your home, your family will receive this 3-volume desk reference set. So if you would be interested in owning the new Britannica...
I'm thinking it over.
Just call this number now. Encyclopedia Britannica.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
Searching the skies, there in the center of your screen, the capsule Discovery, the orbiter, as it continues coming down very, very fast, Bonnie Dunbar, approaching Edwards Air Force Base.
Yes, I think that if you were in an airliner approaching this quickly and this fast, you might be rather astounded. Our glide slope to the runway is around 17 degrees. That's about 7 times what you see in a commercial airliner, and our descent rate at this time is about 10,000 feet per minute, which is about 20 times a commercial airliner. However, as we approach the runway on final approach, we will then decrease in that descent rate.
Discovery Houston, take your data to nav.
Roger.
It's Mission Control. Those commands increase the fidelity of the tracking aboard Discovery and puts her more precisely on her energy and ground track and heading into the Edwards area. She's now at an altitude of 84,000 feet, moving at a velocity of 2,400 feet per second, descending at a rate of 274 feet per second. About 57 miles to the runway now.
Does Rick Houck, Commander, have an opportunity now to fly Discovery?
As soon as we transition through the sound barrier, through Mach 1 at 0.95, the commander or pilot, whoever they designate, will take control of the vehicle.
So we still will be hearing the two booms?
You'll still hear the two booms when we transition the sound barrier.
The capsule communicators, you'll see from time to time Blaine Hammond sitting in his shirt sleeves at the console, and the man to his right will be John Creighton.
Houston, we're now looking at Discovery passing overhead from a camera at Dryden Flight Research Facility.
This is the fly-around, isn't it, Bonnie?
Yes, remember we're a glider. There are no engines for a go-around, so we fly a circular path to the runway. That makes certain that we have enough energy so it'd be short to
Status is
make the runway.
right on the money, which means Discovery is coming right down the exact entry and glide slope that is pre-programmed and preferred. Her velocity now 1,300 feet per second. She's at about 62,000 feet. About 32 miles away from touchdown on runway 17 at Edwards Air Force Base.
What are they doing on board right now?
Well, I'm assuming right now that Rick is flying. He is looking out the window through a heads-up display. He has it up. Dick to his right is probably looking at the navigation data.
Approaching a point
and
where
Dave
she
Hilmer's
will intersect the heading alignment circle. She'll be making a left overhead turn.
Dave Hilmer's, who is mission specialist 2 and sits in the center seat, is assisting in all that.
249 degrees. They'll be shooting for the nominal waypoint on the Edwards 17 runway. That she will touch down about 2,000 feet beyond the runway threshold.
For the first time in a long time, they're sitting upright instead of upside down. Of course, they couldn't tell the difference.
Well, that's true. Of course, because they've been in space.
40,000 feet. Velocity 871 feet per second. Verge of intersecting the heading alignment circle.
What a thrill for all the thousands of people on the ground to actually see it.
And it does take a while to pick up. The camera certainly helps.
Flight Dynamics Officer reports Discovery is now on the hat. The heading alignment circle. She's making her left overhead turn and looking good.
They come on final. Dick will be reading airspeeds and altitudes to Rick.
Discovery Houston recommend,
Look at that angle. Look at that angle.
To get close to the runway, it'll pull the nose up.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a loud squeal at the beginning of that transmission.
Roger, copy.
Okay, that sounds good.
Discovery at 23,000 feet. Her range to touchdown about 9.5 nautical miles. She's moving at 663 feet per second. Now at about 20,000 feet.
So
a little
Rick
more
is
than
flying
midway
now.
around her
I'm
left overhead
assuming
turn.
that's true.
As she lines up
I
for
imagine
her
that
approach to the
Dick Covey will probably put the gear down. That'll finally go down about 400 feet above the runway.
Does it bother you to hear spacecraft and ships referred to as she?
I never thought about it.
I just wondered.
Flight Dynamics Officer reports Discovery looking good, rolling on to final.
Some people don't like that. Some women
Now at
don't
about
like that.
14,000 feet, range 8.1
Well, I
nautical
think I'd be
miles.
proud to operate as well as the shuttle does.
'85, November 6th. At this instant, when you were over Edwards Air Force Base, did you sort of wish you could throttle back and go back
on
up?
center line, on glide slope.
Definitely.
Winds are calm.
Looks good.
Looks real pretty.
At 3,000 feet, Discovery will execute her pre-flare maneuver. She's now at about 6,500 feet, descending at a rate of 180 feet per second. Speed 550 feet per second.
He will never forget this experience. Nor will we. Now, this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, here come the gear.
Gear down.
We'll bring the nose up to slow down the descent rate. It's flaring. And he's
The
going to
gear
target.
down and locked. The report from Mission Control.
Everyone watching these tires.
Good landing.
Main gear touchdown. Commander Houck now rotating the nose down, standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
They estimated the rollout here about 9,000 feet.
The national anthem of the United States of America being played at Edwards Air Force Base in California. The Mojave Desert has a visitor. The Shuttle Discovery has returned home safely.
We'll stop.
Roger, we'll stop, Discovery. Welcome back. A great ending to the new beginning.
Thanks a lot.
Discovery Houston.
Convoy, this is Discovery. How do you read? Thank you very much, and I read you loud and clear.
Discovery Houston, 1 Delta.
Roger.
Now all the vehicles are converging on the area where Discovery has come to a halt. The technicians wearing their special equipment in their special van's body, preparing to do a job that's very important.
As the convoy will drive out to the orbiter, as the orbiter shuts down the systems, we'll sniff for gases and so forth and declare the orbiter safe to exit.
And on board, the astronauts still have about...
Copy, umbilical doors.
They still have about 45 minutes of work to do.
And possibly up to an hour by the time they take off the pressure suits they've had on.
I suspect they'll get out of those suits quicker than they normally do.
I suspect that they'll be looking forward to it.
Are you a little wobbly at this point?
I think most of us are. When you've been in space for a while, your vestibular system has readjusted itself, and there is no gravity there, and now you have to deal with it. People tend to feel they're a little heavy, don't lift their feet high enough to climb stairs, take wide berths on corners.
Disregard.
So, if you're just joining us, Discovery is safely home. This is a replay of the landing.
She lines up for her approach to the Edwards 17 runway on the desert lake bed. Flight Dynamics Officer reports Discovery looking good, rolling on to final. now at about 14,000 feet, range 8.1 nautical miles.
Discovery Houston, on center line, on glide slope. Winds are calm. Looks real pretty.
At 3,000 feet, Discovery will execute her pre-flare maneuver. She's now at about 6,500 feet, descending at a rate of 180 feet per second. Speed 550 feet per second. Gear down. The gear down and locked. The report from Mission Control. Main gear touchdown. Commander Houck now rotating the nose down, standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
And I could hear our colleagues here at CNN headquarters in Atlanta applauding. We were applauding mentally. They're back home, and we'll continue our live coverage in just a moment.
Charmin's Living Colors. What a perfect match.
Charmin says colors that match. That's what you'll find. New seafoam green. Colors so fine. New English rose.
We like those.
New sunburst peach. The matching shows. So if you'd like to match your towels and tiles with the perfect match for your bath and your style, you'll love Charmin's New Living Colors. The perfect match.
Quit. Don't bother. We're out of business.
Why?
The Marshall's anniversary party?
As I was setting the table, I noticed them.
Noticed what? Spots on everything. I tried wiping them off.
But maybe they didn't notice.
We noticed.
The party's over for this catering business.
Noticing spots on your dishes? You're not using Cascade. Cascade sheeting action gets dishes virtually spotless.
These dishes look great. It's the back. Oh, can we handle their annual dinner?
Beautifully.
For virtually spotless dishes, nothing beats Cascade.
That's it? That's all?
You gotta be kidding.
It does. Sure? If you thought dental cleanings were easy with Tartar Control Crest,
Can't believe it.
they just got easier. Boy, that was fast. Introducing new and improved Tartar Control Crest.
You're all done? No.
The new Tartar Fighting formula that can actually help stop tartar before it starts. Piece of cake. Tartar Control Crest, the dentist's choice, is now harder on tartar and easier on you.
Thank you very much.
Why is this man being so unfair to his wife? Enjoying his cold relief while she suffers. Feeling no desire to sneeze while she stifles hers. Without all the coughs, the runny nose that torture her night. Resting while she tosses and turns. Why? Because while she took that cold tablet, he took NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest medicine. And parents, ask your pediatrician about new children's NyQuil.
Why wait for next week's poll? Track the presidential race daily with the Insiders, the CNN Hotline Tracking Poll, every weeknight at 6:30 Eastern only on CNN.
There's a lot of feeling, a lot of thinking about what has happened, the landing of the Discovery. Ann McDermott is at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Ann?
Well, Bernie, right now I'm with a couple of NASA employees, Debbie Clyett, close to me, and Evelyn Alexander, and you were obviously understandably proud about what you saw today.
Oh,
Tell me, how was
yes.
it?
It was great. It was
Fantastic.
Have you ever seen landings before?
I have, yes.
How many?
I've seen, I've lost count.
All right, well, how did this one compare?
It was great. It was like brand new all over again.
Why?
After the Challenger, it was just a feeling that we're back in space and we can do it.
Do you think this is going to erase the bad memories of Challenger?
No. No. It'll never erase that.
No, not at all.
But it's hope. It's a new hope. It's a fresh start.
As NASA employees, did you kind of take it personally a little harder, maybe, the Challenger disaster?
I think it hit each one of us individually a certain way. I know it shocked to us, me and my family, because we have been working here for a while.
But today, of course, all attention is focused on Discovery.
Right. It was great.
Tears to our eyes.
Yeah.
Tears to their eyes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Ann McDermott, CNN, reporting live at Edwards Air Force Base. Now back to Bernie Shaw.
Thank you, Ann. At the Johnson Space Center, John Holloman has been there ever since he left the Kennedy Space Center, once Discovery lifted off on Thursday morning. John?
Pretty exciting time here, Bernie. You know, you and I watched that Discovery liftoff together in Florida, and now it's down safely. I'm here with one of the engineers who works at the Johnson Space Center maintaining the equipment that the astronauts train on every day when they are not in the actual shuttle on a mission, Juan Gomez. Mr. Gomez, what did you think when you saw the wheels all touch down a few minutes ago?
Oh, the first few moments, kind of like excited, It brought back a lot of old memories, we hadn't seen this in a while.
Yeah, the people that Ann McDermott was just talking to in California said the same thing. Old good memories.
Old good memories, it really was. We more or less anticipated this would be successful, but then again, there's always that chance, but thank God it would, It was good.
In your work here, do you have much contact with the astronauts, or is mostly what you work on the equipment itself?
No, with the astronauts themselves on that, actually. A lot of the work that I do or work with in turn gets turned over to the astronauts, and they use it for training.
Yeah, when you were down below us here on the floor looking at this on a big television set, and as soon as the touchdown was complete, there was a big cheer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, gosh, like I said, this brought back old memories, and we hadn't seen it for a while, and it just kind of makes us feel good to be back on the road again. That's our business,
Yeah, do you think it's going to be fairly easy for NASA to keep the crews in training for the future missions?
Oh, I would say more likely, yeah.
All right, Juan Gomez, thank you very much.
Another thing, I'm an engineering technician. You said engineer?
Yep.
Engineering technician.
Right, and you're also a very excited man, as are we all.
Yeah.
Bernie, that's it from here for now.
Listening to Mr. Gomez, I'm reminded, if you were with us live yesterday morning, we carried the news conference of the Shuttle Discovery crew, and one of the reporter's questions from the ground from Houston, the reporter asked, what is the contribution of Hispanic Americans to the NASA space program? And Juan Gomez, obviously an example of the contribution made by Spanish-surnamed Americans to this nation's space effort. We will continue our live coverage. Discovery is on the ground, but there's still some buttoning up going on, and we'll bring all that to you when we return.
What are you doing, kid?
Just reading, sir.
Oh, what are you reading?
A research report.
I thought Mr. Merrill wrote those for our clients.
Mr. Merrill wrote this?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
Hey, what do you know, big shot? Our job is to mail them, not read them.
Well, Tim, if I don't read them, how'll I ever get out of the mailroom?
Charlie Merrill believed in research. It's how he built the business. It's why Merrill Lynch is #1 in research today. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Charmin's Living Colors. What a perfect match.
Charmin says colors that match. That's what you'll find. New seafoam green. Colors so fine. New English rose.
We like those.
New sunburst peach. The matching shows. So if you'd like to match your towels and tiles with the perfect match for your bath and your style, you'll love Charmin's new Living Colors. The perfect match.
The weekend's ruined.
It's only Saturday morning, hon.
But here we are with a house full of guests and
Last night's dinner.
I thought it was great.
The food was fine, but there's spots all over my dishes. I wish we eat now.
I didn't notice anything.
Well, Alan, you never notice anything.
I noticed.
Noticing spots on your dishes? You're not using Cascade. Cascade's sheeting action gets dishes virtually spotless.
Brunch is going to be one beautiful meal.
What a great weekend.
For virtually spotless dishes, nothing beats Cascade.
Remember when we said that stuff about for richer, for poorer?
I do.
Well, then how come your coffee looks darker than mine?
Mine's decaffeinated Folgers Crystals. Yours is the decaffeinated you always drink.
Did you use the same amount?
Sure. These dark, sparkling crystals are made from Folgers mountain-grown beans.
Mmm, really rich.
Sip. Love it?
I do.
You do?
I do.
You're crazy about me.
I am.
Trust me.
Decaffeinated Folgers Crystals. So dark and rich. Shouldn't you switch?
The Shuttle Discovery, resting there at the end of runway 17 in the Mojave Desert with all the support crews doing what they call safing the vehicle. And a lot of times in our extended coverage, those of us working intimately and intensely on a story might think that everyone in the world is as preoccupied with the story as we are, but we know that's not the case. And we know that you mainly tuned in Thursday, many of you, to see that she got off safely, and you tuned in this afternoon, morning where you might be, to make sure that she returned safely. But just in case you missed what was accomplished on this 4-day mission, Tony Clark in Houston has prepared this report.
It took NASA 32 months of redesigning and retesting to put Discovery back on the launch pad, only to have nicer than normal weather delay the launch an hour.
3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff.
Everyone seemed to hold their breath as Discovery soared skyward. The memory of the Challenger disaster on launch was on everyone's mind.
I just remember standing there and looking at my daughter, and I think this was 2 minutes before, and the tears were pouring out of her eyes, and I remember thinking, now why is she doing that, and then realizing I was doing the same thing.
It certainly was
3 engines at 104%.
a lot more anxiety-producing than we had anticipated, or at least I had, throughout the entire ascent.
The redesigned solid rocket boosters and main shuttle engines appeared to work well, sending the 5 astronauts into an orbit 184 miles above Earth. Deploying the massive 5,000-pound tracking and data relay satellite was the first order of business.
There you see it, very smooth separation. We heard nothing and felt nothing in the cabin when that separated.
It looks great, Mike.
TDRS, as the satellite is called, is part of a planned 3-satellite communications network designed to give ground controllers almost constant contact with the shuttle and numerous other satellites. Once it was sent off toward its orbit, 22,000 miles above the Pacific Ocean, Pinky Nelson and Mike Lounge opened up the mid-deck lockers and pulled out nearly a dozen scientific, technical, and medical experiments.
The wire glowed pretty brightly.
The experiments ranged from growing crystals that may be used in the fight against AIDS to testing the strength of titanium metal, both in the microgravity of space and on Earth. That experiment, developed by student Bruce Lloyd, is aimed at developing stronger, lighter metals that can be used to improve future aircraft. As for his aircraft, Commander Rick Houck said it worked just super, though there were some nagging glitches. There were problems with a KU-band antenna which sends back television signals from the shuttle. One of the remote pointing controls to the left ohm's engine lost power, and an evaporator system duct got clogged with ice, making the crew compartment a bit warm for the first couple of days. But all that was taken in stride.
Good morning, Discovery!
As they circled the Earth, the crew saw dozens of mornings dawn below, and they shared their spectacular views with all of us.
It's pretty cloudy in Houston today.
That's affirmative.
New Orleans is nice and clear, though.
From what we can see, you guys have a fantastic view.
The blue Earth, set against the blackness of space, is something Dave Hilmer says he'll never forget. Nor will he forget the lightheartedness that comes with floating through space, performing no-hands acrobatics, and donning Hawaiian shirts for a little shuttle sunning and surfing.
Yeah, we'll have fun, 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 till we gotta put the shuttle away. Fun, fun, till we gotta we'll have
All too quickly, it seemed, it was time to put the shuttle away. The men and their machine had accomplished what they set out to do, to return the United States to space, to pick up after the Challenger disaster and carry on.
Today, up here where the blue sky turns to black, we can say at long last to Dick, Mike, Judy, to Ron and Al, and to Krista and Greg. Dear friends, we have resumed the journey that we promised to continue for you.
Tony Clark, CNN, Johnson Space Center.
Every time I see that picture and see the Challenger astronauts, what can you say after that? Discovery went up last Thursday. She's back down. The space program is off the ground again. And right now they are still going through procedures.
They're going through shutdown procedures on the shuttle.
Okay, and we're going to shut down momentarily, but at about a half hour from now, we'll be back to you to bring you coverage of the crew as they actually, a bit wobbly leg, come off the Discovery and come down that ramp and touch terra firma. For Bonnie Dunbar, I'm Bernard Shaw here in Atlanta, and we'll continue as our coverage continues.
Mission control. Main gear touchdown. Commander Houck now rotating the nose down, standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
Wheel stop.
Roger, wheel stop, Discovery. Welcome back. A great ending to the new beginning.
Thanks a lot.
Time Life Music is proud to present a very special recording by the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Christmas Celebration, an inspiring collection of 51 holiday songs, from traditional favorites to classical masterpieces. These superb performances of cherished Christmas favorites are the perfect complement to your family's holiday season. 2 hours of music on your choice of 3 records or 2 double-length cassettes for $19.99 or $26.99 for 2 compact discs. Christmas Celebration with the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, the true spirit of Christmas from Time Life Music.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-257-1257 or send $19.99 for 3 records or 2 double-length cassettes or $26.99 for 2 compact discs, plus $3 shipping.
Beautiful state, the home of Harvey Mudd College. And a moment like this is really a lot more than I expected. There's a time when you see someone at the Olympics going on, someone who wins a gold medal standing up on the stand, and you try to imagine the kind of pride that they feel when something like that is accomplished. And I think we have a little bit of that feeling today. Only in our case, it's really not for the individuals, but for the whole team that pulled this off. And I think this really signals an awakening and a new beginning for us in an endeavor that this nation is committed to and that it must do to maintain its leadership in the world. And we certainly look forward to being a small part of that. We know we have the most capability in the country and in the world, this nation does, to go out and pull off a project like flying in space or any other large technical project. And I'm darn proud to be a small part of that, and can't wait till next time I come back. I wonder what it's going to be like then. Thank you very much. Next, let me introduce our MS2, Dave Hilmers.
Well, a time like this, I really feel humble. I think this is probably the greatest privilege I've ever had in my life to be a part of this team. All you out there and all these guys sitting behind me really did all the work, and I just was able to enjoy the benefits of a good ride. I'm sure in a couple days, or probably a couple hours, the name Dave Hilmers is going to be erased from your mind and no longer be in your memory. But I want you to remember what this flight meant to America. I want you to remember what America can do when it pulls together and has a goal. I want you to remember that no matter how hard a setback we've had, we can bounce back from adversity. And I want you to remember that we should continue to dream for the future. And space should be a part of those dreams. I want to echo what the governor said. I've seen over the past week or so that God has truly blessed America, and God has truly blessed me. Thanks.
That's okay, Dave.
This is MS1 Mike Lounge.
Well, after following those three silver-tongued devils up here, I'm not sure. I do want to say one thing. This machine that we just landed out here is an incredible piece of engineering. It just hums along like a building. It's like you're in the building, and you just go about and do your work. And I really want to express appreciation to the tens of thousands of people around the country that have to come together to make a piece of machinery like that a reality. Thank you. It's impressive. The launch pads and launch facilities that General McCartney has down at the Cape are impressive. The facilities here at Dryden are very impressive. But none of those things are really the key to this program. The key to this program, and the essential element that we can't afford to lose, is the talent that we've pulled together in this government industry team that is running like a finely oiled machine right now. And the real challenge for our leaders in the future is to keep that machinery oiled. Thank you. It's my privilege to introduce Colonel Dick Covey, our pilot.
Thank you, Mike, and thank all of you for coming out and giving us such a great reception here at the Air Force Flight Test Center. Being the representative Air Force member of the crew, it makes me proud to always come back and land at Edwards Air Force Base. This mission is only the beginning of a new era for our space program. And I guess I could sum it up best by saying that we might stand in this light today, but tomorrow the crew of STS-26 will take one step back and make room for the next crew, the crew of STS-27 in the next mission, because that's only 6 short weeks away. And we forget that sometimes. It's coming fast, and it's good. Thank you.
Pilot Dick Covey, Frederick House, the Discovery Commander, and the other Discovery astronauts, Pinky Nelson, David Hilmers, and Mike Lowndes, speaking at a ceremony to welcome them home out at Edwards Air Force Base. There are a number of dignitaries there, some of whom with hands-on responsibility for the successful flight, others all with front row seats, including Vice President George Bush. Lou?
It's about 1/2 the hour now. We're going to take another look at our top story. A college professor who was abducted along with 3 American educators in Lebanon has been freed by his Muslim kidnappers. Mithaleshwar Singh, a U.S. resident of Indian origin, was released by a group calling itself the Islamic Jihad for the Liberation of Palestine. Singh was being held with Americans Robert Polhill, Jesse Turner, and Alan Steen. CNN's Mary Tillotson at the White House joins us now live with reaction to the developments in Lebanon. Mary.
White House spokesman We return to the Johnson Space Center, and Lynn Shear has more.
It was one thing to come back to Earth. Coming home to Houston was something else again.
We know who does all the work. And I look out here and I see Jeff and Travis and Walt and all the people who really do the work, and we get to have the fun.
They celebrated one of the most trouble-free missions NASA's ever flown. The launch last Thursday, cheered on by an entire nation of white-knuckled watchers. The on-time, on-target delivery of a communication satellite. And the successful completion of a shuttle full of scientific experiments. NASA said the problems were minor. Warm cabin temperatures caused by a malfunctioning cooling system, curtailed TV time due to a broken antenna, and some real concerns about the bulky new pressure suits the crew wore for
The unmanned vehicles have depended on the shuttle for launch, and as a result, they've been on the ground for a long time.
In a special super clean room at the Lockheed Corporation in Sunnyvale, California, the Hubble Space Telescope remains, awaiting launch into orbit. When it finally goes into space, the telescope will be a magnificent device, allowing us to see 7 times more of our universe than the most powerful telescopes now on Earth. But the Space Telescope has been a victim of delay, most of it caused by the fact that it was designed to be carried into orbit by the shuttle. It was supposed to go up in August 1986. Then after Challenger, it was rescheduled for next year. Then, because the Defense Department needed the shuttle for its payloads, the telescope will not be launched at least until February 1990. Every month it sits here, NASA is charged $7.4 million. Unmanned spacecraft have sent back spectacular pictures and other observations from outer planets. This is Uranus as seen by Voyager. Many scientists say that the manned space program has cut our efforts to do real research in space.
NASA has assigned a relatively low priority to space science because space science, while the most productive part of the space program, is the least sexy in the view of people who think that you have to have men in space.
Discovery clears the tower.
In addition, many say space science has suffered because of NASA's decision to try to send everything into orbit on the shuttle. One of the best examples is the Galileo spacecraft, which will go to Jupiter.
Galileo, in the community, is called the Perils of Pauline. It was originally conceived as going up on an expendable launch vehicle. That was changed when NASA went to the shuttle fleet.
Galileo eventually was rescheduled for launch in 1986. If it had been launched then, it would be sending back pictures now. The Challenger accident has delayed Galileo, so pictures will not arrive until at least 1995. Also way behind is the Magellan spacecraft, which will map the surface of Venus with a resolution as powerful as many of the spy satellites that circle the Earth. It is scheduled for launch in 1989. In October 1990, the shuttle is scheduled to launch Ulysses, a joint project of the U.S. and the European Space Agency to investigate properties of the Sun. Space scientists point out that it has been 11 years since the U.S. launched an unmanned space probe to another planet. They blame most of the delay on the shuttle, and they hope that with the shuttle flying again, space science, too, can come back to life.
Many scientists hope that eventually they can have their robot vehicles carried into space on expendable launch vehicles. But for now, they must depend on the shuttle.
Piggyback ride from California on a modified 747 is scheduled for Saturday. The 5 Discovery astronauts have already returned home to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. CNN's Jerry Krieg reports on last night's Texas-size welcome.
Music from the film Raiders of the Lost Ark greeted the 5 astronauts as they brought to a close their adventure in space, receiving a hero's welcome in Houston. Before the Challenger accident, the astronauts' return home had become routine, but not this time, as some 5,000 people, many of them from the Johnson Space Center, celebrated the nearly flawless mission that put the U.S. back in space.
Good evening, Houston. Right on. Well, it's amazing for people like us to come out to a situation like this. We know who does all the work, and I look out here and I see Jeff and Travis and Walt and all the people who really do the work, and we get to have the fun. So for all the families of those people, I'll tell you what, tomorrow when they come home from work, why don't you keep your flags, and when they walk in the door, wave your flag, clap your hands.
Each one of us here tonight knows where our place in the future is, where the vision of America should be. It's in space. So let's go back to work tomorrow and make this adventure happen again and again and again.
Mission Commander Rick Houck took the opportunity to remember the crew of the Shuttle Challenger, but urged the crowd to look to the future.
About 2.5 years ago, we suffered a tremendous loss, and we lost 7 very good friends. And that affected us very deeply, but it also made us resolved to recover from that, and we have done that.
As the people of Houston and NASA enjoy this flight of discovery, they are already thinking.
Vice President George Bush took the opportunity to shake hands with the crew after they stepped off the shuttle at Edwards Air Force Base. Bush is calling for more shuttle flights, a space station, another trip to the moon, and finally, a mission to Mars. And there is a big controversy that is brewing.
Edward Buckby is the director of the Space and Rocket Center.
Space travel is still a very intriguing thing to most of us who walk around on the street today who would love to go into space. And there's a long, long list of people who would sign up tomorrow morning to fly. And I think that's part of what we try to do here is bring a little of that feel to your experience at the Space and Rocket Center.
You won't fly to the moon here, but you can crawl inside an Apollo capsule simulator.
Than expected. Yesterday, the 5 astronauts ended their 4-day mission in California, and then it was time for technicians to remove onboard experiments and give the craft a close inspection. Preliminary reports from NASA show that Discovery fared very well during the trip and lost only 6 of its heat protective tiles.
The tile looks very good. We had a very small number of dings, a lot less than we thought we saw on the TV scan initially when it was out on the lake bed. When we got up close and realized a lot of those roll repairs, they weren't really dings.
If all goes well, Discovery will be strapped atop a Boeing 747 jet and flown back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida Saturday. The next shuttle flight is a secret military Atlantis mission scheduled for late November.
Discovery. The future of thousands of jobs involving dozens of companies depended on a successful mission. Billions of dollars committed to everything from space shuttle construction to satellite deployment and space-age research were also riding on the mission. And when the twin sonic booms of Discovery's re-entry into Earth's atmosphere were heard, they officially signaled America's re-entry into space.
It means we're back in space with programs like the Gamma Ray Observatory, which is a large observatory weighing around 35,000 pounds and relies on the orbiter to place it into orbit.
It's hoped when the $250 million observatory is shuttled into space in 1990, scientists will gain a greater understanding of not only how the universe was formed, but how long it will remain in existence.
Well, it represents the rebirth of the opportunity to study how biological systems function in a zero-gravity environment.
Dr. Kenneth Baldwin's zero-gravity experiment will finally get off the ground and into space. Baldwin hopes to improve man's ability to live in a weightless environment by determining why prolonged periods of weightlessness deteriorate organs in the inner ear, affecting the balance of astronauts returning from space. Discovery's success also means continued employment for the thousands of people charged with building a 6th shuttle. The $1.3 billion space plane, due to blast off in early 1991, will replace Challenger and give the U.S. greater capability in space.
I think the next thing that happens is we set the tenor for space station. And that's a big step for the country, I think.
So when Discovery successfully landed, it not only marked the return to space for America, it finally gave the go-ahead for billions of dollars in projects and experiments that have waited
A little pommel horse routine using the treadmill there. I didn't find this so hard at all. I don't know why it's such a
Wasn't that
deal.
pretty either, Mike? We did want to communicate, particularly to the youth of the country, that we really, this space is a fun place.
Prior to entry, you've got to get the suits back on again, and the seats set up and strapped in. After the luxury of being in a shirt-sleeve environment for 4 days, it's kind of hard for us to
crawl back into these things. It hurts just to watch it. Yeah.
Well, this is a sunset taken out the window before we close the payload bay doors, just to transition into the deorbit and landing phase. It's always
into space, carrying with them this country's hopes and dreams for a revitalized American space program, now having come down to Earth, literally if not figuratively, following their very successful mission. All 5 of these men are joining us this morning from the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They are, of course, Captain Rick Houck, who is the commander of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Also with us is Colonel Dick Covey, who piloted the 26th shuttle mission, and the 3 mission specialists, Lieutenant Colonel Dave Hilmers, an electrical engineer considered by many to be a walking computer, George Pinky Nelson, an astronomer who conducted a number of the experiments during the mission, and Mike Lounge, who is a physicist who was responsible for launching a multi-million-dollar communications satellite during the flight of the Discovery. Gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to have you all with us, and congratulations.
Thanks, Charlie.
I suspect you've been hearing little else, actually, in the last few days. Rick, talk me through the launch again. Just how nervous, when you actually came to it, were you guys?
Actually, it was interesting. We didn't expect to launch that morning because of the winds, so we were in the cockpit thinking, well, this will be a nice dress rehearsal. Then the count picked up at 9 minutes prior to the launch, and we looked at each other and said, hey, we're really going to do this. And so we didn't have too much time to get the adrenaline up, but I can guarantee you that when the main engines lit, it did.
Did that make it a little easier? Because all of us who were down there reporting on it, watching it, felt the same way. It's not going to happen today. This is going to be, you know, this is a dud today. Not going to happen. Did that make it a little easier that you got word so late, really, that it was going to happen?
Yeah, it did. It'd be nice if we could trick all the crews into thinking they weren't going to go.
Dick, I was interested, the quotes after it happened. One of the Morton Thiokol officials, for instance, said, we've got a 5,000-pound monkey off our back with this successful launch. Did you guys feel that way, too?
Well, we certainly felt that it was a great day for the space program, and the fact that we had come a long ways in a very long time, actually, too, getting to a point where we could actually launch and get into orbit. So it was relief that we had come to that point in the program. We still had a lot of work to do, but a major part of the hard work was done.
We talked so much that morning about the winds and the fact that they were too light, and then at the news conference right after the launch, we heard about a reappraisal of those winds. Was it basically just a figuring that you could go ahead, that heck with it, those winds weren't bad enough, we'd go ahead and do it?
Well, no, actually it was much more detailed analysis of all the criteria that had gone into determining what the maximum winds might be, or the minimum winds in this case could be for our launch. We have done a lot of reanalysis and redesign of the shuttle parts, and in doing that and looking at some of the structures, we had come up with some new indicators of what might be the maximum or minimum winds that we could launch with on our day. They reanalyzed the way they had done that and decided that they had been too conservative, and that we indeed were within the margins that were safe to launch.
Does that mean that the margins will be expanded somewhat for all the flights now to come?
Yes.
Yeah. Dave, let me talk to you about what I think was probably the moment in the flight that struck everyone the most, and that was the memorial that you fellas did for the Challenger astronauts. Let me ask you where that idea came from, what discussions took place among the 5 of you, how you wanted to do it, what you were after there.
I think discussions really started a long time before the flight on what we might do and what would be appropriate. I think there had been several ideas that had been tossed around on what we could do, and we finally came down to the thought that this really had to be something that came from our hearts, from the 5 of us, that really no one else could make up something for us, compose something for us, because it really had to come from us. And I guess about a month before the flight, we really started to come down to what we thought would be an appropriate thing. We based it around the sights that we were seeing from orbit, because we really think that those are the sights are things that astronauts go to see in space, and something that really ties us all together. We can send down pictures about space, but we really can't give you the full enjoyment that we get out of it, or the full vista that you get from space. So we based it around that.
Did you tell the families of the Challenger astronauts that you were going to do that, and have you heard from them since you got back about it? Because it was certainly a very moving moment.
We didn't specifically tell them what we were going to do. I think there might have been hints in the press that we would do something, and probably people thought that we would do something. We have gotten some very good and
I think, touching comments from the Challenger families, and they certainly appreciated what we said, I think.
And I can't imagine there's anybody you guys wanted to hear from more than them.
That's certainly true.
Yeah. Pinky, Dave made mention of it a moment ago, but as we watched those films that you fellows showed yesterday at the news conference that you held, I was struck by just what Dave said, how much fun it looked like that you guys were having a lot of the time.
Well, it's a unique opportunity to be able to work so hard and enjoy it so much. I think the environment of being in zero gravity and circling the Earth every 90 minutes so that you get 16 sunrises and sunsets a day is just so incredible that you can't help but enjoying yourself.
But after all, everything had been so heavy for the last 32 months. I mean, there'd been talk about, everything had been so microscopically investigated and discussed and whatever. And finally, when it started again, it just looked like you guys could lay back and have a good time for a little while up there.
Well, we look like we're laying back and having a good time, I guess, because we are. But like I said, at the same time, we're also working very hard, and the whole team on the ground is working very hard. It certainly was a big relief off of everyone's shoulders to finally get back into orbit again, and for us too to get back. I think we all certainly enjoy being in zero gravity and enjoy doing our jobs, which is what we're up there for.
Mike, the one snag in all this was that cooling system and the problems you had with that. How soon did you guys know you had a problem with that?
Oh, I think during the launch we had noticed some anomalies in the readings we had on board. And then as soon as we got into orbit and started preparing the ship for orbit operations, we noticed it was a little warmer than usual, and we'd had some alarms, so we didn't fully understand what was wrong there, but we knew there was some minor problem with that system.
So you knew that right away, right from the beginning?
Yes, we did. We weren't sure what the consequences would be, and I know there was a lot of concern on the ground about how hot we were in the cabin. Of course, we're all from Houston, and we're preconditioned to that.
Well, I saw you in the Hawaiian shirts at one point up there, too, so it didn't look too uncomfortable. The other thing that concerned everybody, it concerned me that morning when I looked at the tapes of the launch, was that slight extra flame that was there on the left shuttle booster.
Well, we know that got a lot of attention. Going back over videos of past launches, I'm told they find that in a significant portion of the launches, and had in fact talked about that very phenomenon during the Rogers Commission investigation of the program. One of the first of many amazing sights that we saw on orbit after the engine shut off and we separated from the tank, Pinky and I were looking out the overhead window and saw the external tank tumbling below us. I don't know how far away it was, several miles, and we got some pictures of that. We'll have to blow up those pictures, but from what I remember with the naked eye, I don't remember any anomalous burn marks or charring on that tank.
And how about the word on TDRS? I mean, after the problem with the satellite that you launched, everything went perfectly.
Yeah, that was by the numbers. That was a real pleasure to get that huge spacecraft out of there and have it work so well. And I'm told the checkout is going very well, and it'll be ready to support all the subsequent flights that we have. Yeah,
extraordinary, because even when things were going so smoothly in the earlier flights, that first TDRS satellite that was launched, there were such problems with that. This one went just, as you say, by the numbers.
Yes.
Rick, let me ask you, it's interesting now that NASA's got still a pretty ambitious flight schedule. They've got, it's about 30 flights over the next 4 years?
That's right, Charlie.
There's an interesting contradiction in all that, because basically what you're trying to do is get back to the point where they've come on a regular schedule and they get to be routine again, and yet the one lesson of the last 32 months is that they can't be routine anymore, really.
Well, that's true. We can't take anything for granted. We learned that to our great dismay a couple of years ago, and it's a question of just keeping the team tuned to asking the hard questions and demanding a lot of themselves.
Yeah. Dick, tell me about the spacesuits.
Well, the spacesuits give us a new capability along with our parachutes and the bailout pole that we have on the orbiter, and all that together gives us a new capability to survive a very unlikely occurrence, but one that we previously didn't have a capability of surviving. The suits have caused us an additional load as far as our performance on ascent. We've
debrief that with all the people who need to look at that to try to alleviate that load and get us back to a point where having that extra capability that the suits and chutes give us doesn't impair our operational capability.
Well, I know they give you new capabilities, but they also are sort of a pain in the backside, aren't they? I mean, they were real heavy and real uncomfortable.
Well, I think anybody that saw them knows that you can't be nearly as comfortable in those as we were in our light blue flight suits that we used to go to the pad on.
And Rick, I know you're going to retire now. You're getting out of this, right? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not leaving NASA right away, and I'm still active duty in the Navy. I've got to look around and chat with folks in the Navy and in NASA and
figure the future.
What might be next.
Well, congratulations to all 5 of you, and Rick, especially to you, since this marks your retirement.
Are you ready to cover up your heat loss? Preformed insulation.
Yeah, you're home early, huh?
Men can be so stupid.
Yeah, well, say, how about some Campbell's home cooking soup?
Grandpa, chicken soup can't fix everything.
No, you got to have some tomatoes and celery and carrots, too. You know, honey, your grandmother never, ever called me stupid. No, she always called me pinhead.
Oh, Grandpa.
I knew some soup would make you feel better.
Campbell's home cooking soup. It got its name because of its taste.
Hi, this is Larry King. I want you to be on my show.
Give the King a call tonight at 9 Eastern.
Hey, this could be you.
Just ahead, one of TV's finest actresses, Tyne Daly, is still trying to make the streets a safer place in her upcoming TV special. And tomorrow, commentator and national folk hero Studs Terkel with some second thoughts on the great American dream.
CNN, the leader in live news coverage and more. Delivering more business news programming than any other broadcast network.
CNN Business News has learned
series and specials that explore and investigate.
You can cure AIDS.
Sports coverage that goes beyond the scores.
Well, how dirty is it? What happens? Is it drugged?
Award-winning programs, both entertaining.
He's sitting there like he's in Rockaway in a beach chair.
And provocative.
Are you comparing?
CNN, it's not just news. It's real live television.
The #1 fitness exercise in the world is cross-country skiing. And now it can be duplicated in your home with Easy Glider. Just 20 minutes every other day, an hour a week is all it takes to strengthen and firm all major muscle groups and lose weight aerobically. You'll burn up to 400 calories per workout, plus tone chest, arms and back, calves, thighs, and buttocks. Notice the quality construction of the sturdy metal frame. This handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage. Other ski simulators cost as much as $500. But Easy Glider is just $59.95, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Grab the bargain. Call toll-free now.
To order your Easy Glider, call 1-800-257-1257. Use your credit card to avoid COD charges, or send check or money order for $59.95 plus $9 shipping and handling to Easy Glider, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia, 30306.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
It's Sonia, live in L.A. with Dr. Sonia Friedman.
Welcome back in just a moment. A woman that you won't want to miss, I promise. Talented actress Tyne Daly. But first, we have some business news to take care of, and here's Myron Candela in New York.
Sonia, today's the first trading session of the fourth quarter, and this period is starting off on a rather sour note. Stock prices have been sharply lower all session. The Dow Industrial's down as much as 26 points. Right now, the Dow is losing 19.5 points at 2093.35. Volume is moderately light, 83.5 million shares traded so far, declining issues ahead of advances by a 10-3 margin. The New York Stock Exchange Composite Index down 1.15. The Standard & Poor's 500 losing 2.25 points. The American Stock Exchange Index off 1.80, and the NASDAQ Composite Index of over-the-counter stocks down 3.5 points. The bond market, however, slightly on the plus side. The 30-year Bellwether Treasury bond is up 3/32 of a point. It's selling at 101 18/32, putting the yield at 8.97%. Federal funds trading at 8 1/8%. Gold is up rather sharply. The spot contract gaining $3.75 an ounce at $398.15. Silver up 10 cents an ounce at $6.23. The dollar is lower against most major currencies. In New York Foreign Exchange trading, it's off nearly 2/3 of a pfennig against the West German mark. From the Business News Desk in New York, I'm Myron Candell.
Oh, I begged him for one more.
If the Emmys are any indication, actress Tyne Daly is a 5-star talent. In her 6 years with the CBS hit series Cagney and Lacey, she's won 4 Emmys, proving herself to be one of the best in her class. We're going to come back to her, and you'll meet her in just a moment. But first, we have to go to Bernie Shaw in Atlanta.
Sonia, they're coming down the stairs, having left the Shuttle Discovery at Edwards Air Force Base. Presidential candidate George Bush, the vice president, greeting them. Dr. James Fletcher, head of NASA, Admiral Truly, handshakes, hugs, a great moment for NASA. Let's line up for a picture. This is a picture, or one of a series of pictures that the Bush campaign wants. He has been involved in space during his 8 years in the administration. He is running to be president of the United States, and you might call it one of the perks of incumbency that he's able to do it. Michael Dukakis,
Vice President,
nowhere to be seen or heard.
To the crew to get a picture with the Admiral Truly and the NASA administrator.
Our colleague and technical expert, Bonnie Dunbar-Sega, is here with us. They don't seem to be wobbling as they move around. They're navigating rather well.
They seem to be in very good shape. I don't know if it's the 4 days or just had an opportunity to readapt in the room at the top of the stairs there, but they look like they've got a good sense of balance, and I think they look great.
Commander Houck now taking the Vice President around the nose of Discovery.
All the astronauts always thankful for the support they get from the men and women of NASA on the ground. And I thought for a moment he was going to go over and thank the crew. They've been thanking their colleagues ever since liftoff.
Well, I think we all feel very much the same. You don't put something like this into space without a lot of effort and dedication from thousands of people on the ground.
And certainly prayers for millions of people around this planet who are watching this flight very closely. If you're just tuning in, we're bringing you live coverage of the Discovery crew. They have walked down the stairs, and right now they're walking around the backside of the Shuttle Discovery. And in tow is presidential candidate George Bush, the vice president, being shown quite a few things about this orbiter. You know this piece of machinery very intimately, from front to back.
Well, I wish I knew it better, but I have had the opportunity to work on it for a number of years, and it is a real tremendously awe-inspiring piece of work with all of the thousands of components and many systems that have to work synergistically.
George Bush ripped apart his schedule. Didn't want to miss this moment for anything. His Chief of Staff, Craig Fuller, there walking around the aft section of the orbiter wearing sunglasses. The NASA family members, or the astronaut families, they were supposed to be positioned in one location, but when NASA learned that the Vice President wanted to be here, they had to move the families to another location, but NASA stressed that the families would be in an even better position. But NASA made it quite clear that by this man's coming to Edwards Air Force Base in California, it sort of made things a little difficult. But of course, if this agency can launch a shuttle and get it back safely, it certainly can make on-the-ground preparations for the Vice President of the United States. And I have no way of reading this candidate's mind, but you can believe critics can criticize him all they will and charge that this is a political appearance. But you can believe that George Bush is enjoying himself. He has a right to be here. He's the Vice President. He's a member of the administration. He has been interested in space. And I suspect that his attitude is, if you don't like it, tough. Now, these holes are actually rockets, or?
Well, those are the openings or cones for a reaction control system, and they're standing in front of the nose wheel landing gear door right now. You see it's open and nose gear's down there. And of course you can see the individual tiles in front of the orbiter. Well over 30,000 of those on each shuttle.
George Bush congratulating the crew for about the umpteenth time now. Now he has the picture he wanted, and he's getting ready to take off and to continue his run for the presidency. Are you tired at this stage, Bonnie? Do you?
Well, I can't, speak for everyone. I think there's a sense of exhilaration in getting back, and they're going into the van now that takes them back for their medicals. But I think they can all be proud of this mission, along with everyone else on the ground. It went very well.
Well, I'll tell you, we at CNN are very proud and pleased with what you've been able to do to help us through our coverage of this, to provide us with a very personal experience, because indeed you've been there. You've orbited this planet 111 times, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. My little head is just crammed with all kinds of NASA facts. Is the space program really back now?
Well, we certainly hope so. We have a preliminary manifest that takes us through the mid-1990s into space station. We have a backlog of payloads. We have a backlog of mid-deck experiments, such as you saw. We're hoping to have the opportunity to not only take payloads into space, but to continue with some of our other operations, such as repairing them and bringing them back, getting into refueling of satellites on orbit, and servicing a permanently manned space station.
NASA is reticent to use the adjective excellent. Would they say this was a nominally good flight, or what?
I think we like to all strive for excellence in NASA, for perfection. It's a very hard thing to achieve. I think this came very close. Even though we had some minor problems, the shuttle operated very well.
Well, a safe flight to you back to Houston. They're going to have a big party tonight at Johnson Space Center and at Ellington Field when the astronauts will be arriving there in Houston later this evening. Right now, they're going to go through a reception and, as Bonnie indicated, talk with the doctors, and they will be examined. For Bonnie Dunbar Sagan, she was married in March, and we just hyphenated and stuck on the second part of her last name. It's been a genuine pleasure. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it as well.
Thank you. I'm Bernard Shaw in Atlanta. For all the CNN people, from the Kennedy Space Center to the Johnson Space Center to Edwards Air Force Base, where Ann McDermott and Greg Lamont are still at this hour, Goodbye. That concludes our live coverage of the return of the Discovery Shuttle. But throughout the afternoon, we'll be updating what happens next. Now let's go back to you, Sonia, in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Bernie. In her 6 years with the CBS hit series Cagney and Lacey, Tyne Daly has won 4 Emmys, proving herself to be the best in her class. Through her role as one of New York's finest ended last season, her fight against street violence didn't. And next Wednesday, she hosts a new Lifetime special called Gangs, Not My Kid. The hour-long documentary examines the problems of gang violence in America and its impact on many urban families.
A lot of children are second and third generation gang members. Mommy and Daddy was in gangs, that's all they know. If grandfather and uncle was a gang member, that's all they know.
These are not brass knuckles, but these are what I call brass knuckles. These are jawbreakers.
I never killed nobody or nothing like that, but I have hurt people. Why? Just something to do. Past time.
Gangs is a third in Lifetime signature series, and Tyne Daly, we welcome you today. I'm going to start by asking you a very personal question. You have 3 children. Could it be one of your kids in a gang?
Yes, in some ways, although all my children are female, and I think the big attraction for gangs is for the boy children. But it's possible that one of my children could be in love or be attracted by a fellow that in his adolescence was attracted to gang, a group to belong to. I think, although I'm going to start this by saying I'm not an expert about gangs. I'm the narrator of a film in which people have done a lot of long work to show a bit about the gang problem, and I don't mean to set myself up as any kind of an expert. I'm the narrator. Mm-hmm. I asked Sherry Cookson, who's the filmmaker, to operate as a newsreader, to be the reporter of this. But I suspect that what the attraction is for the young male personage is someplace to belong, having felt that he didn't belong someplace before. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Well, the reason that I asked
why I'm involved.
Yes, and the reason I ask that is that I think it is unfortunate that we all have to be hit in a personal way before we tend to get involved. And certainly as I watched a preview, a screening of this show, I thought to myself, it could be any one of our kids sitting there and saying, I didn't have anything to do, and so I thought it would be fun to get myself into. Or, as one of the young girls says, I felt such power and pride because my boyfriend was in this gang. No one was going to mess with me. So it seemed to have a lot to do with self-esteem and belonging.
Yeah, I think so. I think that adolescent human beings are groupie by nature. You know, it depends on whether that group is run in fact by organized crime and is really about getting you to be a mule to carry drugs here and there, or is it some kind of fun boys club thing to do? There's a real difference, and I think the operative difference is the parents' involvement in what that gang activity is. It's a gang of kids on the street playing around is one thing. Having secret codes and secret colors and secret things, especially from the parent, is a different.
You know, as I was listening to one of the parents, we saw a little bit of her today, the founder of Magic, Mothers Against the Gangs and Community.
Patrick, interesting lady.
It was interesting to note that she basically was addressing mothers. And there was a scene which is very frightening. I'm sure this was not the safest film to shoot, and I think Sherry Cookson and others have to be congratulated for going in there, in which they are whitewashing graffiti off the walls, and a truckload of young people comes, turning up the radio, looking at them, glaring at them, and these women start gospel singing as a way of showing that they are controlled and empowered. But where were the men? Where were the fathers? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know that I can answer that question. I mean, Patricia Patrick's organization is called Magic, Mothers Against Gangs in Communities. And there's 2 things in that name for me. First of all, it's not called Mothers Against Gangs in Ghettos. It's called Mothers Against Gangs in Communities, which enlarges it out to make us all responsible. My attraction to the film was that the premise is it's not just about those kids over there, but about our children, our responsibility to all young humans that are coming up in the world. Second of all, it would be wonderful if it was parents against, if it was Pagic. It was parents against gangs and communities would be better. But I think you can only ask one step at a time. In any movement, you start with steps. There are a lot of women who are responsible for their children solely. on economic levels where that happens. And the father's not around and not visible. And until he's, you know, whoever that father is willing to participate in the initial being around the child, then if the child goes astray, we'll see that father. But it's a difficult thing to ask. I wish to empower these women. I hope that that's in some better time that we empower both the parents, because I'm a believer in two parents for each kid.
Yeah,
I think it works better that way.
Yeah, and you practice that. You know, in reading through your story and knowing something about you, because I certainly have followed Cagney and Lacey and saw you early on when you brought it back that first time. It was such a thrill, because our age, listening to all of the kinds of problems that Cagney and Lacey had, it was sensational. And you, of course, have had a commuter marriage, a biracial marriage, 2 children, 20 and 18, I believe, and now a 3-year-old. I mean, is there a special strength, or you just got all of that through?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's deal is so private. I was very lucky in my life to find my partner early, and we knew that we wanted to have children together. And we had early children. I was 20 and 23 when I had my first kids, and then at 39 when I'd spent 5 years begging him for one more, because the big ones were leaving the nest, and I didn't have the moral fiber, you know, to face an empty house. I wanted another new human. I liked the small ones so well. So we got this Alexandra, who's now, she was 3 yesterday, actually. She turned 3 years old. We had her annual earthquake. She gets an earthquake every birthday in celebration of herself. But I don't think I could have done it without a man. I know ladies who decided, well, I just want to have a baby. I'll find some fellow who's willing, and I'll have this baby, and then it'll be my baby. And that's a very hard road to choose. To have the father around was ultimately important to me. I'm old-fashioned. Find the guy first, and then get the kids. Is my M.O.
Me too. That's my M.O. also. I'd like you to stay. We're going to have an opportunity to take some phone calls, and I know you've been up with a fevered child.
With a fevered child, yes.
But you are very nice to stay, so we're going to give folks an opportunity to ask some questions of Tyne Daly. 213-469-5533 is our number. Okay.
In 1 week, I lost 7 pounds. 7 pounds.
The Slim Fast Pledge. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight. Each Slim Fast shake is a delicious, nutritious, low-calorie meal.
1 week and the weight was gone.
Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
This itchy rash needs special treatment. Maximum Strength Cortisone 5, with the medicine doctors recommend most, gets under the itch for soothing relief and help in healing. See? The rash is gone. Use Cortisone 5 with the medicine doctors recommend most.
The Carpets of Dalton sign spells big savings on brand name floor covering. We have the largest selection anywhere of carpeting, hardwood, and vinyl flooring under one roof. Over 700,000 square yards of carpet at all times. At Carpets of Dalton, we're always responsive to our customer, whether your floor covering needs are for your home or for your business. Georgia's largest dealer, Carpets of Dalton. The sign spells savings. Call 1-800-262-3132.
Who are the brightest kids in America? Mom's rated new thicker, vivid, higher than Clorox tooth for making colors and whites look cleaner. So who are the brightest kids in America?
Mine are. Don't just get them clean, get them vivid.
Charmin says find the perfect match like English rose or sunburst peach. The matching shows. And seafoam green, see what I mean? Charmin's new living colors, the perfect match.
On CNN Showbiz Today, cable pioneer Ted Turner launches the country's newest cable network. It's a TNT preview tonight at 6 Eastern on CNN.
Tyne Daly stays with us and takes your phone calls. We've been having a wonderful chat. We're going to let you in on it and say hello first to Randall in L.A. Hi, Randall. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Dr. Freeman.
Yes.
I enjoy your program.
Thank you.
Miss Daly, the Emmys that you won, we think were well deserved. We enjoy your program. My question is, the special that's coming on, when do you think we'll be able to watch it here in Los Angeles?
Oh, that's good for you. It's October the 12th it's on for the first time, and I think it's shown a couple of more times on Lifetime Network, and it's the Lifetime Signature Series, and the first showing is October 12th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and they
That
can check
gives me a
their
chance
guide.
to boost the thing. I forgot to do it. Good for you, Randall.
Okay, let's go to James in Minneapolis now. Hi, James.
Hi. Miss Daly, I'm wondering if you could tell us what you plan to do next after this project in terms of acting, the activities of your older children, and also Georg Sanford Brown. I haven't seen him before a camera since that cop show he was on.
Oh, well, let's see. They take me in backwards orbit. My husband, George Sanford Brown, has done some acting this year, but mostly he's done a lot of producing and directing. We formed a company about 4 years ago when I went into Cagney and Lacey and was paying the bills, and our baby company has done Vietnam War stories on HBO. We did a movie called Kids Like These, which you may have seen on CBS about retarded children, Down syndrome children. And his activities have become more behind the camera than in front of him. More's the pity, because he's an awfully good actor. But we'll invite him out soon. Don't worry.
And what you're doing next, and you might want to mention the three crafts
doing
of
next.
Ypsilanti.
Yes. In terms of that, we have a film. We finally, after doing some television products, our company, which is Nexus Productions, is got a film in the work called The Three Christs of Ypsilanti, which is an extraordinary project that's about, everything. And the older children, so the middle girl's in school. The first girl is sort of searching around, and hopefully she'll go back to school. She worked for her dad for a couple of years at the production company. What I'm going to do, I can't really talk about, except that my goal is to stay off television for a while, because I feel I've surfeited there a little bit, and I'm going back on the stage where I belong to do live stuff.
Oh, how
one of the live people in New York in the spring.
That's great. Rhonda from Detroit with us now. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi.
Yes.
I'd like to know, Tyne, if your relationship with the actor that plays Harvey, as you play him on the show and yourselves as a husband and wife, does it parallel any with your home life? In particular, when you were pregnant, there were so many little things that you did that I could relate to, such as the cream and the pillow between the legs and that type of thing.
Well, it was interesting for me to be pregnant and working all the time. I had not only my own pregnancy, but also Mary Beth Lacey's pregnancy. John Carlin, who played Harvey with me for almost all the series except for the pilot, is one of the treats I get out of doing a good job and getting well paid for it and getting a lot of fame. He's a good friend of mine. He's a lovely man, and was a wonderful acting partner to have. I used to think if I was having a bad week, if I was a good girl, then I get 1 day a week to act with John Carlin, which would be my gift. He's a lovely man. And I think because I was pregnant at 39 years old instead of being pregnant, I was just talking to Sonia at 21 and 23, which was my first pregnancies. It was good to have that job all day long, every day, because I didn't have the opportunity to take my pulse all the time. I think if I'd been out of work, I would have been a lot more nervous than I was. So in actuality, my last pregnancy was my easiest.
That's nice. Nice that it worked out that way. Yeah. Carlene from Pennsylvania joins us now. Hi, Carlene.
Hello.
Yes.
My sister's involved in an interracial marriage also, and I just wonder if you have any advice, and I really admire you, and I just think any advice would be helpful to a happy marriage.
I hate advice. I don't think I'm that wise. And in fact, I think it's kind of silly to look to actors to tell you stuff when we should be looking to experts. But I would tell you this, get rid of that term interracial. I married another human being. We're members of the same race, the human race. My children are members of the human race. And start with it. Start there.
That's very good advice, as a matter of fact. I think that's a very important philosophy for you to be able to espouse, and I thank you for that. You know, as we think about all that we have together, and you think about going back on the stage, what is the critical difference? I've always wondered, for someone who is a fine actor or actress, as you are, keeping it fresh, going on night after night, and trying to reinterpret it maybe a little differently every night so that it's the first time out?
Well, the difference, it seems to me, after 25 years of acting, and I've acted a lot in the films, but the response that the actor gets from the audience makes the difference. When I was doing CNL, I had to learn my job every day and learn a new set of words every night and come on, and they'd save it forever, and there was very little opportunity to practice. When I go and do a play, I can practice it, perfect it, know what the job is, and then the difference every night becomes the audience. They make the difference. They keep it alive. They let you know what jokes are funny and what moments work and what moments don't work and when to move on, and they change the rhythm.
Very interesting. I look forward to everything. I always have CNL. I never thought of that as kind of like a coin phrase,
CNL,
but I will from this day forth. Thank you for being with us today. Enjoyed it. Good luck with this documentary, The Signature Series on Lifetime, which plays October 12th. I think you said here, and they can check on TV Guide. And tomorrow, we'll be having Studs Terkel joining us. I hope you'll be here, too. You take care. I'll look for you then. Goodbye now.
Stay tuned for the number to call for your free issue of Consumer Reports and your free gifts. How smart a shopper are you when you're faced with all the different models, different features, and different prices?
Almost too many choices.
There's so much to choose from.
There's so many choices.
These speakers are detachable.
And what about salespeople?
I get confusing opinions.
You're never really sure.
The salesman was a big help, but like always, I think I overpaid for it.
Some salespeople are not knowledgeable.
Now get the answer before you go shopping in Consumer Reports, the nonprofit publication that's been turning consumers into smart shoppers for over 50 years. Call this toll-free number now for a free issue of Consumer Reports.
Everybody needs an edge.
We evaluate dozens of car models for performance, economy, and safety, and report the results to you month after month. And we report on video cameras, life insurance, breakfast cereal. Whatever you're shopping for, check the facts first in Consumer Reports.
It's very difficult to evaluate products until you have them in your home for a while. That's why this is so valuable.
Call now for your free issue of Consumer Reports. Then decide. When our bill arrives, pay it and get 11 more issues, 12 in all, for just $18. Or write cancel on the bill, return it, and owe nothing.
Oh, this is just what I needed.
If you do subscribe, you'll get the Medicine Show and the 1988 Buying Guide issue, all with your paid subscription, and all for just $18.
By not accepting advertising, they're not pushing one product versus the other to give the pros and the cons of everything.
Consumer Reports will make you a smarter shopper, too.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257.
And the weather today, very stormy weather to tell you about in the southeastern corner of the country, the worst of which seems to be down here across a portion of Florida. We'll have more weather coming up in just a moment. Right now it's 2 in the east, 11 o'clock Pacific time. Newsday is next.
Weather Update is brought to you by Woodridge Hospital, a center for addictive diseases.
10 years ago when I began my recovery, my life was being adversely affected by alcohol and drugs. Because of this, I built a treatment center to help others suffering from addictive diseases. If you're having the same problem, call me now.
If your family has pleaded with you to do something about your alcohol or drug problem, call Woodridge for help now. Treatment is Medicare approved and is covered by most insurance. Transportation is provided. Call Woodridge now, 1-800-235-7759.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
The Discovery is home, and what a homecoming it was. The shuttle touched down in the Mojave Desert to the delight of some 340,000 people who came to see the landing firsthand.
Welcome to Newsday. I'm Bella Shaw.
And I'm Don Miller. Bernard Shaw will have a shuttle update for us shortly, but we begin now in Washington with the news that an American hostage in Lebanon may be released at any moment.
Whispers and rumors are the only way outsiders can cover the closed world of the terrorist. Today, those whispers are getting very loud, almost shouts, that an American hostage is about to be released. There are reports from various sources that Professor Alan Steen of Boston is or will be free, but no confirmation. There are, in fact, no facts. The White House said only that a, quote, third-party government in the region had told U.S. officials a hostage would be set free. The State Department offered no details.
I will stick right where Marlon Fitzwater was when he talked about the fact that we had had a report that one hostage would be released, but I don't have any confirmation of that, and I don't have any details on name or where it might occur.
The administration has refused comment about what role, if any, Syria has played in the increased expectation of a hostage release, but Syria has been talking to CNN's World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter. Ralph joins us now live from the United Nations. Ralph?
David, it was Syria's foreign minister, Farouk al-Shara, here at the United Nations for a round of diplomacy at the beginning of the UN General Assembly session, who revealed to us about an hour ago, that one hostage would be released. He said within an hour, which means any moment, any time now, the Syrians are expecting the hostage to be released. This was the first public statement by the government of Syria, and I don't think the government of Syria would have made this announcement had they not been fairly certain that the hostage would be turned over to Syrian authorities in Lebanon for transfer to the United States through the U.S. ambassador in Damascus. Here's how the announcement came about at the United Nations just about 1 hour ago.
I have good news for you. One of the American hostages will be released within 1 hour from now.
You know who it is?
No, I don't really know the name.
Can you tell us a little bit about what brought about?
Well, you know that Syria has been exerting a lot of efforts for a long time to secure the release of all the hostages, and we are glad that one of them would be released soon.
So your government is at least partially responsible for the release?
Well, certainly.
You have played an important role?
Yes, we do. We have played an important role in that.
How about is there a process underway that will...
Well, we hope we are going to continue our efforts.
Do you believe that, are you aware of where the remaining hostages are being held?
No.
Syrian Foreign Minister Farouk al-Shara did not know who is holding the American hostages, and that suggests that the Syrians have a somewhat less significant role than perhaps the foreign minister would have liked. The Syrians have played a facilitating role, according to State Department sources, in freeing other hostages, or at least in arranging for their return to the United States. U.S. officials at this point are still skeptical or doubtful that Syria had any role in securing the American hostages released today, but they are certain the Syrians will play an important role in facilitating his return to the United States. Here at the United Nations, Iran's foreign minister, Ali Akbar Velayati, spoke to the United Nations General Assembly this morning, and in a 45-minute speech which touched on a number of world problems, of course focusing on the Persian Gulf and the war between Iran and Iraq, the Iranian foreign minister made no mention of hostages being held in the Middle East, made no mention of the swirling speculation about the release of an American today, or for that matter about speculation about release of British hostages following Friday's announcement between Iran and Britain that those two countries would resume full diplomatic relations. In the foreign minister's speech from Iran, he spent a long time criticizing Iraq's handling of the Gulf War negotiations, which will continue here at the UN today. The two sides are not going to meet face-to-face, but they will meet separately again with UN Secretary General Perez de Cuellar. One more note, and that is that the Syrian foreign minister will be meeting this afternoon in about an hour with U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz here at the United Nations. American officials say they don't know whether by that time it will be confirmed that an American hostage has been released. David?
Ralph, thank you very much. Our correspondent at the White House, Mary Tillotson, has been following today's developments, and she joins us live now. Mary?
David, several White House officials have told me privately, on condition that their names not be used, that there is some reason to be optimistic about the rumor of the day that an American hostage will be released in the Middle East. But the public stance the White House is taking is one of caution. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says we've heard such rumors before and they have not materialized. Official Washington is now in a hold-your-breath mode, waiting for this rumor to materialize if it's going to. But as President Reagan has told reporters in 2 sessions at the White House within the last 45 minutes, that rumor hasn't been confirmed as yet.
Actually, we have no word on that. We're still waiting to get some confirmation on all the things that have been said, but as far as we know, no hostage has been released as yet.
All that White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater has told reporters so far today is that the United States has been told by contacts in the Middle East to expect a hostage release possibly within hours. According to Fitzwater, the U.S. has no firm information on who that hostage will be, whether it will even be an American. As one White House official here put it, Fitzwater is being deliberately vague rather than raise hopes falsely. There is also some thought, according to White House officials here, that there could be some confusion over the names of who this hostage, if he's released at all, might be. For example, there is a permanent resident who is an Indian national by the name of Singh, who is sometimes counted as an American hostage. There is some thought that if it is he who is to be released, there may be some confusion with his name and that of Alan Steen, an American national who is also being held hostage. There is the hope here that if this rumor proves to be true, we will all know within a matter of hours. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
Hope, but so far no facts yet, as we're facing a hostage stalemate that may be ready to break. We'll have more after this.
Friends acting funny? Maybe it's your breath. Now there's new Milk-Bone mint flavor dog biscuits. Mint flavor biscuits put the bite on bad breath and clean your teeth. Because like all Milk-Bone biscuits, each crunch helps scrape away food particles and plaque that can cause bad breath. New mint flavor Milk-Bone dog biscuits with the cool taste of mint that everybody loves. Milk-Bone dog biscuits, twice a day.
What do you take for diarrhea? Ah, the old standby. If you're like most people, lots and lots of the old standby. Well, now there's something more advanced. Introducing Imodium AD, with a medicine now available without a prescription. So Imodium AD can often stop diarrhea with just 1 dose, instead of all the spoonfuls you may need of the leading remedy. 1 dose of Imodium AD. It can make your first attack of diarrhea your last.
A cheese riddle. Say, ma'am, what do you get when you add Monterey Jack cheese to plain chili? Happy cowboys. Cheese makes it taste even better, so don't forget the cheese.
Why wait for next week's poll? Track the presidential race daily with the Insiders, the CNN Hotline Tracking Poll, every weeknight at 6:30 Eastern only on CNN.
Now, for 1 month free of charge, you can have something in common with world leaders and opinion makers everywhere. It's the Christian Science Monitor, one of America's finest newspapers. The Monitor will give you clear, insightful coverage of major national and international events. And now it's yours for 1 month free. And if you'd like to continue your subscription, get 2 additional months, making 3 months in all for just $18. Save half off the regular price. Get 1 month of the Monitor free. Call 1-800-257-1257.
The 5 Discovery astronauts are stretching their legs and getting reaccustomed to the pull of gravity following a triumphant return to Earth. The astronauts walked down the stairs from the orbiter at Edwards Air Force Base, northeast of Los Angeles, about 30 minutes ago. The shuttle touched down shortly after 12:30 Eastern Time, kicking up dust as it came to a stop on a dry lake bed. As Discovery streaked into eyesight, hundreds of thousands of spectators clapped and cheered while the national anthem blared from speakers. The successful landing capped a 4-day mission that was generally upbeat, marked by wake-up calls with Robin Williams and the Beach Boys. A satellite was launched during the mission and 11 experiments conducted. There was also a tribute to the 7 astronauts killed when the Shuttle Challenger exploded 2.5 years ago. This was the first mission since that tragedy. We spoke to some people at the Johnson Space Center near Houston to get their reaction to the successful resumption of the shuttle program.
I thought it was outstanding, great. You know, it's the end of a mission and a beginning of our new space program, and it looks great. It looks like it's going to go on forever here.
Fantastic. I'm all excited about it. My heart's still beating, and I'm all ready for STS-27 coming up.
You do. You feel like you are a part of it, just working here, and I have to keep reminding myself to breathe. It gets so exciting. I like it.
Employees of the Johnson Space Center near Houston are planning to give the astronauts a big welcome home when they arrive in Houston from Edwards Air Force Base. CNN's John Holloman is now live at the Johnson Space Center to tell us more about what's going on there. John?
Bernie, as you know, there are 3 different shifts of mission controllers who help get Discovery through this mission. All of those different controllers have gathered in the main control console area in the past couple of minutes for a special ceremony. It's a ceremony marking the award to the most valuable mission controller of this STS-26 flight of Discovery. His name is Steve McClendon. He is the man who handled that pesky cooling system problem that has bothered this mission since last Thursday. This successful completion of the Discovery mission means a lot to the people who run mission control, as you can see. And most especially to the man who runs this place, Aaron Cohen, director of the Johnson Space Center. Mr. Cohen, how must you feel at this moment?
Well, for some time, the primary goal of NASA was to return the shuttle to a safe flight status, and we accomplished that today. So we all have to feel very gratified and very pleased in accomplishing that goal.
What happens to the Discovery crew next?
Well, they've got a period of time where they go through their post-flight analysis and do a debriefing to various groups, to the flight control team, to management, and that will occupy them for the next several weeks.
When are they going to get a day off?
Well, that's going to be a while before they'll be able to do that. They will get some rest this week, but they get right back into it as soon as they have a few days rest.
Yeah. Now, of course, you know, we have been focused almost exclusively for the past few days on the Discovery and its crew and this mission.
Right.
But you have a lot more.
Well, that's right. One successful flight doesn't a program make. And we've got one more flight scheduled for this year. We've got 6 scheduled for 89 and 8 and 90. So we have our work cut out for us. We're very enthusiastic. We felt we have made our first step towards that very, very important goal. So we're very gratified. We also have right behind us, our next goal is getting the space station designed, developed, assembled in space, and we need the shuttle to allow us to do that.
Yeah, the room that we have been broadcasting from this week is, I guess, larger than a football field and taller than any building I've been in a long time. And you have life-size models and trainers for the space shuttle.
Right.
How long will it be before there are astronaut crews in this room?
Well, very shortly there will be. That's right. Getting ready to do those type of things.
Yeah. What happens when you have one of these? The next mission that you're going to fly is a secret mission. So I'm told we'll know the day it's going to go up, but not the time, because we don't want people who might be considered our adversaries to know what's going on. Right. But how do the people who fly that mission work in this room as well?
Yeah, we put this room under classified time periods when that crew actually trains here.
Yeah, and they do the same things that the other crews do in general?
In general, they do the same things. That's right.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the United States can keep its space program pretty much on track from here on? You know, the past 2.5 years has been an awful period of waiting.
I think it can. As I said, we've got our first step. I mentioned the number of flights we have in this year, in 88, and 89, and 90. We're on track for our space station, get our space station going, and hopefully right on schedule to give our first launch in the shuttle of the space station in the first quarter of 95 and have it men up in the space station in 1996. So that's looking very promising to us. We also are doing work on enabling technologies, which are very important for more futuristic missions.
All right. Aaron Cohen, thank you very much for joining us today. A man with a big smile on his face, obviously very happy. Bernie?
Thank you, John. Lots of smiling people. There's so much going on since the Discovery has landed. We're going to be checking in from time to time throughout the afternoon to keep you posted. Let's briefly check in with a news conference going on out there at Edwards Air Force Base. This is the post-shuttle flight news conference.
Could both of you address the question of taking the shuttle program from here, how you're going to manage to keep up the momentum, to keep up the safety level, and do all the things that you hope to do in the next 2 or 3 years?
Well, thank you, James. Let me start off by saying that on our trip out to the lake bed and just looking at the orbiter, we had the opportunity to walk around it. It looks beautiful. There's not going to be a lot of tile work to be done before it flies again. That's obvious just by glancing at it. Externally, you can tell it just came through re-entry, but it really looks great. And talking to the crew, it sounded like the vehicle worked as well as we knew from our monitoring of it down in Houston. The important part of your question, I'd like to try to just say that I am just delighted with the way that the team has pulled together this particular flight, but we're going to have to make sure that we do the same thing on the second flight and the third flight and the fourth flight and all the flights next year and in the future. We really have a good thing going for us now. The organization has, in the last several months, has really pulled together the teams of technicians and engineers that brought the Discovery together for this flight. Really did a super job, and I'm convinced that we can continue to do that. Arnie, you want to add anything?
Well, I'd comment specifically about the brakes. As you know, about an hour after the crew leaves the vehicle, we remove the wheels and put on taxi wheels and look at the brakes. However, the initial report from looking at them without them completely apart indicate they're in very good shape. And we had a fairly hot landing and a fairly short run out, which indicates to me that both the landing and the steering appeared to work really well.
Another question over on this side.
Yes, Bob Moon, AP Radio Network, for Dr. Fletcher. Dr. Fletcher, are you concerned at all that the Vice President's visit here today politicized this mission? And secondly, was Michael Dukakis invited here today? And if not, why not?
Well, the answer to the first question, it is not a political mission. The Vice President specifically told me that he didn't want to talk about politics today, and he hopes we can keep it on that level. I think we're all honored that the Vice President could make it out here. He had to change his schedule because we weren't sure exactly when we were going to launch. Once we launched, of course, we knew when we were going to land. Everything going normally, that is. And so it was a better bet. And so, no, this is not a political mission for the Vice President. I'm just glad he was here. It would have been nice to have the President here, too, but he couldn't make it. As far as Governor Dukakis is concerned, he was not invited. We didn't invite anybody, and he didn't ask to come. Governor Duke-Majan, this is his state, so it made sense for him to come.
The head of NASA, Dr. James Fletcher, participating with his NASA colleagues in the first post-shuttle flight news conference. As I say, throughout this afternoon, the evening, as the astronauts move over to Houston, we'll keep you posted on all relevant developments. I'm Bernard Shaw in Atlanta. Newsday will continue in a moment with Bella Shaw and Don Miller.
Gear down. The gear down and locked. The report from Mission Control. Main gear touchdown. Commander Houck now rotating the nose down, standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
Hi, this is Larry King. I want you to be on my show.
Give the King a call
to eat. I understand citrus fruits did not come from Chile, so all citrus
That's correct.
fruits. Anything else?
Citrus fruits, bananas, pineapples, those kinds of fruits just do not come from Chile at this time, and they would be safe to the best of our knowledge. It's important to realize that with anything that we consume, we run some sort of a risk. And any time we even drive a car, we run a risk. This is an
in less time with higher retention. And the results are incredible.
Before Professor-Only Seminar, I flunked out of school. After Professor-Only Seminar, I've had 19 straight A's and now 1 B.
My grade point average has gone from a 2.1 to a 3.4.
The fact that that could happen at all is amazing to me. The fact that it could happen after 1 3-hour seminar is nothing short of miraculous.
Since I took it 3 semesters ago, I've gotten all straight A's, except for 1 B.
Both the high school and college versions of this seminar are now available on cassettes, along with the seminar manual, and have proven to be even more effective than the live seminar. Look, your children's education is one of the most important contributions you'll ever make to their future. Don't just tell them to get better grades. Give them the tool that makes it possible. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-356-9800. Have your credit card available when you call. Both the high school and college seminars are available on 2 video cassettes or 4 audio cassettes. Both seminars come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now, 1-800-356-9800. 1-800-356-9800.
Now, back to Newsday on CNN.
On Wall Street, stock prices are down. At last check, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down almost 18 points to stand at 2094, trading as light with volume on the big board of 90 million shares. We'll have a complete business update at 1/2 the hour. The Transportation Department says American-made cars must have an average fuel economy of 26.5 miles per gallon for the 1989 models. The new mileage standard is higher than for cars made this year, but not as high as the 27.5 miles per gallon Congress had wanted. Transportation Secretary Jim Burnley says the action is designed to help American car makers compete overseas and to protect jobs in the U.S. auto industry. The decision is expected to draw criticism from environmentalists and other public issue groups who wanted mileage standards raised in order to conserve gasoline and reduce air pollution.
Airports and hundreds of locations nationwide. We'll talk with the actress who's reprising her role in the original, Sigourney Weaver. We're back inside Studio 3B on this Tuesday morning. Along with Jane Pauley, I'm Bryant Gumbel. Grapes. Top news at this hour, no laughing matter. John Palmer's going to give us an update on what's being pulled off the shelves in just a moment. Jane?
The minimum wage, almost everyone agrees it should go up, but there's a lot of debate over how much. One school of thought is a proposal to retain a separate and lower entry-level minimum wage. We'll get into that debate on After 8.
And we will discuss a bill in Congress dealing with what blind people say is discrimination against them by the airline industry. 8:01, let's move to the news desk. Once again, here's John Palmer.
Thank you, Brian. Jane, good morning again. In the news this morning, U.S. health officials are warning consumers not to eat any fruit imported from Chile. They're also urging stores to remove Chilean fruit from their shelves. At this time of year, much of the fresh fruit in the United States comes from Chile. The Federal Food and Drug Administration warning came after 2 grapes in Philadelphia were found to contain a tiny amount of cyanide. It also comes following a telephone threat to the U.S. Embassy in Chile. Earlier this morning on Today, FDA Commissioner Frank Young told Jane there are still many unanswered questions.
We really don't know when the tainting took place. We did get the first call that came in on March 2nd, in which an individual called the United States Embassy in Chile and said that there was a tainting of the grapes, and that ship that left with the grapes actually left on the 27th of February, or a few days before the call came in. We took the precautionary measure because we really didn't know when the action might have taken place.
There are also concerns in this country about apples, with some of the nation's biggest school districts keeping them out of cafeterias. As Don Oliver reports this morning, it's because of fear over a preservative used in some orchards.
Schools in Los Angeles and Orange County have joined other districts in banning apples from their cafeteria menus. Los Angeles, the nation's second-largest school district, also banned apple juice and other apple products, while testing is underway to determine if there is any danger to students from the chemical Alar. Alar is a preservative sprayed on less than 5% of the U.S. apple crop, but a substance one environmental group says could pose a cancer risk to children.
Since we feed so many children in Los Angeles, we serve over 500,000 meals a day, that we feel that we're trying to meet the needs of parents in the district by being conservative.
New York, the nation's largest school district, banned apple sales a week ago. Between them, New York and Los Angeles school children were consuming 20 million apples a year. The apple industry denies there is any danger from apples sprayed with Alar.
It is okay, and it's still okay, and it will be okay to continue eating apples and apple products.
The chairman of the U.S. House Agricultural Committee says many apple farmers are being needlessly hurt by the controversy. The Los Angeles School District said it will restore apple products to the cafeteria if independent testing shows there is no threat. Don Oliver, NBC News, Los Angeles.
The Senate Armed Services Committee will open confirmation hearings this afternoon for Dick Cheney, President Bush's new choice for Secretary of Defense. Committee Chairman Sam Nunn says he hopes to complete the hearings quickly and send the nomination to the Senate floor perhaps as early as Friday. Day 2 for the Discovery crew has them busy with a variety of onboard experiments this morning. The astronauts studying the effects of weightlessness on bone healing using rats with broken legs. And there will be tests on 32 chicken embryos involved in a weightless study. The 5-man crew successfully accomplished its main goal Monday by deploying a $100 million satellite to aid in communicating with future shuttle missions. But there is one potential problem on board Discovery this morning. One of its 4 hydrogen tanks had to be shut down, reducing power on board. It's something that has happened in past on shuttle flights, and they're now studying the problem. Bankrupt Eastern Airlines, crippled by the continued machinist strike, faces more court action today, with its unions calling for some big changes. NBC News
yesterday, after correcting an erratic flow from one of the Discovery's hydrogen tanks that fuel the fuel.
A phone call from Earth that revives an American tradition. CNN's Tom Interior joins us now with more. Tom?
Well, things have improved aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. As far as the mission duration goes, they will be coming down on Saturday morning at about 6:30 Pacific Coast time, 9:30 Eastern time. And NASA says they expect about 200,000 people to come out and watch that landing. Taking a look right now at Discovery a little earlier this morning, it was wake up and get out, but it was done in a very unusual way this morning. Their wake-up call came from someone who is very well known for being in space.
This is Mission Control, Houston. This is
Good morning, Houston. Is everybody awake down there? Stardate 1989. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise on temporary assignment to the Space Shuttle Discovery. Here in space, shall I call it the final frontier, the Discovery crew is alert and awaiting your morning orders for its 5-day mission to perform new experiments, to seek out new information, to boldly go where no astronauts have gone before. That's fine for them, but can somebody help me find my ship? It's lost, and I've got to beam out of here. Keep up the good work, Houston. Kirk out.
Well, that was the word that came down from Discovery, and Mission Control responded with a musical offering.
Enterprise, Houston, tell Scotty to beam me up.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. That was real good.
Received a little Anchors Away and Wild Blue Yonder and the Drexel University fight song for the astronauts. But what's going on right now? They're sitting up there waiting. Let's go up to Discovery Live now. They're waiting to hear from President George Bush. It will be his first live phone call with the Discovery crew. You can see them on the large TV screen at Mission Control in Houston, back on the back wall of this large cavernous area. Interesting little sidelight, they got their first newspaper ever faxed up to the Space Shuttle this morning. There is a special newspaper that is put out at the Johnson Space Center called Roundup, and they faxed the front page up. The newspaper will not be delivered in the Johnson Space Center area until tomorrow, but they sent the first newspaper in space via a fax machine. So I guess you can fax something anywhere these days. The newspaper carried a lead story about the Discovery launch on Monday and a story at the bottom of the page about a welcome home ceremony at the Johnson Space Center for the 5-man crew, which returns on Saturday. Also, technicians at the White House in preparing this call had a standby in this morning for Mr. Bush in preparing the communications checks. At one point, a woman came on the circuit and told the astronauts to stand by for the surrogate president. And Discovery responded by saying, well, good morning. And then the surrogate president came on the line. He said, how do you hear us? He said, we hear you okay, coming in with a slight blur. And at that time, the surrogate president says, okay, I have you the same. At this point, I say goodbye. Now they're waiting for the real president to come on the line and talk to them about their mission. A mission that has had its ups and downs in the last couple of days. They had a problem that threatened to shorten the mission, but that is now a thing of the past. The hydrogen tank has been improved, and now they are using all 3 hydrogen tanks to provide electrical power for the space shuttle, so there are no more lights turned off or computers down. They powered everything up yesterday afternoon. The only problem they are having now is with an experiment called SHARE. The SHARE experiment, which is a space station heat pipe advanced radiator that has been, this is the first time this experiment has flown on the shuttle, having some problems with the ammonia, liquid ammonia that is heated at one end of the pipe and then runs down to the other end and uses about a foot-long aluminum fin to cool it off. The problem they've been having with that experiment is due to the limited gravity, they've developed bubbles that they don't really understand in the ammonia liquid, and it is not cooled off through the pipe as they had expected. But other than that, the experiment seemed to be going well. The heat pipe is something that they'll probably have to wait and find out what the real problem is on the ground. They have turned the shuttle upside down and sideways trying to remove the bubbles, but so far they haven't been able to do that. But the mission objectives have definitely been accomplished aboard this flight. They have launched their TDRS satellite, which was the major objective of the flight, a $100 million communications satellite.
Mission Control in Houston, go ahead with your call to Discovery.
Now here's the president.
Discovery, this is the White House. Can you hear me, sir? Yes, sir. Please stand by. The next voice you'll hear will be the president.
You see in the front, in the cap, that is the commander of the shuttle, Mike Coates, and the other crew members are behind him.
Hello. Commander Coates?
Commander, how are you, sir? We just called up to congratulate you and your crew on the Space Shuttle Discovery. Sitting next to me is our Vice President, who's now head of the Space Council and who incidentally will be down in Houston in just about 2 weeks. But what I really wanted to do is congratulate you and then hear about how things are going. We're certainly proud of the mission.
On the ground have worked very hard to get this flight off, the first one of your presidency and the first one of very many to come.
Well, it's certainly wonderful. Looks to me like you made that crew clean up. I'm watching you. I can see you sitting here in the Oval Office. Amazing technology. And there are 5 of you sitting there and looking pretty clean and pretty fresh. How is everyone feeling on the flight?
Well, we're all feeling very well, Mr. President. It's been an exciting time. Of course, 3 of us on the flight are rookies in space, and I think the cleanliness and the smiles you see are just a reflection of the fun that goes along with the hard work. We're doing an awful lot of good things, but we're really enjoying what we're doing.
Well, we are following it carefully and glad that the TDRS got the satellite was successful operation there. And how's the camera? How's that IMAX camera going to be?
The IMAX camera has been working out really well, sir. In fact, we're getting a lot of great films that will help show a lot of people around the world how fragile the planet Earth is in this big vastness of space, and maybe help everybody work to improve that.
Well, it's a good focus, and there's so much interest today on the global environment, and I think a lot of people will see just from your important mission the contribution that space exploration can make to the world's environment. So we're very grateful on that. A couple of more questions about that. I was interested because of the history of this, about the student experiments and how that was going.
Mr. President, the student experiments are going very well. Both of them were very well thought out, planned for, and they've been going just as we expected. Both John Blaha and myself are looking in on those two experiments, and the data is looking very good, and I think the students will have a lot of good information to get out when we get back.
Well, it's an inspiration to the Americans, I'll tell you, to all of us. Today's pioneers, and we're seeing you right now, pointing the way for the young Americans to build our nation's future. Listen, all of you down there at NASA, I heard what Mike said, and let me just, while we're on the air to space, let me simply say to everyone at NASA that you have our strong support. I know I speak for the Vice President. The space program, especially Space Station Freedom, is an investment in our future. We're living in tough budgetary times, but I am determined to go forward with a strong, active space program, and I want to congratulate you, Commander Coates, and all of them for this wonderful, wonderful mission. We look forward to your safe return, and I think it's wonderful that two Marines can get along with a guy from the Navy and the Air Force and a civilian. That shows a broad-minded approach to life in space. Did you read that?
Yes, sir, we did. Obviously, the Marines can get along with the other services, but just in case we have them outnumbered, there's two of us on board.
I got the message. Sorry to start it going up there, but listen, congratulations. Congratulations to you and best wishes, and you've been an inspiration to all of us. So long, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. President, and give our regards to Mrs. Bush. Tell her we're flying something for the new First Lady.
Oh, God, she'll be thrilled. Well, you better come up here and give it to her personally.
That would be nice, sir.
You're in. You're invited right as of now. So when you get back, why, head this way. Over and out.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
So about a 4.5 minute...
Keep up the great work.
About a 4.5 minute call from the White House to space, a truly long distance call. He said that they definitely have their strong support, and he called them today's pioneers. We'll be back with more of the Discovery mission throughout the day here on CNN, and we'll have more news right after this.
Discovery.
Portions of Daybreak have been brought to you by Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. The next time you travel, feel the Hyatt touch.
You got the...
Apparently just crossed over to the east coast of the United States. A few moments ago, you could see them traveling across the Rockies as they moved from west to east across the United States. The call this morning, just about an hour ago, from President Bush with Vice President Dan Quayle standing at his side. President told this crew of Discovery that Vice President Quayle was the new president of the Space Council, and he had their support.
Let me simply say to everyone at NASA that you have our strong support. I know I speak for the Vice President. The space program, especially Space Station Freedom, is an investment in our future. We're living in tough budgetary times, but I am determined to go forward with a strong, active space program, and I want to congratulate you, Commander Coates, and all of them for this wonderful, wonderful mission. We look forward to your safe return.
The President called the astronauts of Discovery the pioneers of today. Again, live pictures from Discovery looking at some of the cloud formations over the Atlantic Ocean. For the second straight day in a row, the crew of Discovery was a little early, hitting the wake-up alarm. It hadn't gone off when they sent their own version of a wake-up call down to Mission Control.
Good morning, Houston. Is everybody awake down there? Stardate 1989. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise on temporary assignment to the Space Shuttle Discovery. Here in space, shall I call it?
Star Trek hits everywhere from the present time to the past to the future, with James Kirk borrowing a little time back in space. It's going to be a busy day for the astronauts. They're trying to fix an experiment that has been causing them some problems. It is the heat pipe experiment called SHARE that is very important to the space station. The president was talking to the crew about. They had some bubbles that formed in that heat pipe and the ammonia liquid that is being used to test it. So far, they haven't really gotten a very good response from this experiment, but it is the first time that it has been flown. We, of course, will continue to follow Discovery's mission throughout the day, landing now set for early in the morning on Saturday at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Bob and Marianne?
Thanks, Tom. Coming up on Day Watch, the Communist Party Central Committee debates sweeping agricultural reforms.
The nationwide movement against assault weapons picks up momentum.
And people in Chile are angry over the tainted fruit scare.
Why stuff yourself into someone else's idea of a bargain?
Hello, I'm Tom Mintier with Bonnie Dunbar, a NASA astronaut. The countdown clock at the Kennedy Space Center is ticking, and it looks like everything is moving forward for a launch in about 4 minutes, Bonnie.
That's right. It's about 9:57 Eastern Time.
The countdown portion that they're in now, you don't get ever at a point of no return, but it's much more difficult to reservice the vehicle once you move past 9 minutes.
That's right. Once you've started the auxiliary power unit, the APU, then there is a turnaround time required if we had to stop the count here.
All right, John Holloman joins us live at the Kennedy Space Center. John, I understand the count is resumed. Any sigh of relief yet down there, or everybody's still crossing their fingers?
There was a great cheer when the announcement came over the PA system that the count had resumed, Tom, and as soon as the clock started ticking down from 9 minutes, there was almost a physical sigh of relief that you could hear that this mission was apparently going to go this morning. A lot of people, of course, have made plans to be here, and so there's been a lot of excitement at this launch site. And you'll see, and probably our viewers at home will be able to feel the tension and the excitement level build over the next 2 minutes and however many seconds we have to go before launch. It is such a sight to see, as you know, having been here, when you see those solid rocket boosters ignite and see the bright yellow smoke billowing out of the bottom of this rocket ship.
We shouldn't have any trouble seeing it, though, today. I mean, the fog is basically all gone now.
Yeah, I think so. From my position, it's as clear as it was back in the fall when we saw the Discovery launch from here before, and as clear as it was for the military mission launch. So yeah, it's going to be quite a sight for all of us to look at.
All right, we're about 2 minutes away from launch. They're now moving away the retractor arm. Bonnie, what must be going on in their minds as they've been sitting so long this morning waiting for the countdown to continue? It has to be difficult to have that kind of a wait.
Well, but they're in the checklist now, and so they're counting down to launch, and they know what they need to do and what to anticipate for the next few hours.
So it's about 2 minutes or a minute and a half left in the count. Let's go down back to the Kennedy Space Center and take a look. We're seeing a very close shot of the engines and last-minute checks that are going on. Pretty soon it turns it all over to a computer.
Yes, at about 30 minutes prior to the launch, the onboard computers in the shuttle will take control of the sequencing. They'll do some last-minute checks.
The heaters on the booster joints will be deactivated.
They'll ensure that everything checks out and count down to the main engine and the SRB firing.
So all the weather constraints except for the one at Edwards Air Force Base where they moved the once around abort site landing have been cleared.
Yes, that's true, and everything looks good now.
less than a minute, about 45 seconds left in the count now, a count that has taken a long time to get to. It has taken several weeks of delays and repairs made on the pad to get to this point. They had to replace 3 turbo pumps when they found ones in Atlantis from the previous mission had cracked. We're about 30 seconds away from launch. Now let's go to Lisa Malone, the voice of NASA at the Kennedy Space Center.
For the remainder of the count. T-minus 20 seconds.
15 seconds.
T-minus 13, 12, 11, 10. We have a go for main engine start. 6, 5. We have main engine start. 3, 2, 1. SRB ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of STS-29 as Discovery clears the tower.
Roll program.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Mission Control, Houston. Good roll program confirmed. Engines now at 65%. Standing by for the go at throttle up call.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up.
Mission Control, that call means all systems are performing well as the shuttle main engines have resumed their firing at 104% of rated thrust. Relative velocity now 2,400 feet per second. Climbing at a rate of 1,700 feet per second. Downrange distance 11 nautical miles. SRB separation, standing by for a performance call from Mission Control.
As you saw just a few seconds ago, the solid rocket separated from Discovery and fell away harmlessly, and the external tank, of course, is still connected. This is the 8th flight of the Shuttle Discovery, the 28th of the program so far, and Bonnie Dunbar, it looked like a fairly normal ascent through separation.
It certainly did, and we're just waiting for the performance call. It looks good so far.
Altitude about 250,000 feet.
There must be a lot of things that go through your mind as you're on that portion of ascent. Kind of describe for the viewers at home what it felt like for you when you were going up.
Well, the first stage is a little rougher than the second stage, but I think I had my mind on the procedures, and from where I was sitting, also looking at the computer CRTs.
We heard from Mike Coates a little earlier talking about a lot of clanging. Was there a lot of noise inside the orbiter?
Not that you can perceive, because you're inside a pressure suit and a helmet, so you really can't see it, but you can feel a little bit of the vibration.
Tom and Bonnie, you can still hear the sound of the main engines on the shuttle. Although it is so many miles away from here, you can still hear the rumble that they are making. And I must tell you, the atmosphere at the Kennedy Space Center is just this sort of a gigantic weight has been lifted from the shoulders of all the people who are around me here at the viewing area. It appears everything is okay, and that makes everybody that within sight of me right here very, very pleased.
John, anytime you have a hold in the countdown, it seems seems that, you know, there is a lot of breath holding, especially if they've gone like an hour in a hold, and then when they finally resume it, that there is a weight that's almost lifted when the clock starts moving past 9 minutes and they know they're going to go.
800 feet per second.
Yeah, Tom. I think what our viewers should know is that in the next few minutes we're going to have NASA Administrator James Fletcher, who is going to come by and talk to us. He was over in the launch, in the firing room, when this space shuttle took off a few minutes ago, and he'll be able to give us a sense of what the feeling was over there, and what his feeling is as the head of the space agency, now that they've got 3 flights that are apparently all 3 successes under their belts.
Now 190 nautical miles.
I think I look at it as a kind of a 2-stage relief, first to get off the pad, but we have to wait till we get into orbit, so the main engines will cut off at about 8:32.
Select Banjo.
One of the major milestones for this mission is the launch of a TDRS satellite that will greatly enhance the communications capability of the space agency. Right now, they have a very somewhat limited communications with the shuttle and the ground that is going to be greatly enhanced by the launch of the TDRS satellite in about 6 hours.
That's right. We'll have our 3rd one up there, actually, and then one that we've been using will move to a standby orbit. It hasn't been functioning completely in any case. So we'll have 2 good TDRS satellites up. Will greatly enhance our capability to communicate with Shuttle and with other programs such as Space Telescope.
As you can see, the press corps that is covering this mission is not quite what it was the first time back. The numbers are much smaller, but you seem to indicate there is a bigger interest out there than what shows on the surface.
Oh, definitely. If you look at the amount of mail that our office gets, over 100,000 pieces a year, and the number of requests we get to come out and speak, the interest is there. People just assume once we are doing well that we'll continue to do well.
All right, let's go back and take a look. Just a few moments ago, after much waiting this morning, first it was the weather problem with the fog, and then the crosswinds and the winds aloft. But Discovery, at about 9:57 Eastern Time, blasted away from the Kennedy Space Center on the beginning of a 5-day mission. Now let's take a look at the replay of the launch.
5, we have main engine start. 3, 2, 1, SRB ignition, and liftoff. Liftoff of STS-29 as Discovery clears the tower.
Roll program.
Roger, rolled.
Bonnie Dunbar. At 9:57 Eastern Time this morning, Discovery made its way back into space again after several weeks of holds to fix problems with Discovery's main engines, or potential problems, and then a weather hold this morning when the fog moved into the Kennedy Space Center and they were having some problems with the winds. But at 9:57, it was all zeros on the countdown clock, and Discovery was on its way. And Bonnie Dunbar is here. There is something different and new during this flight that is being done. This is the external tank for the shuttle, and it's in about this inclination. What are they doing differently on this mission?
Well, after they jettison the external tank, we're going to pitch the orbiter slightly so that Jim Bajan can take some photographs out the overhead window as it tumbles back into the Earth's atmosphere. And we're interested in knowing exactly what the insulation status is like before it burns up.
They had some problems with Atlantis with insulation coming off and ripping some of the tiles underneath here. Do they hope to get photographs of that if it does indeed happen, if they have a problem with the insulation ripping out?
Well, we have a combination of potential problems on the external tank and the solid rocket boosters. So we've had some film footage of the SRBs before they jettisoned to see if we had any insulation coming off of those, and we're also looking at the external tank as well.
Let's talk for a second about TDRS, the communication satellite that they're going to be launching. This is, in our model, what will probably happen in about 5.5 hours, that the satellite will be, once the cargo bays are open and they're in orbit, will be lifted to about this angle.
That's right. As soon as we get into orbit and we open the payload bay doors at about 1 hour, 20 minutes, then about 3 hours or so, or even before that, we'll start some procedures activating the IUS TDRS. Eventually, we'll tilt it up in the payload bay as you see it here. And then at 6:13, at our first deploy opportunity, we'll actually jettison it up, and then it'll eventually go into a higher orbit.
How does the satellite leave the bay? I mean, they don't fire engines and blast it out of the cargo bay.
No, it has something we call a super zip capability. It's held into a cradle down here. We fire
now. Bazell, there was a period, I think, just before this when the spacecraft was making wide sweeping S-turns, sort of like a skier coming down a steep slope. Why?
Well, it has to slow down, basically. It was going 17,500 miles an hour during its 1.9 million miles around the Earth over the last 5 days, and this is part of the process. It's very important, Connie, I think, to point out, as we do every time there's a landing, that the shuttle right now is a glider. It has no engines. They can't make a mistake. We don't expect them to make a mistake. Everything is going perfectly this morning, but they have only one chance when they come in on the concrete runway this morning at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
Pinky Nelson, the pilot, Captain Coates, has not taken control of steering the craft just yet. When does he do that?
He takes over the controls, Connie, right after they become subsonic, when the shuttle is still 50,000 feet above the ground, but pretty much right over the top of the runway. Then he'll fly it around in a big circle around the runway and come down and make the landing from there.
Pinky, how fast is the shuttle going right now?
Right now, they're probably about Mach 2 or 3, I would guess, as they're slowing down, coming towards the California coast.
Can you help explain Mach to us? That's M-A-C-H, 2 or 3. What does that mean?
That's a shorthand we use for speeds. The Mach 1 would be the speed of sound, and that's about 700 miles an hour.
And, for instance, the supersonic transport, the one that flies from London to New York and Paris to New York, goes Mach 2, is it?
Right, it flies about Mach 2, so it goes about 1,500 miles an hour.
All right. George Lewis, I understand there's a big crowd out there. How many people would you estimate?
NASA tells us, Connie, that there are 450,000 people out here. Many of them came out in their motor homes, their recreational vehicles, and they've been camping out all night. Families, mothers, fathers, children. It's the beginning of a spring break for many kids, so there are a lot of children out here watching this to see it with their own eyes.
How is your vantage point?
Well, our vantage point is pretty good. We just heard the double pop, the sonic boom that the shuttle makes because it's going so fast. It's going faster than the speed of sound, and it's sort of a bam, bam sound that we heard. And we should be able to see the shuttle here very shortly, as will the spectators.
Bob Bazell, tell us a little bit more about this sledding activity. I mean, as the shuttle approaches Earth, it's really like a sled once again, is it not?
Well, it's like a glider, yeah. You could think of it as a sled. What happens is that they're orbiting the Earth, as I said, at 17,500 miles an hour. They fire some rockets about an hour ago, and it slows it down. And this is a process that is about to come to an end. If they go from 17,500 miles an hour, which is very fast, of course, down to about 200 miles an hour at landing. They're coming in now. We can see them on the screen, making the approach. They're about 5 miles away from the runway there at Edwards Air Force Base. It's a beautiful morning out there in California.
Pinky Nelson, what is the pilot doing now, would you say?
Right now, he's looking out the window at the runway. He's looking through a display that tells him just how to steer and what direction to go. And he's getting ready to have the pilot next to him put the landing gear down so that he can make the landing. Right now, he's earning his pay. This is his big job on the mission.
And what sensation do you feel as you're coming in for this landing, and how is it different from flying in a regular plane and when it lands?
Well, the difference is a regular airplane comes down at the ground at a fairly slow rate, about 1,000 feet every minute. And the space shuttle's coming towards the ground about 10 times faster than that. So really, we are falling like a stone, and you have to be very quick and practice a lot in order to make a good landing in an airplane like the shuttle.
It's actually called a sink, isn't it, this particular moment? Bob Bazell?
It's called a what?
Sink.
Very important, Connie. The landing gear just went down exactly as it should.
Coming in.
And let's watch it land.
Gear down and locked. Nose gear touchdown.
Beautiful landing, Bob Bazell.
Perfect. Perfect. Right on.
Now rolling out onto final.
George Lewis?
Well, we saw the shuttle with our own eyes crossing the sun just a few minutes ago. And you can hear in the background, I think, the Star Spangled Banner playing, so I'm not going to talk.
One of the things on this mission, Connie, was to test the brakes on the shuttle.
If you've watched other shuttle landings, you might have noticed that it came to a halt a bit faster than usual. They wanted to make sure that the brakes, which had been a problem in the past, are working better now. They were redesigned after the Challenger accident. They seem to work just fine.
And there it is.
Well done, Discovery. That's one to be proud of. We felt like we rode through the whole mission with you.
That was the captain.
That was Mission Control in Houston.
Wait, start the 89 schedule, Mike.
They were talking about this being the beginning of the 1989 schedule, which will be 7 missions, including some very exciting ones. Missions to outer planets.
No post-landing deltas at this time. Press on.
This is off to a perfect start. This mission, once it got started, it was delayed almost a month, had almost no problems.
Just a little electrical problem up in the air, but the main mission to launch the satellite was accomplished immediately the first day.
Right. That electrical problem was a very minor one, and almost everything else worked exactly as it should. This was as I said, one of the most trouble-free missions that NASA has ever had, and a mission that they hope will be like many to come in the future.
About 30 minutes or so.
Thank you, Nelson. I'm sure that many of the kids out there have a lot of questions, and actually NASA has received questions from children from all over the country over the years.
Perfect landing at Edwards Air Force Base in California on a concrete runway. Right now, the technicians are on the ground making sure there are no hazardous fumes coming out of the orbiter. They will spend probably another 10 or 15 minutes going around making sure that everything is clean environmentally, making sure that everything is sealed off before they bring the astronauts out. We expect Discovery's astronauts to leave the shuttle at about 10:15 Eastern time. They made their landing this morning just after sunrise. It was only about 37 minutes after the sun had come up, and when people could see Discovery on the horizon coming down, it was a fantastic sight to see. Everything from the time they left orbit until they touched down on the concrete runway at Edwards Air Force Base was picture perfect and right on time. Testing brakes this morning, a redesigned braking system for the shuttle. That is why they hit 2 things they wanted to test this morning, either crosswinds or the brakes. Well, they didn't get the crosswinds. It was very calm out there. There was a 25,000-foot ceiling and a visibility of about 7 miles. So it was a perfect condition to come down on the concrete runway, so they did, because they didn't have the crosswinds to make that check. CNN's Greg Lamont is standing by at Edwards Air Force Base in California, where an extremely large crowd, probably an unexpected crowd, turned out this weekend to watch the orbiter return from space. Greg, good morning.
450,000 people, possibly more, jammed onto the dry lake bed here at Edwards Air Force Base to see the landing of Discovery. Some were as far away from Florida who saw the Discovery taking off. And why did so many people show up? Well, a lot of people saw this as an opportunity, St. Patrick's Day being yesterday, to make it a 3-day celebration, and there was quite a bit of partying on the desert floor. A lot of parents, this being the Easter holidays, are vacationing with their children and saw this as a prime opportunity to see a shuttle landing. Schools are out. Many schools are out. A lot of college students are here. And there are always the regulars who live nearby who never miss a shuttle landing. And as Tom just said, they were treated to a picture-perfect landing here at runway 22, the concrete runway. The safing vehicles are now out on the runway. They've been out there since the landing at about 6:35. They are checking for hazardous gases. If they don't find anything, they'll be able to get the crew out of the orbiter. That should happen in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So, folks here, 450,000 of them plus, treated to a picture-perfect landing of the Shuttle Discovery.
Greg, there had been some concern by NASA that people just weren't interested in the shuttle program. They were worried that it had become very quickly, in the 3 flights that we've had now since Challenger, somewhat blasé. One of them, because it was the last flight of Atlantis was a military mission and secret, kind of spoiled their opportunity to come back roaring with 3 flights. We're going to see 7 flights this year. Do you think we'll see a crowd like we saw this morning at Edwards at sunrise to see the landing again?
I think one of the things that really added to the big crowd out here was the fact that it came on a Saturday, and it also came during a period of holidays, the St. Patrick's Day and the Easter holidays. A lot of folks missed seeing the Discovery land that wanted to in the California area last time around because of the secret mission, so they saw this as their prime opportunity. Also, the weather is great for it. Shuttle landings later on in the summer, it's really not great to be out here because it can be quite hot on the desert floor. And so this morning the temperature was in the 40s. People just bundled up and they saw the shuttle land. But to imagine that 450,000 people would show up for the shuttle landing, I don't think anyone imagined that. NASA was predicting 250,000 at the most. They got almost 500,000. Tom?
All right, CNN's Greg Lamont reporting live from Edwards Air Force Base in California. Once again, the 28th Space Shuttle mission, the flight of discovery, is into the record books. It was a successful flight from almost every standpoint except one experiment, an experiment that was testing a heat pipe reduction unit for a space station that will come in the future. Probably will have to go up again before it is worked out. We will have more news now. Here's Patrick.
Gifts that I had on my shower at the home show, Diane Thomas.
Let's go to Tom Mintier for the very latest on the shuttle Atlantis. Tom?
Well, Bernie, the very latest is very good news for NASA. About 1 minute left in the countdown. The weather is cleared at the landing site. They have started the clocks. They've started the APUs. And let's listen in now to Hugh Harris as they count them down.
T-minus 50 seconds and counting. The hydrogen burn igniters have been armed. They'll burn off any residual hydrogen gas under the main engines. T-minus 40 seconds and counting. The external tank heaters on the ET to orbiter structural attachments have been turned off. Orbiter computers have, and we have gone for auto-sequence start. T-minus 26 seconds, 25. T-minus 21 seconds. The SRB nozzle gimbal profile underway. T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We have a go for main engine start. 7, 6. We have main engine start. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. A new era for planetary science begins as Atlantis clears the tower.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Mission control, roll program confirmed. Standing by for engines to throttle down. All three engines will be throttled back to 65% performance as the vehicle passes through the area of maximum dynamic pressure. Three engines now at 65%. Velocity now 1,000 feet per second. Atlantis 2 miles downrange. Engines now throttling back up to 104% performance. Atlantis velocity now 1,500 feet per second.
Atlantis, go at throttle up.
Atlantis, roger, go.
Standing by for separation from the SRBs. Velocity now 2,000 feet per second. Altitude 10 nautical miles. Downrange distance 8 nautical miles. This is Mission Control. All APUs looking good. 3 engines at 104%. This is Mission Control, SRB, SEP confirmed. Velocity 4,300 feet per second. Atlantis downrange 35 nautical miles at an altitude of 30 nautical miles. 3 engines all looking good at 104%.
Franklin Chang Diaz with us. Speed now over 3,000 miles an hour. The most critical stage is when the solid rocket boosters light and then until they separate.
Nominal.
That's right, the first 2 minutes of flight.
And they said performance nominal, so they got a good burn.
Everything looks
the
good.
crew know that the SRBs and engines are providing the expected thrust.
Now coming up on 3 minutes since liftoff, what goes through your mind in those first 3 minutes? It's not a real busy time for you in the back.
Well, we're all very busy actually. We're all monitoring, we're all backing each other up, making sure the procedures are done according to the timeline. It's just a very tense.
That call means that Atlantis could make it to the transatlantic abort site on only 2 engines, should that become necessary. Velocity now 5,600 feet per second, downrange 84 nautical miles, at an altitude of 47 nautical miles. All 3 APUs still looking good. 3 engines at 104%.
For anyone who might have just joined us, 3 minutes and 40 seconds ago, Atlantis, after a nail-biter of an afternoon, made it off the launch pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center. They were definitely having problems with the weather. Here's a look at what you might see if you were lucky enough to be aboard Atlantis as it streaks towards orbit. We have at the University of California, Berkeley, a simulation inside the cockpit of what would be going on right now. A very, very busy time for the front cockpit.
That's right, and the call was made just now that said negative return, which means that the RTLS problem for the weather at the Cape is no longer an issue. They're going to go, if they're having a board, they're going to land in the downrange abort sites, or they're going to go to orbit. So the Cape weather is no longer a problem.
The books that you see with all the notes that they're looking at.
Very cryptic cue cards and very cryptic procedures in a very convoluted language that only astronauts can understand. And they give us cues to check different dials and different gauges at different times, basically.
I should point out once again that the picture you're seeing on the right half of your screen is a simulation by students and a professor at the University of California, Berkeley. They have put together an entire computer simulation program from liftoff to landing of Atlantis. They will follow throughout the mission, going through what they go through, the deployment of the Magellan. And they just got the call pressed ATO.
That's right. That means
abort to orbit is possible at this point. 400 feet per second.
So this, they are now going to be able to go to orbit. Let's take a look now at what goes through a launch. We have some animation of what happens when the solid rockets separate.
When the solids separate, you're basically in the outer fringes of the atmosphere. You're out basically in the border of space. And of course, you got to attain a very high velocity to be able to enter into orbit. And that's what you see in the animation. And of course, the tank separates when the fuel is all spent, and the tank re-enters the atmosphere and burns out. The shuttle now has enough velocity to almost be in orbit. It needs a little bit of a kick that happens later, and that is the OMS 1 burn, when the orbital maneuver and engines are ignited.
All right, CNN's John Zarella is at the Kennedy Space Center, and John, the weather didn't look like it was going to cooperate, but evidently there was a hole in the cloud, and they took advantage of it very, very quickly.
Boy, they sure did. They pushed it right to the edge of that envelope, and they got the Atlantis off the ground. And I guess right now, about a minute or so before main engine cutoff, that's the last big critical hurdle. And as you've heard, they're pressed to MECO, pressed to main engine cutoff. And they're on their way to orbit. Tom?
Of course, we of course will continue to follow Atlantis' flight. And the other breaking story that's occurring in Washington, the verdict is in the Oliver North trial, and he has been found not guilty of some counts. They're at Mach 5.3. CNN's Tony Clark is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Tony, it looks like the last-minute runway change will give them some of the crosswinds they wanted to see for landing, but probably not as much as they'd like.
That's true. Dr. Bill Thornton is a physician and also a two-time veteran of shuttle missions. Dr. Thornton, what is the reason, what benefit is there to check the crosswinds and see how the shuttle reacts in a crosswind landing?
Without knowing the performance, you would be restricted to landing with winds almost straight down the runway. So what this is a gentle probing of the limits to ensure that the machine performs as designed.
Now, right now, we see the shuttle is still some distance out. It's making its last approach. And what is it like? You've been through 2 of these returns. What is that like? What's going on in the shuttle?
At that time, the pilot is being very sure that he makes the best possible landing of his life. The co-pilot is ready to take over. The other crew members are watching anxiously. It feels as if you are on a slightly bumpy road because it is not as smooth as you might imagine a glider to be.
Mm-hmm. It is a difficult, it is a stressful situation there. I think Tom Mintier, I think, has a question or point here. Tom?
Well, the point I have is that we're very close to landing, and we'd like to pause now for a second, get a commercial break in, and we'll be back to bring you the landing of Atlantis live. Air Force Base. They're going to come in at runway 22. Here is a live picture from a tracking camera of the shuttle. What brought us to this point, it was a deorbit burn that occurred about an hour ago that begins the glide. 2:41 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. They started that deorbit burn to slow the shuttle down. They actually flip it over and fly it backwards, fire 2 maneuvering rockets for a little over 2 minutes, and that slows the shuttle enough so it could glide. They attain atmospheric entry at 3:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and continue to slow down as they approach the re-entry. They're really moving at about 16,500 miles an hour. Now, that'll slow down to the landing speed that relates to about 213 to 226 miles an hour. For something that large, it is still moving along pretty good. The orbiter weight, it changes somewhat. At liftoff, they were at 217,513 pounds, but Magellan was very heavy. Once they come back, they'll weigh definitely a lot less. At landing, they'll weigh 192,313 pounds. The mission length, 4 days, 56 minutes, if they touch down on time, and they usually do. Here you can see in the one picture, a live picture of Atlantis as it streaks across the clouds. There are a couple of sonic booms that you hear on landing. CNN's Tony Clark rejoins us now from Houston. Tony?
There's the sonic booms.
Shuttle. The actual landing itself, how much are the commander and the pilot really involved in controlling the vehicle?
They are totally controlling the vehicle at that time. It's exactly as if you were flying your own aircraft.
What does it physically feel like as you're sitting there?
If the pilot does a good job, as both of mine did, you hardly know when you touch down. It is so smooth.
Winds 280 at 8, gust to 16. Roger that.
We're hearing some of the final instructions from mission control to the shuttle as it heads in. Physically, the sensation of going from microgravity to the Earth's gravity, is it surprising?
You know that you have a totally different body. You cannot believe how heavy everything is on return.
Now, right now, we heard a short time ago they were going at Mach 2.8. You were saying that's about like flying in some of the fighter jets.
Well, that's about the upper limits of what our best fighters can reach. And now what they're doing, their problem, though, is to reduce the speed.
The other astronauts that are on board, the mission specialists.
Tony, we now have a very clear. Let's listen in as they make their turn.
And mission control. Velocity now 600 feet per second. Altitude 14,000 feet.
All right, to give you an idea what the commander is looking at, the box in your lower right, this is a heads-up display that he's looking at on a computer screen. And as they make their turn around and get ready to line up on runway 22, this is what he would see on his glide slope.
280 at 8, gust to 16, 7, peak 12 from the right.
The shuttle basically acts as a large glider.
That last-minute wind information being passed to pilot Ron Graby and Commander Dave Walker. Atlanta is now 5 miles from the runway at a velocity of 500 feet per second, altitude 6,000 feet. Altitude 2,500 feet. And Walker will be taking the vehicle into the pre-flare maneuver, adjusting the glide slope to 1.5 degrees. Landing gear down and locked. Main gear touchdown. Nose gear touchdown.
Normally you see that front wheel touch down, but with the last-minute change, and I do mean the last-minute change of going from runway 17, where they were all set for the arrival of Atlantis, to runway 22, left them a little bit out of position for the cameras. You see some of the trucks that are moving back into position.
Runway 22 at Edwards.
They were expecting 8-knot crosswinds. The convoy was set up again on runway 17. They had to move over to 22.
Take care of all the post-landing activity following a safe homecoming.
Four days and 56 minutes, but the major objective was accomplished on day one. That was the Magellan spacecraft.
You've extended the shuttle's reach far beyond Earth orbit now. Commodore Magellan would approve.
Roger that. Thank you, Frank.
Commodore Magellan, this spacecraft that was sent on its way to Venus, named after the Portuguese explorer, the first to sail around the world, and if he were here today, would probably find it very difficult to believe that men are no longer going around the world in sailing ships.
No post-landing deltas.
So they say there is no problem with the orbiter. They're on the ground. They're safely back. We, of course, will have continuing coverage, and we'll be back in just a moment. If you're just joining us, about 5 minutes ago, Atlantis streaked over the California coastline, touchdown at Edwards Air Force.
See it with our naked eyes that soon. And then when we heard the sonic booms, there was just a chill that went down our throats.
I am just delighted with the way that the team has pulled together.
Vice President George Bush was on hand to welcome the astronauts home. NASA officials were quick to point out he was acting in the role of vice president, not candidate. His presence did require some last-minute rearrangements. He was given the viewing spot for the landing that was initially reserved for crew members' families, but the families were moved to what NASA said was a better spot. But here, none of that seemed to matter to the 425,000 people They were too busy celebrating Discovery's success.
Later on, the astronauts will come to this spot on the base for the official welcoming ceremony.
The unofficial welcome, though, is still ringing in their ears. Ann McDermott, CNN, Edwards Air Force Base, California.
The shuttle landing was a make-or-break moment for the astronauts and for scores of NASA workers at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Their careers are closely tied to the shuttle program, and they were thrilled that the touchdown was a success.
Ranger touchdown. Commander out now, rotating the nose down.
Outstanding, great. You know, it's the end of a mission and a beginning of our new space program, and it looks great. It looks like it's going to go on forever here.
Fantastic. I'm all excited about it. My heart's still beating, and I'm all ready for STS-27 coming up.
You do. You feel like you are a part of it, just working here, and I have to keep reminding myself to breathe. It gets so exciting. I like it.
The astronauts are still at Edwards Air Force Base in California. There will be a ceremony there, but the Big Bash will come in Houston later this evening when they fly back to Houston and the Johnson Space Center. And guess what? We're planning to bring it to you live. I'm Bernard Shaw. Back to you, Ralph.
All right, Bernie. Stay tuned to the International Hour. We're going to have an update on reports that a hostage is about to be released in Beirut, Lebanon. Also, a report from Sudan, where hope is fading from the faces of Sudanese children dying of starvation.
On CNN Showbiz Today, cable pioneer Ted Turner launches the country's newest cable network. It's a TNT preview tonight at 6 Eastern on CNN.
We used to sell a Volkswagen for people with more sense than money. We still do. Before you buy a car, test drive a Volkswagen Fox at your local Volkswagen dealer.
We have been fascinated from the beginning. As a machine, the human body remains a supreme invention. To unlock its potential, we offer Soloflex. Simple and efficient, like the body itself. Which may explain why Soloflex looks less like a machine and more like a work of art.
TNT presents the most memorable of all motion pictures. The most honored, the most acclaimed, the most beloved motion picture of all time. Gone with the Wind. Clark Gable, Vivian Leigh, Leslie Howard, and Olivia de Havilland in David O. Selznick's production of Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind, winner of 8 Academy Awards. Tonight at 8 Eastern, only on TNT.
After years of bitter fighting, Libya and Chad are bringing peace to their mutual border. Both nations say they're restoring diplomatic relations, and they've agreed to respect a September 1987 ceasefire. Fighting along the border has been raging on and off since 1973, when Libya annexed a disputed strip of land. But both nations now say they will solve the dispute peacefully. African diplomats say Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi instigated the peace effort.
West German political leader Franz Josef Strauss died today near Munich, 3 days after suffering a heart attack while on a hunting trip. He was 73. Strauss was the premier of the state of Bavaria and head of the Bavarian branch of West Germany's ruling Christian Democratic Party. Now, his death isn't expected to immediately change the balance of power in West Germany. West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl says he'll cut short a trip to Australia and return home because of Strauss's death.
Hey, how you doing?